but I'll let it close the bar underneath before getting back in. Maybe we got like a happy accident that we covered that one, but if it closes underneath VWAP, we'll re-engage the short there on PLTR. Amazon's trying to make an upward move, which concerns me a heck of a lot more. This is the one that we like short the most. Unfortunately, you just never got a really good chance to get into it, and this is the first green candle of consequence since the open, and it's like 40 or 50 pennies here on Amazon. So if it's not going to get us the pop now to VWAP, might just have to short it on trend, which would be something along these lines for AMZ. I think it's breaking trend to give us VWAP right now, but if it doesn't, then we have to jump into this one on that trend to the downside here for AMZ. 4% to the downside, it's a lot, but remember, it broke a huge level at that 180.
All right,
90, sorry, 90.
Yeah, good, tough trade there with Palantir, but good look. I mean, you got to look at names that are moving around. We finally got into the futures as well. We just took a little bit of profit there. Our best fill on the TQs just went down to 53.60. I can tell you. I have it in my 53.65 is the best fill that we have on that one. So just 15 handles, 16 handles. But now we're starting to go back up to the upside. I'm going to play this short against VWAP. So if we break here 54.21, then we're going to get out. Let's just try it, man. I mean, this is going to be a trade that you know, we want to get into. We talked about again, surprised at that number. There it is. There 47.6. So that was a good one coming through. So it finally hit right there. Chicago PMI for March, Purchasing Managers Index, 47.6 versus 45. So a little better than expected right there. So we'll try the short, but we're definitely not going to get married into it. So there it is. We just got filled up there in the 90s on this. So let's get something out in the 80s if we can. We're now short a little bit. We'll take a couple handles off. Hopefully we can get a little bit more. Sorry, that's IBIT. Get a little bit more there with the T. There's what we're looking at with the TQs. I was putting some orders on IBIT because that was also thinking about going back to the upside. Let's now stay short with the market, okay? And I'm not gonna like re-short IBIT or anything up here. IBIT's starting to go. We just talked about that. I just bought a little bit through there because that was gonna be one of our early stops. We're still waiting for a stop up here near 47 and change. Possible reload. I think we'll do it a little bit here anyways on IBIT. We'll take some more shares and see if it does hold 47. But right now, most of the concern for me is going to be with the TQs. So we just got a short there. The price that we just took was 95s. So let's wait to see what happens now. It's starting to come back just a little bit. Take some out always like around 85, 86s, just because that's what we do. And then we'll wait to see if it does drop a little bit lower than that. But yeah, our stop is going to be up here. So with our short right now at 53.92s, if it breaks higher, we're looking to get stopped out around the 20 marker where VWAP is, and then we'll let it float up. And if it floats back up, great. You know, this is perfectly normal for the market. We talked about like a V-shaped recovery. So let's now see if we do have the top or if the top's going to be somewhere up here. Hey, maybe when the NASDAQ, we were just down. Remember, I was like, oh my God, we're down 2.3% or whatever it was. It's a nice battle back. You know, will it hold? We'll see. We're short for long. I don't know. But the NASDAQ right now is starting to go. So this could get stopped out. First try on the NASDAQ took a little bit of profit. Looks like the second try might be no moss here as we're starting to go a little bit higher. But we're at VWAP right now. Let's put a little bit more on.
Yeah, oh, by the way, Mara also at VWAP, so I got a reload. We got into Amazon for the first time, just sub 186. I mean, VWAP is actually at 186 half, so we're trying to get more on this pop. It did give us a chance to get out the $0.50. I want it breaking a half by a little bit before we take any profit on Amazon, but you're starting to get a little bit of a crest here. I mean, Sean just showed you the NASDAQ getting back into VWAP, so that and Mara is what we're shorting back into. But guess what is breaking out? It's Celsius making that breakout. Celsius. So Celsius did break that 36 level. I'll get there in a second. I'm not going to move that order. We'll leave it in there on Amazon 185. I think I'm at like 31. But CELH, for those of you hollering like what's breaking out, oh, it didn't break 36. But it did break the high from last week, but it's not actually above 36. So this is definitely one which has squeeze potential. 19% on the short float. I'm not really looking at the long for any breakouts, not in a market that I think is overall weak, so I'm going to stay away from a breakout trade. I'd rather be involved if it breaks this 36 and then buying a dip into prior highs. That's the pattern that I would like to see. So Amazon 50 pennies in the money, but Mara, hey, why isn't Mara going back down? So a bit of a pop and then a little bit of a drop there, but Mara got to VWAP and is trying to continue here oddly enough. So a bit of a bid coming into this market.
Yes,
I don't want this taking out
11.75
here. So let's not going to add unless we're back underneath VWAP, and let this one calm down a little bit. Amazon looking good, but Mara showing a little bit of strength here. His Bitcoin's at 82.6. We're still under 83,000, so that's good. Oh, watch out for Tesla. I just looked up, realized Tesla's really close to that 252 that we're eyeballing, and that's a strong looking chart. Yeah, this one, that's a double bottom, higher low into a top break for Tesla. It's going to have to do something profound at that 52 to look like much of a short, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's I've sort of canceled some of the shorts. So the TQs does run upside right there through 20s. So we get stopped out. We put a little bit more. We put a little bit back on. But realistically now, you're right at the 50-period moving average. So that's kind of what we wanted to. We wanted to stop out if it really got above VWAP. But maybe you're having a little bit of problem now. I don't know. It's a nice battle back for the market. That is for sure. One thing that we got. So stop. So that's a fail on that first short. CoreWeave went to $36, man. So that was $1. That was well, we were only short at 40. So that was $1.40.
Watch out for 32.
32.
That was so what happened on when it broke the IPO price for the tap on Friday.
Right.
It instantly priced at 32 for the tap. It went from 40 straight to 32,
Look at that trade.
39, then back to 32. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, well that's going to be a significant level. If it ever gets down there. No, I'm just looking for the reload here again in Mara. We didn't get all in. I think it's a good thing because it's on the way up. It was all red down, and it's been 3 straight green candles on the 3-minute. So now that you're losing VWAP, we'll look for it to close on a VWAP, add one more time. Amazon did not get a fill reload on Amazon, oddly enough. Amazon can't seem to break 186. Right now. So Amazon not really giving us anything in VWAP. VWAP's at 186.5, and I haven't got any fills above 186. But the short's starting to come right back in for us here. Yeah, Amazon looks like it wants that low of the day.
All right. I mean, we get stopped out at the top, but we still hold. So we actually 40% back in. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening right there as we do hold and it does come back in. It's still not the greatest short. We'd like this to really come back in. I mean, some of our first fills were here in the 60s, right? And so, we're still in the short there. We talked about that CoreWeave move. So let's just keep shorting pops is what I believe to be accurate right now. Okay, just quickly, let's just have a quick look at Tesla. So Tesla 250 right there, right? And so Neil just talked about that coming through. Again, I know you were on Palantir earlier. Let me just check what's happening with NVIDIA, and then we'll go over to Adara. So NVIDIA, nice little 105 and change pop right there. So so far so good there for NVIDIA. A lot of these names holding the lows. So all right. Futures might be a problem. Remember, we just covered some there. We're still going to wait for 54.80 up here where the 200 period is. That's generally a spot that we like to get short. So if that happens, we're going to be sitting there and taking a few more shares short here in the market. And then IBIT as well, back up to 47 right now for IBIT is going to be an area for us. So we'll short that again and looking to get out if it does break. But pretty up and down early, right? Almost a complete V-shaped recovery there in the futures. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara and find out what she's up to.
I'm actually seeing a lot of these small cap movers here on watch on the scanner here. SBSW, MLGO, NVTS, HUT, EH, all really strong here. Let's talk here about this market. Nice bounce here in the S&P 500, now down only 1%. NASDAQ, though, still down almost 2% despite this push to the upside. It's worth noting here, the S&P 500 is poised for its worst monthly return since September 2022. Then we had the NASDAQ apparently hitting its lowest levels since mid-September 2024. So lots of weakness still that we're trying to bounce. CRWV bouncing nicely off the low of 36, almost on the dot. This is the second day that CoreWeave is publicly traded following its IPO that came through on Friday. Then we have a lot of weakness here in some of these healthcare names, particularly Moderna and Novavax. We had Peter Marks resigning here from his position in the FDA. He oversaw a lot of these vaccines, and now there's some worry about approval. Last but not least, CELH. This one got an upgrade this morning. Actually, near day's highs, a lot of names very far from that point. So keep an eye on CELH potentially. Continuing to the upside. Back to you.
Yeah, Celsius looking incredibly strong. Remember, and that's a hefty squeeze name as well. 19% short float. There's been a lot of people looking for that one to break out. We'll go to a daily chart on it later. I'm looking for a dip on CELH after it broke that high from last week. But at this point, we're getting into VWAP here on Amazon. Want to reload on a fail of VWAP, and a similar thing for Mara. So we're pressing into it right now. But CELH is dipping. Thank you so much, Randy. Appreciate you. Oh, you got to be kidding me. All right, so while we're eyeballing Amazon, still have it up. It's getting to VWAP right now. Looks like that chance at the dip in CLH could have just come and potentially gone. All right, we'll just focus on them shorts. So we're still pulling into VWAP on Amazon. Similar thing happening, but we've already gotten the fills in Mara. Got the topping tail candle at VWAP, shorted it back in here at 62. If we break the local high, I'll jump out. I want to have a quick trigger. If we get wicked out, I want to be back in if we immediately fail VWAP. The initial short, good. Now we're on the salvo number 2, and it's looking obviously a little bit stronger. Market's still down 1.7%, and you can stay on trend with them trying to stop out at this lower high. The key is, can you get back in if they do try to run some of those stops? So CELH going. Gold is actually making a bit of a recovery, so it looks like that was a good opportunity to buy the lows. It just didn't fill the gap in that GLD. That's the only problem.
IBIT makes that move again. Oh, thanks, Randy. IBIT made that move again off 47, so we wrote down 47.50 to 48 for IBIT, so yeah, good covers. We got stopped out there. We went a little bit short, got a little bit out, and then we took some more at 47, then got stopped out right there for 2 cents. So pretty okay with it. I do think that some of these tops maybe just got ran a little bit there. So we are going to, we're short more here on the futures. I just got back into this IBIT trade only because now we have this top. So let's just see if that top did get run. And if it did, fine. Let's see if it runs us one more time. 47, that exact top was 10s. So I'm not going to mess around with that. So 47, if we break that level, let's just get out. We're back into IBIT right now, looking for a little bit more, especially if we get back into the mid 47s, 47.05, something like that. We'll double up our position, and then we'll just see for the push down, because it's a nice move back to VWAP. I mean, that's what VWAP's there for. Volume weighted average price. It's like an indicator that we'll use to go over under with. So right now the futures do come right back up to it, hit it, then fade out, right? I mean, we got stopped out when it broke through the 200 period here on IBIT, right there, the 50 period on the market, and then we just took another short rate in there. So now it's trying to come back a bit. We're only short here at 27s. Looks like we just bounced off VWAP, so let's put a bid there at 54.20, which, it's coming back in, so we'll put something there, get a little bit out if it does fall, and then realistically, this 54 looks like a good out, so we're already waiting there. Maybe we get that, and then down lower is where we look now for
everything.
The futures. Yeah, everything. I mean, everything retraced. No, but it's true. Like, everything retraced back up. So if you like the short, it's a reload spot. And if it goes against you again, then maybe you think, I'm not thinking long, but
no. The only minor concern would be, like, at least from the low at 940, I don't know, like 947, 940, whatever the heck that is, you're still making higher highs on a 3-minute anyways. You're making higher lows and higher highs, but that just means then just every single time until we break back above VWAP, at least for Amazon here, I want to short it at better prices each time. If it's going to do that little bit of a churn, Mara has suddenly just, like, it's going sideways off VWAP, which is good. It's no longer going up. But all these wicks above VWAP, you're holding on a line. So that gets pretty easy. Like, if it breaks the top out, if it breaks down, start taking some profit. And CELH, this is, I guess, like at the 36 now. So remember, looking for a fail break of 36, dip by, that's trending up into VWAP. So you have at least some strength going over in CELH. I just don't believe in this long right now. So I'm going back on over. We had Palantir once, but we just make sure. Every time I type in Palantir, it's like, don't do NY, don't do NY. So I made sure I got it right this time. This is looking real strong. We shorted that one under VWAP, and unlike the other two we're in, it's trending higher. This looks distinctly different for almost everything I'm looking at, but it has yet to get into, it's not even close to Friday's lows, like support turning into resistance. So give this one some time. Like, either this reverts trend in a big way, or it's got another $2 before it even sniffs Friday's lows to short off of that level. So Palantir, we're going to leave that one be at least a little bit here and keep working with Amazon and Mara. MLGO, incredibly strong, everybody. But remember,
MLGO, yeah.
Just try to remember, it's up 36% or big day, of course. Look at the pullbacks it did on Friday, like 19.5 to 15, and then 20 to 17. Like, it's very capable of taking your profit away really quickly. Always want to make sure you bank on things like this.
Here's a smart man right here. What's up, Willis Addison? Bought the dip. Now is sending his mom some flowers. So that's what it's all about right there. So yeah, that's a win. We always say that, man. Take your profits and buy something nice, and especially if it's for somebody else. So what's up to Willis Addison? Good job on that one. The market's tough enough. Mom, I bought the dips. Buy 547s. Flowers on the way. So there it is. What's up, Willis? Great job there, making me think that I should send something to my mom's as well. But there it is. Okay, so just for CoreWeave, it's nice to have one winning trade, right? So there goes CoreWeave right there to the downside. We're pretty much out of everything now. Actually, I say that, but we still have 20%. So we'll wait on that. IBIT continues to move higher. There it is. Stop out finally at the high of the day. We wanted to wait for that. So there goes Bitcoin. Congratulations. Nice move up there for Bitcoin, and a great move for the market as we've retraced higher. So we're just, again, these were the levels that we sort of wanted to, oh no. What am I talking about? That's IBIT. We didn't even write down any levels for the TQQs on here. But we were looking at the 200 period. That's always what we try to do. So that's 54.80. We said we had a bigger order sitting up here at 54.80. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to see if we can get that short back in. We've been getting short, so again, short there and out at VWAP. But now you're really starting to extend out. I mean,
I'm out. We broke VWAP on Amazon. You've broken out of the consolidation on Mara. So at this point, you got to go back to the highs. Like, it was working underneath, but now you're, like you said, higher highs, higher lows on the way through. You're going to have to wait for a re-entry point. And that either means pull back into pre-market lows, 188, get back underneath VWAP, and look for a trend reversal. Mara was a little bit more gentle in that last little push, but you saw it go sideways off this level here at 1160. 61, 62, right at VWAP. But now you're continuing that trend up. I'm just going to slap. We have 2 points for the trend line now. I'd like it to be 3 ideally off those lows, and then look for a reversion trade. Not much happening on Tesla yet. And then it was CELH. We're looking for a long, actually, in CLH off of VWAP. But I'm going to eyeball both of those trades. Either Mara breaks the trend here, gets under VWAP, we'll jump back into the short, or Amazon. Just looking to get back in on weakness under VWAP, or pre-market lows was this 188 level that broke down. You're so far away from 90, I feel like that's an improbability that we'll get that short. But that was the original level that we liked on Amazon, was an over-under at the 190. I've seen a lot of people talk about ARM. The only problem with ARM, and a lot of times on a day like today, you might be thinking about ARM for a potential trade. Its volume is still relatively weak, and I just don't like the way that it's been trading recently. So I'm staying away from it, but I'll tell you, on my personal account, I got a stink bid on ARM. We mentioned that after it broke down after that low, I'm stink bidding this one in front of $90, looking to pick it up in the long term. I thought maybe outside chance we get it today, but not looking like it with the market bouncing back.
No, that is for sure. Okay, so right now, obviously, both of us not having too much success here going short on anything, but we'll wait. I mean, you have that idea. It comes through, and that's that. We'll see if we can have some winners on for you. I mean, the only winner that I've had on so far today, although we had some early wins, but have given it back on the stock, like IBIT, we're now red on, obviously, as that goes to the upside. We're red on the TQs, but we're just like we're waiting for this trade. I mean, when you're trading the futures, it's never really the story until it's completely closed. And right now, we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with the futures. And then, of course, the big trade. I believe this is going to be my only green name here is CoreWeave, and that's been a nice move to the downside. So that's going to be a good one. So far, so good on that. We're still checking in on our JP Morgan. I mean, we didn't do anything good there at the top for JPM. I mean, we bought this name at 232. It went all the way to 250. Not even 254, I don't think, for JP Morgan. Oh, it did go 254. That was the top, right? So all the way to 254, then just straight downside. But you're kind of coming in. So this is giving me a little bit of, peace of mind at least. 237 looks like it might be a good low for JP Morgan. That's exactly where we bounced today. So if you're going to look back and say, like, maybe there were some levels there back 10 days ago on the 21st is kind of where we got this party started to the upside for JP Morgan. And if you just look to see where we are today, there's 237 again. So maybe the $3, I mean, I guess it's $3. Yeah, 237.30 up to 24. Yeah. So that $3 move back up to the upside there, you know, we can play off of JP Morgan if it does come back in. Now, it doesn't hit that exact low. It's 236.50 or so. But if this comes back to 237 there today, you know, that could be a long, definitely that we could get behind, you know. But right now, the futures are trying to hold this level. So I don't know, like we just had a nice move back into the 40s again for the TQs, getting us close to flat. Don't want to take anything flat, but we should have, you know, I was up here at 54.85s. Now we're at 54.80s, so the 200 period, like we almost got to fill. Let's try to be patient and not run a little bit lower here because like you guys have seen with my trades, Neil's trades, all of our trades here today, it's been a rough morning. So let's just let it settle down and then we'll go from there. So, all right, so that's what I'm doing, waiting for a little bit more short on the TQs. I don't want to be stubborn here. It's a nice bounce back. The NASDAQ is still down. The ES is down 0.8. I still feeling short, still underneath. That's the 200 period right there. I like the stock. The trend still seems to be down on the futures. We could check out what's going on. You mentioned that gold was coming back a little bit. So that would be something. Yeah, so yeah, it's still okay. Well, it's still up now, but now there's the bounce back. So if there's going to be a flight now to gold, I mean, maybe people will start getting nervous about equity again, which should hopefully bring down the futures. And I say hope. I mean, I don't want them to go down. But there's CoreWeave again, another out at 36.90. Maybe we get this fill again. Let's put a bid now at 36.20 and see if CoreWeave will really work for us.
So you're getting a test of the trend here, at least on Mara, from what I can tell. So jumped out. You know, we went 1 for 2 on Mara, but the second one, it didn't get any profit takes on. But you're getting a topping tail to the pre-market low. If we can close underneath the trend, I'd look for the reversal there. Essentially just looking for the same thing on Amazon. Higher lows being put in, higher highs. It needs to break trend. I mean, this is still, it's down 3%. You're under pre-market lows. You're underneath resistance at 190 on Amazon, which we talked about on the daily. Like, it's still presenting like a pretty solid short underneath that support. And that, along with, I mean, Tesla's another example. Here, I'll show you guys the black chart for Tesla. Tesla right at that 252 level and trying to break trend. But I'm sticking with the two names that we liked first, which is Amazon and Mara. I don't want to get too far away from those bad boys. And there's a lot of, might take a lot of patience because you could stair step it all the way and not reverse until 188, or you could reverse it right here under VWAP. And I'm going to be in one of these two, the first one to make that kind of reverse of that trend, and we're going to jump back into it to the south side. I'm not giving up. We're 0.5% from that bottom. We were like 2% down on the NASDAQ. We're now 1.5% down on the NASDAQ. So we've traveled, but we haven't come that far to give up the notion of the short, for me at least. Let's go to Adara.
Let's keep an eye here in PCVX. This is actually not a small cap gapper. It is about a $4.2 billion company, down about 50%, but bouncing nicely off the lows. This morning, they provided some updates here on their pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. Clearly not well received here by the market. So PCVX, very much to the downside, but trying to bounce off of that $30 low. Back to you.
We are going to see volatility through Thursday. That is for sure. I'm going to see volatility for a while. Thanks, Darren, everybody there in the chat for that. All right, Rivian. Tesla's been relatively strong. I mean, well, we'll look at Tesla in a minute, but Rivian, man, up, now only down 1%, but yeah, 1170 to 1235, like good for you, Rivian. I mean, that's a really solid move. You know, looking to see maybe why or where we could have bought that. I don't know. I mean, again, you know, like just trying to cherry pick some levels. You know, we had that gap fill from 1150 to 12 that one day. So that, you know, looked like it tried to fill that and got rejected. So now if you're going to look at the top side, I was going to say, you know, this 1270 or so could be an area there for RIVN if you're looking to get something out. If you have bought and picked that, but that could be another level. You know, also coming into 1250, you want to look at some of those levels. But if you're here for the long long term. You're here for the long term, and maybe Rivian, you are thinking, is that home run? I don't know. Right there, 248.50. Again, great level there. We wrote down 253 for Tesla. Unfortunately, we weren't there when that was happening, but it does go as high as 252. Now with the Fade City is right on. Rack City, Rack City, yo. Right here with the TQs. We'll see what winds up happening now as that's starting to come back in. We take one fill at 30s. Now we'll see if we can get something a little bit lower than that. I mean, with VWAP at 20, we might as well put something down there at 20. I'm about 5%. We're hoping for a move, right? So we're hoping for a move down. Like I said, obviously, you guys have been watching us. A little bit of a rough morning holding on to these shorts. We'll see if we can get back into them, though. And I'm still holding on to TQs. So maybe this goes, maybe it doesn't. Meta was a name that retraced all the way, man. It's 560 now. That's bad. Like we were just had a huge move. You want to talk about, look at this chart on Meta. You're actually not going to see too much more of a better rejection than this. Like it goes right to the 50 period. So we went from 577, everybody thought they missed it, all the way up to 650, right? I mean, I thought I missed it. And then it goes boom, straight back down, just like so fast, straight back down into the downside. So if you're looking to pick up Meta, like this name, if you like it, this is the level. I don't want to do anything now, but this is like, if you've been thinking about Meta, this is a good level. Like we are just down right there. That's 650. Let's just say 647 to 560, like $80 in 3 days for Meta, just filling the gap, coming right back in. And again, like this should not be really too many tariff-related issues here. The only consumer product that they're selling are those glasses and the Oculus, and they're not even a big revenue part for them. So, yeah, man, again, more worries coming in. Oh, boy, Neil, here we go, man. We get it on the TQs. We're still staying strong with these shorts, man, and, you know, that's why I tried to talk it up to you guys. We're looking for more shares short. We got it. Let's get to the downside now. CoreWeave goes right back into that club. You know, the club that we like, the dollar club right there. So there goes CoreWeave right back into 50s, man. At least we've got this one here today for you. What's up with you now?
I just got back into, well, we got ourselves back into MARA, and Amazon just breaking the trend as we speak. I'm going to start with this one because it's about to set up right now. 187, can't make it up. It just curled at 187 on an absolute line and finally breaking the trend underneath VWAP. Want to see it close. If it doesn't close under VWAP, then the short's at 187. If it does close this bar breaking the trend, then I want to short it right at or just underneath VWAP, and we'll see which one we're able to grab. Knocking on wood here. Mara also breaking trend. It's above VWAP, but underneath that pre-market low, which was at 1180 or so. So we got back into this at 74. Actually would like to be able to add to this in the mid-70s and giving it to the prior bar high. Let's see if we can't get back into the bottom. These are the two we waited for. Got back into Mara, and we're really close to getting in on AMZN. Jay Dawson, haven't given up on CELH Celsius. They caught an upgrade, and they're battling the 36 level, so it's failing the 36 break, but it's not really pulling back. So it's gone over 36 multiple times without actually continuing this breakout, but there hasn't been a pullback on trend to be able to get you back into VWAP here. So I'm not jumping in at the high. I said I would not take this one as a break of that high of the day. I wanted to buy a dip if we're going to get it at all in CELH. Let's go, I believe, to the small cap recap. Midday.
Here is the IWM, the Russell 2000, and this one basically looking pretty similar to what we saw with the rest of the market. We drop here off the open, then we pop nicely off the lows, a little bit of a bottoming tail candle in the case of the Russell 2000, and then we start to reject again once we get to that consolidation low area pre-market. So let's see here if IWM can turn green. As of right now, still down about 1.5%. MLGO here has really been one of the superstar small caps as of late. Micro Algo here, no new catalyst on this one. Wimmy Hologram Cloud did get some more shares of this company and increased their stake as of Thursday, but nothing new since then. MLGO, though, does have a 4.7 million share float, and of that float, roughly 40% is sold short. Then here we have ICCT, no news on iCore Connect. This one is another one that's run pretty frequently in the past. Penny stock trading around 60 cents with a float of about 1 million shares. Last but not least, this one, another notable float, Newton Golf Company, NWT TG. Anyways, it's worth noting here with Newton that they have, from what I was seeing, a 51,000 share float, so very small float, announcing here their results for fiscal 2024 and Q4 2024. Those results were quite positive, guys. Back to you.
Newton Golf.
We've been look, man. We got a big one on right here. I don't know if it's going to crash or not, but the futures. Let's just go. Like, we can get back. We can get this back. Well, we have already gotten it, but here. Okay. There it is, right back down in again. So there it is. There's the fill at the 50-period moving average. We're still here, man. It's $1 for CRWV. It's 40 handles. Let's see if we can get a little bit more, though, of course, on this futures play. And we'll wait to see where we can go. I am bidding nothing right now. So get down, says Sharif. 53.80. We like that one. So let's go again. Let's go. Thank you. Come again to the downside right here. 53.85s, man. Hopefully there's some traders in the building and we can see if this market will go back down into the gates of hell one more time. But I don't know, man. We're starting to cover. So we're actually now out of, I would say, about 35% of this trade right there. So, stopped out there, turned us red on the name. But again, the futures, we stay with it. We stay with that theory of the market collapsing, and we'll wait to see if that is the case. Bouncing off 54, I'm not super worried about this as a psychological level. I'm just looking here that it's the 50-period moving average. So the fact that the futures bounced off 19,000, to me, that would be a much closer psychological level than 1908. So we'll see if we want to fall. We are bidding we're bidding 93s right now, actually. So there's the fill at 93, man. Oh boy, Neil, here we go, man. Now we're finally starting to get back into the swing of things as the market going back in. So good thing we stayed with our shorts right there, and let's see where we can go from here. Oh, what I wanted to look at, though, before I throw back to you, was just like, I was looking at my own quote board right here. Look at this. The only names that I have about 30 names on here. The only ones that are positive, and of course it's going to be very, very heavily weighted to tech names, as that's what I look at primarily. XOM, Oxy, Apple, Texas Instruments, the only names
Texas
green
Instruments.
Today.
Well, that one doesn't make.
Yeah, exactly. So TXN green, and then we have not too bad there. IBIT trying to hold forward as well. Only now down 1% for IBIT. Uber, Starbucks, JP Morgan, all with that 1%. Let's go flip over to the other side of things. Now we have Mara down 7%, right? So, which is interesting. Obviously, it's making more moves than crypto itself. Tesla down 6% as well. The NASDAQ down, that's the NASDAQ, but that's down 2%. Go NASDAQ. Here we go, baby. Shopify, welcome to the world of NASDAQ as well. Down 6%. NVIDIA down 5%. Affirm down 5%. Donkey down 4.5%. Broadcom down 5%. Palantir down 4%. And man, oh man, has it been a little bit of a topsy-turvy day with the NASDAQ now starting to give it up just a little bit, trying to make that move back in. So yeah, man, pretty nice day overall today if you've been short, but the longs have had opportunities as well. So shout out to everybody that's kind of back and forth here today. Thanks for being with us. Hit that like, hit the subscribe. We're here every single day.
Absolutely, and guess who's back, everybody? It is Trade the Pool, because we all know the saying, big opportunity comes with big risk. But what if that wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Shout out to them. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. And shout out to Trade the Pool. So we didn't get the reversion we wanted. We got the reversion that happened. Well, we got Mara and we got Intel as they both broke trend. We did not get Amazon. I almost said AMD. I'm going to get a couple of covers in front of VWAP on Intel, but Amazon did elude us as that broke trend, did not get filled, and you're headed right back into the low. So a bit of a miss on a swing and miss, trying to grab that break in the trend. Mara did, went to add to it, haven't been able to get it, but the higher low right here at 1157.58 This was where it bounced and had that big consolidation, which took us out eventually. So third time in, if we bounce off that level again, I want to be able to jump out and then short off of those highs. So for now, so far so good, getting back into some of those shorts, but I did not get Amazon, unfortunately. So these two working, but Amazon's going to be the one that'll end up haunting me. Tesla loses a bit, everybody. So I think Tesla loses a bit. It also did a reversion right back to these lows. I think anything that holds under VWAP at this point, going to consider that short trade. And the only thing I was looking long, CLH, first time today, trying to pull back into VWAP. So if it can do what it's done before, either just go sideways off VWAP or dip, short-term downtrend breaks, then I think Celsius still looks okay for a long trade at 6%. But on the way down, got to show patience. Just like you're patient on the way up for reversion, you want to do the same thing to the downside on something like a CELH. So I'm on the bid now in front of VWAP on Intel, and I don't know if we're going to be able to get that Amazon, but I'm not taking this one off my fourth chart. I'm leaving it up. Got to make sure we can find ourselves a trade here because I believe Amazon's a short, possibly for multiple days underneath this 190 level. It's just like Sean said with Meta. You know, everyone's like, oh yeah, you could have had this bid. Well, the bid's gone now, and all that's left on Amazon is this August low, which, I mean, that feels like one of those load 'em up levels, but that's the thing about a load 'em up level. It never quite feels that way when it gets there. It just looks like it before it does.
All right. I'm just sorting. I'm actually looking at my broker account. I want to figure out what my most profitable stock is this month. Okay, because we're just putting some more damage on the board right now as we go back into the gates of hell. There's CoreWeave. CoreWeave was the number one stock on Friday, and there it goes again today. It will be number one today as well. So there goes CoreWeave, man. Back-to-back number ones here on the show, CoreWeave. And again, that's what we do, man. As a prop floor, we trade names that are moving around. So CoreWeave, number one P&L on Friday, number one P&L again here today, CoreWeave. So, I mean, I'm glad we're trading it. Obviously, as I look at my numbers, we'll be up on that, but that's only one day. I'm really just trying to find out what's going on with me and the futures. I know it's going to be number one. I just wanted to figure out how much it is because, you know, we get stopped out and I'm like, oh man, and then things happen. So it's like just being patient. I'm going to go back and definitely have some looks on all of that to figure that out. What's up, Erie Pages? Yeah, if you're making $2,000 every day, then you're making $2,000 more than pretty much everybody around here. That's a great day. Like $2,000 a day? Like, come on. You know, I don't know if you're saying that about Neil or myself or you or whatever, but if you're able to do that, I was just saying, like, try to stay humble. That's a great income no matter what economy you're in, I feel like. Anyways, everyone's going to have different ideas of what they need to make and all that, but like, don't get... If anyone's making, you have to think about it. Like I've already talked about day trading as a job. I definitely do not recommend it, but as a hobby and as something on the side, great. So that's where if it's your full-time job, $2,000 a day, you know, holler at that. That is fantastic. 280 trading days in the month, right? So if you can do that, if you made $1,000 a day, you know, you're at $500,000 or plus with $2,000. So great job there.
Where you live and your
that's what I'm saying. Everyone's going to have different expenses.
Well, I remember when we opened our office and we were told to open it somewhere else, and we're like, we didn't want to move there. But then you did the math, and it's like it probably would have made a heck of a lot of sense because at the end of the day, everyone is going to be different. Like you could live in one place in Canada and you make a couple $100 a day, and you'll be absolutely laughing if you live far enough up north. But at the end of the day, everyone just has to trade their plan of action. That's what it comes down to. Worry about that first, and then make good decisions, and the rest is going to come. As the market's bouncing upside here, just shift back into the market because we're bouncing. Like I said, I want to add tomorrow if we can get back into that high, and I want to get over to Intel. Like I said, took some profit out in front of VWAP. You're trending back up. If we break that high, I'm out. Do not want to let it make a fresh high. I just realized I didn't have a stop on Intel. I'm going to rectify that. Well, you know what? You're supposed to put stop orders in. I'm supposed to. I use stop orders. Well, I use them. I just realized I actually didn't hit enter on it. So I have a stop in. If it makes a fresh high of the day, I'm going to be out. And then, like I said, the only long I've been looking at has been Celsius, and it's doing a little bit of a curl here. So if it closes, this will be on trend, but not from the low, from VWAP. So if you look at it, it's holding trend like barely. here on Celsius. Just wanted to close showing a little bit more strength, and then we'll take the long, give it to VWAP and see if it shows continuation. Why do we like Celsius long? Well, A, it's up when the market's down. B, this breakout from last week's highs at 35.60, which is where we're at right now. So it's at that breakout price. Obviously, 19% short float means it can go, and you got to break out tops for shorts to actually care. And the 200 periods right here as well for Celsius. I wanted to close above this next bar above that 35.6, and then look for the long. First long I'll have. Knock on wood, because now that I say that, it's going to end up closing underneath this trend line, and I won't get it.
All right, did I hear a call for Adara? No, okay, no, that's okay.
Maybe.
Oh, I did. Okay,
Possibly.
good. All right, then let's go. Okay, so first of all, before we go over there, just real quick, man, we just got out some more TQs there at 80s, and then again at 54 as we try to break a little bit higher. And yeah, TQQ's my #1 stock this month right now. And, you know, I'm proud to tell you everything that obviously I've been showing you this month has resulted in myself being green. I hope that you guys are like that there as we try to just give it to you as we trade. So we don't show our statements, but you can always ask us what it's looking like. And yeah, so far so good. One of my better months happening right now in March. So congratulations if you're having it as well. It's been a little bit of a violent one, that's for sure. We'll look to see if we can do even better though in April as we get not stopped out. We took some outs there on the TQs. Stop out is not until up here. We're going to stay short as we've now gotten out of about 60% of the trade, so we're like to have gotten out more on the south side. We'll see if we can do that. All right, Adara, it's 10:33. What's up?
Not only do we have crypto, I also want to mention here Apple. So AAPL and Watch, Ming-Chi Kuo, who's a noted supply chain analyst, recently opining quite a lot on Apple, said that this report that Apple's looking to buy $1 billion worth of NVIDIA's GB300. Ming-Chi Kuo said that if this is true, it's actually not likely to move the needle for Apple. Why? Because he said the scale of the order is way too small, especially compared to reported purchases by Meta. And then also he said that because the GB300 mass shipments aren't going to start till the second half of 2026, it's going to be way far down the line. And the groups that Apple's reportedly working with, Dell and Supermicro, are not top-tier assemblers. So basically saying that Apple, even if it is getting these NVIDIA GB300s, might not necessarily be positively impacted by that purchase. So keep an eye on AAPL. But also, it's always worth talking here about crypto. Here is BTC. This is a 15-minute chart for BTC, bouncing nicely here off these lows. A little bit of a double bottom here on that 81,250 level. Right now, though, rejecting this area just above 83.5. Let's take a look at the daily chart for comparison. Looking to break this 3-day losing streak, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all red for BTC. Let's see if they're able to turn things around. Keep an eye here on some other names. Ethereum up about 1.3% right now above that 1800 level. XRP down about 1.33%. Solana actually up 2%. Doge down about 1.33%. Cardano down almost 2%. So really mixed performance here across all of these crypto names, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. So it looks like it was right to get out of VWAP on Intel. We took 2/3 out VWAP. It just broke prior bar high. That's always going to be, if it's a mean reversion trade, which it was in this particular case. So there's your mean revert. It closes under. Actually didn't get it to the second bar, but it doesn't really matter. Give it to the prior bar high. Once it breaks out, wait for the next opportunity. That's either going to be double top. Technically, you call it a triple top if you want.
All right,
the other thing you're remembering is this is maybe 10 cents from now, a triple bottom from Friday on Intel at 2260. So either one of those levels is going to work for me to re-engage that short. Got to be able to get out when the getting is good, and that'll be the same thing if we break the pre-market low or prior pre-market low on MAR. That's 11.8. I got in 74s, looking to add to it underneath that bottom and see if we can't get back into the downside. Market's still having a bit of an inside day, but you haven't broken, like you haven't even tested the highs on the NASDAQ just yet, so there's a lot of room to be able to get in here for sure. Celsius hasn't shown much strength on the way back sideways. It gets right at that prior level on the daily without showing a heck of a lot of strength just yet. So if we can break this little consolidation, I'm still looking long on this. It's but the only, like I said, it's the only name I'm really looking for a long. Just wanted to break out this trend, and then we can get back into or get into it for the first time here on CELH Celsius, the big short float name.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, although it's been a little bit of a rough day here, as you guys can see, we do want you to scan that QR code below. That is for sure to start your journey with e-signal. Get that going ASAP. It's e-signal. 1 month free. All the data, all the best markets, any market you want to trade actually is all entitlement based. So you can get over there, join the fun with e-signal, and make sure you do it daily. Check in with them because you never know, overnight you had Japan down 4+%, right? Leading into what's happening there today. Back check, back test, anything you want, man. Raw, as you just saw right there, a wide array of tools available for e-signal. Connect over 50 plus brokers and join the e-signal revolution today. And you can do it for free by scanning that QR code. Trade smarter, not harder. So, yeah, man. Look, I've only traded 3 names today, and they haven't been super great. But what we're doing right now is battling the hell back. And I mean, right now, we just took another short right there on the futures. We let it go all the way back up. But now, because it's not that it's getting too late, it's only 10:40, but at the end of the day, trying to scalp out and salvage this day. I know it's like, again, we can all see the numbers. We can all see the trades that Neil and I have been put on. Obviously, it hasn't been a huge day. But at the end of the day, all this name has to do now is get back about back here to 54.10 or so, and we'll be up on the Qs. We already have, we have a monster trade here in CoreWeave. We talked about that earlier as well. This is still $1 in the money. Then the only other trade that we made on today was IBIT, and I feel pretty good about getting out of that. So, we're able to sort of hold our losses a little tighter to our chest. So we're happy with that. Okay, here we go. But now here comes the TQs, man. We are battling all the way back, man. This is going to be a big, hopefully, knock on wood, a big rebound here for the shorts. Let's see if we can keep it going now. Today's day is still fine. Obviously, we're right where we need to be. We're not where we were early. We were up about a day that we were looking to make. Now we're down about a day. So, kind of up and down, and this is what we do. That's why I just wanted to look. Sometimes you got to figure out what the day is and relate it to the rest of your month and things like that. So, as I just said, man, good month here. It's been tough. It's been tough to find winners, especially if you're looking short today because of where the market is. You had the initial move, then you had one other move right here, and maybe we have one now, but starting to feel like things are switching a little bit here, right? I mean, the market, is Tesla above 250 again? No. So, okay, so that's still holding out. And then NVIDIA, I don't think that's getting, okay. Everything's just where you kind of expect it to be. Like, I'm hoping for something to really move here, which is why we just go back to the futures. Yeah, we talked about this, man. By far, this is by far my #1 stock this month. And we've really been trading it really well. So let's just see if we can get a little bit lower right now for this. CoreWeave still continues to go. It's Sector Watch. It's Adara.
We're also going to talk here about some news first. So we do have apparently some comments coming up from Chinese state media. China. Wait, what? Sorry about that, guys. China, Japan, and South Korea, according to Chinese state media, have apparently reached a consensus that all 3 sides will jointly respond to the U.S. tariffs. So apparently a coalition here, according to Chinese state media, between China, Japan, and South Korea to respond to these tariffs coming from the U.S. Speaking of tariffs, Fitch ratings agency also saying that U.S. tariffs are going to be having a negative, uneven credit impact on some of these global automakers. Let's take a look here at the market. So lots of weakness, especially if you're talking big tech. Apple relatively flat today, but NVIDIA and Broadcom nicely right here in electronic technology. Microsoft, Meta, Netflix, all to the downside in tech services. Retail trade very strong with the notable exception of Amazon at about 4%, and consumer durables here being dragged to the downside by TSLA. Also some weakness in health technology, consumer services with the notable exception of McDonald's, producer manufacturing, and finance. Now, energy minerals having some nice strength here. XOM, CVX, COP all to the upside. Communications pretty green here across the board. Health services, UNH up about 1%, and consumer non-durables to the upside. Utilities as well, with the exception of CEG. CEG is worth noting too because of its role in data centers. It's actually closely traded to some of these AI plays as well. So if they're at the downside, looks like CEG is as well. But generally, if you're not looking at tech, you might be able to find some strength in this market, guys. Back to you.
Up for Moderna. You might not be able to find it in MRNA, but shout out to I just had it up. Where'd it go, Fabian? Shout out to Fabian, who I just lost my chat. I'll get it up in a quick little second because we have a poll up, not a poll, we have a question in the chat. What would you like to see from the show? Remember, it is only a subscriber's chat. So if you want to answer, if you want to jump in, ask questions, hey, this stock is moving, what's going on over here? Or do you see a setup on this? Or what are your thoughts on this particular play? You have to be in the chat to be able to do that, and you've got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. I just jumped back into, I'm already in Mara, but we jumped back into it a second time off of this 1180 high. And Amazon is now holding, it might break this trend to the upside. We'll see. I mean, it's actually riding trend since the pre-market. There was one break. I got out when it broke VWAP, but then confirmed these lower highs. So it's a bit of a pressure point here for Amazon, which I'm still favoring to the south side. No questions asked. I want to favor the short here, but it needs to close this and start breaking lower. We did get Mara back in. Watching over, we're at 83, but Mara did another topping tail off that 1175. So jumped in, wanted to VWAP, and then we'll work on, if it breaks this 1155, I think it's floodgates that open up on Mara. Remember, on a higher time frame, I'm still reminded, why is this still on Amazon? Not sure why. Hit enter again. Looks like it doesn't want to show it. Mara, which I'm just going to have to do this way. Flat bottom break on Mara, and as long as it's underneath 12, I'm favoring shorts.
This goes to show.
That's the idea, everybody. Here's your 12 even. There's your break underneath, and we want that short the whole way through. As long as it's underneath that price, I'm favoring the short. I think there's lots of room into the downside on MARA.
All right, here we go, guys. Yeah, good call there on Moderna. I mean, on our watches, I was like, what down? We got a FDA head leaving there, so stepping down. So thinking that might change the way that they operate over there. All right, so the future just came back in. I was actually bidding 50, I mean, believe it or not, it doesn't really matter, but I was bidding 54.05s. We got as low as 54.07s. Let's see if we can come back in here again for the futures. We're now positive on the TQQ, so we'll go props up for that one. We will go over in just a couple minutes what's for lunch. I'm going to load up that as well. That, I think it's been a pretty successful look here at what's for lunch. You know what, let's just do it right now as well. Maybe the futures will continue to make the move down. All right, on Monday, March 31st, not bad. You might be hearing us say this a lot, but if you are a big fan of chicken dinner winners, then maybe you are a big fan of grilled Greek chicken. Today was, why not, right? With seasoned vegetables and Greek salad on the side with some rice. So that might be okay today for lunch. Grilled Greek chicken, rice, vegetables, and salad. That's what's for lunch. So, all right. There we go, man. That's what's for lunch. I'm going to open this with Google Docs so I can have it for you every single day. We'll do it around this time, what is going down for lunch. Let us know what you guys are having, of course, for lunch there in the chat as well. All right. Look, I'm going to take in another piece right now because, like I said, we had battled all day for this. And, so far, so good. Besides IBIT, we will be positive today. Obviously, we're going to be negative on IBIT. We're going to go 2 for 3 with CoreWeave being a big one, the biggest of big ones right there. And then I still think that the TQs could turn out to be an absolute monster. It's just we're still waiting for this to fall back in there. We did support this short a couple times. It's going to be a big one there. So let's go, man. Hopefully make some more downside moves on the future. So that's really what I've been doing over here. So yeah, we'll be down, but again, going 2 for 3 is fine. I just need this Qs to settle down over here. So I don't know. I know you've been in a few names. How's your day going over there?
Let me just get my charts back up. I just had all my charts
I'll
for a
go.
second time.
What's up, Randy?
It is what it is. Here, you just give me a couple more.
Yeah. All
just give me
good.
my futures charts.
So, Randy, I do see that we do have the electric. It's still not ready yet, though, down there, is it?
It's done now. Picture.
No, but we were missing a part. Oh, no, I parked right beside it. Yeah, okay. So maybe it's about that time to look at that. I still want to get that electric golf. We talked about that. So hopefully, I know. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have to figure something out. No, it's not out yet. Maybe out in Europe. We talked about that when we were out with ICE. The ID4, yeah. There's also the ID7. that's released this year as well. So that's Volkswagen. Let's check out Volkswagen. VWAGY. Right there now. Xiaomi. Ride around in some Chinese. Would I even fit in a Chinese car? All right, down 4% right now is Volkswagen, as that's starting to break lower as well. So there goes Volkswagen to the downside. So yeah, that's not working out too well for them. But Randy, we got a nice bump up in Rivian today. I know you talked a little bit. Well, it's still down 3%. No, but I mean, still considering, right, where this market was today. We had Tesla downside, Rivian up to 1230, now trying to bounce off 12, holding an area there of concern. So we'll see Rivian. And then Tesla hasn't really been too violent today, to be honest with you. Up and down about $5. Started the day there in and around 248, goes down to 243 and change, makes a move back to 253, so 252, $8 top to bottom, and now we're in the middle of the range. So let's wait to see, man. It looks like Tesla's wagging the tail now, because if that can go back up, this market will really, really start to scream, I think, anyways. Tesla and NVIDIA trying to hold the key, and then Apple was the only big tech name. That and TSM were the longs today. Look at Apple. Apple breaking the top right now, so...
All right, there we go.
I have no intel on Intel, no. But yeah, Intel's been...
I can show you.
I think Neil was in that one.
We're into... One time I was into Intel. It's a shot to go green, but this is the kind of what you had to do on the way up. You either had the early shorts on a host of names, and you could just go down the line. You broke bottoms. And I saw a good point in the chat there. Someone was saying it's hard to short when things are at the low at their ATR. So like if you ever at the bottom in a full ATR, you can get follow through, don't get me wrong, but if you don't get that initial pop and fade or that initial breakdown, it's a little trickier on the way up. Intel, as far as I'm concerned, it's still underneath Friday's bottom, so I'm waiting for an entry. Like I want the entries to look like this, like clean in, and then maybe you get some continuation. If it does another break of trend, I'm gonna take another shot at it. And we're still in Mara. This one actually broke-ish the pre-market support level, and then kind of came back in there. So I'm going to take another shot at it. It just bounced off VWAP. If we do another fade like that where you get a wick high, then I'm entering on that kind of a wick top. But then you throw in like NVIDIA, which was a one short under VWAP. Load up, don't crash. There we go. A one short under VWAP on the way back. Okay, well, I wicked out, could have jumped back in for the win, but if I short that same level, you're getting blown out again. But NVIDIA is still under the volume-weighted average price. Like, this looks to me like it's still a short. I just don't like the choppiness that it has. And then I said this, where's my daily here for NVIDIA, and one of the reasons I'm not in it, again, you're basically just hanging on to that low from March 11th, like back and forth, back and forth. So it's not as clean. Mara is... Well, I like Mara, as I said, it's still underneath that big bottom break. But I think it's got a little bit more downside push and more weakness underneath. The longer it holds under this level, the better I think it bodes for this weakness overall. And you throw in the fact that IBIT is showing you a little bit of strength here. Let I load this one up. Like IBIT, look at the strength in IBIT, and then I pull up Mara, and I see relative weakness in Mara. So this is the one that I want to keep reloading until it says otherwise. And it's at 1180, that's the key level here. So trying to get it high 60s, low 70s, maybe mid 70s as well. A scalp to VWAP, reload, rinse and repeat, because I think we can still see that low of the day.
All right. Let's just, okay, here we go. So just looking at the TQs, I was trying to actually short a little bit more up here, so we'll wait to see what is going on. I just see... Okay, let's go over to Adara and go over Money Talks.
Here is the US dollar. This one here, certainly, this is the daily chart, still in that downward move for the most part off of that kind of rounded top situation here. Lower highs, lower lows, but we did get a little bit of a curve here for the US dollar as of late. Now, though, we did have this slight push here last week to start the week, trying to push back to the upside. Gave up pretty much all of that move on Thursday that we had on Wednesday to the upside, now continuing to trip lower. It's really been a little bit consolidative as of late. So let's see if we're able to have a green day and take out yesterday's, or I guess Friday's high, story of 104.5. Currently trading here around 104.25, but bouncing nicely here off these intraday lows of 103.75. It's an incredibly light day when it comes to economic data. We did get this Chicago PMI a little higher than expected at 10:30. Dallas Fed manufacturing lower than expected. Tomorrow we get JOLTS job openings, and on Friday we're going to get NFP, non-farm payrolls. But we're going to take a moment now before we send you back to the guys to thank our friends at ProfitX. Are you looking for unbeatable odds on the biggest games? Switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform, where you set the price. There's no more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. ProfitX, sports playing reimagined. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Back to you.
Shout out to ProfitX. Finally put one on the winning board for that, because I made 2 homer bets on the Jays on opening day because I was going to be at the game, and sometimes it's just a little more fun that way. I'm being real. But then I actually legitimately believed that Michigan State was going to get to. I didn't think they were going to make the Final Four, but we put money on them to at least get to the Elite Eight. Unfortunately, they're looking a little bit weaker. Daniel, just to answer your question in the chat, did I buy anything? I think you asked today. No, in my long term. No. I'm waiting very patiently for the next salvo. I think we have room to go on a lot of names. So I'm waiting until next round of earnings. We already bought this. For me, I already bought this quarter, so all the things that I liked, I picked up. The only exception is I have a stink bid on ARM. That's all. And that's not even close to filling. Knock on wood, that could happen this week. You never really know. So Amazon did break holding the trend upside, or holding this trend, but very, very barely. So I think a press into VWAP is going to have to make sense. And then just going back over to Intel. Intel makes another top and a lower high. So same entry plan as before. And if it breaks this prior top here, we're going to enter or exit the short trade. So you're getting another lower high still underneath this prior support, which is turning into resistance on Intel. So I can pick it up in the 40s, give it into the top, and see if we can't get a VWAP retracement a second time through here on Intel. What else you guys got going on? Love Sales says they bought AMZ at $100 a share today. Well, I can only assume that's in the money for you because everything is bouncing off of these lows. Good luck. I'm not a huge AMD fan, but at the end of the day, its PE is no longer as forward PE, I should say. Its forward PE is starting to look pretty reasonable. So on valuation basis, no longer crazy on AMD. Just not a huge fan of them in the general sense. But, I'm more of an NVIDIA, and I think there's going to be an opportunity next quarter for NVIDIA. If I see an 8 in front of NVIDIA, that's 100% a buy for me.
Yeah, okay, Tony. Yeah, I was wondering, because you asked about the floor being in the back. Yeah, I've already told you this is a tough game. I mean, like I said, we're an open book. You guys can ask us how the month's been, how our days have been, anything like that, and we'll tell you honestly, and then you'll be able to see and be able to tell what's going on, right? It's tough. But you got to stick in your zone and stick in your lane, and that's why we keep talking about trade the pool. We keep talking about real trading. Give it a shot. You don't have to be, you could trade like virtually no shares, or you could trade a lot of shares, or you could trade no shares. You could sit on your hands. You could trade futures. You could trade anything you want, but make sure that at the end of the day, that's why I looked at the account. You want to make sure that where you're trading the right names and the right things and the right attitude and everything, and just keep positive. And and that is why the floor behind us is completely empty. I mean, if it was easier, it would be full. So we also changed a little bit of the way we do things around here as well, as there's more traders now being hired remotely. But at the end of the day, it is a very, very tough game. And those stats, like I said, 95 to 100% of traders that try to do this as a job will wind up failing. So, just remember that, but you found the right spot, and it's about learning and getting better. I mean, if you think about it, if we have 10,000 people watching, those are the 10,000 people that, are going to learn more, hopefully ask us questions. Like we said, that's why we have that there. What would you like to see from the show? Answer that. It's not public with the answers, so it's not like we're getting those questions. We'll review them and see how we could do better for everybody, right? I mean, some of the questions that we had before was, try to trade more of the futures. And so I've done that, and it's actually, I want to thank you guys for that, right? Trade more of the futures, and now all of a sudden this becomes a very, very hot topic around here. And then CRWV, CoreWeave, get into names that are actionable. We broke the low there. This has only had 1 day of trading, but we still kind of follow the same rule. When you break that low, we went short. And that worked out as well. So, I didn't come in today thinking that CoreWeave would be my #1 trade, but it is, and a lot of us don't come in any day with too many expectations other than where do we think the market's going to go, and you try to trade the best and try to trade according to that. So that's all I've been doing here, and it's really been working, focusing on specific styles, specific names, and specific profit targets, and it's been good. Like I just said, I've had probably my best month of the year. I know it's early, but was been March, and I really prefer the volatility. It's not going to be true for everybody around here. Some people might have had a great April, not a great March. Some people might have had back-to-back great months. You never know. That's why it's do yourself. At the end of the day, it's just about looking down and being honest, right? And so far today, like I said, we were green. We lost on IBIT. So what we lost on IBIT is what we're trying to make up on CoreWeave. We'll wind up losing a little bit more on IBIT because of the fact that we had more shares. Wrong stock. On IBIT that we did on CoreWeave. And I'm actually kind of glad that we wound up getting out of there. And then the TQs, like I was mentioning before, we were green on them when it was down here into 54. And we're still fine, looking to reload. We will be red so far on it. But there was a question about why sometimes our price keeps changing. If I get into a position right now, then obviously it will adjust my average price. And it adjusts on the way in and on the way out. So all you can do is look at these and that's why I said, best to always ask us, how many symbols, what we're trading, what we're looking at, how our day's going, because to follow on here, we understand this, we're trying to get better, but it's tough to follow our positions. So I've only been stopped at once of the TQs, and it was right there. And then now short, and back in. So we're going to be fine on this, but I am holding it for low. So hopefully if we get out now, we'll be roughly flat on it, but we're looking for 54 flats on this name, and then that will put a much bigger target on the short, and that's what I think is going to have happen. We get going sometimes on the midday as some of this talk goes, right, with the futures, so let's wait to see.
Well, especially with the fact that, at this point, since the open, the NASDAQ is sort of trending up, but as you keep pointing out, you're still a lot of weakness and down 1.7%. Like if a relief rally at this point doesn't take out the hump, like is it actually going to go? There was a good question in the chat here that I just wanted to, where was it? Oh, there it is, like VWAP setting. So we have like so the big thing for the volume weighted average price, at least when you're looking at it, is when do you start collecting that data, right? Like it's just gonna, like it's a very simplistic indicator, but my data starts at 6 a.m. So if I have some small cap stock up that has done tons of shares in the pre-market and it did a bunch before 6 a.m., then my VWAP might be different from yours. But in a general sense, it'll be exactly the same on any big cap name. And if it's different, then I'm not sure why. But we get that question a lot. And usually any difference in our volume weighted average price here is just when you start the data and when you start counting the bars and start counting volume. Amazon is pressing into volume weighted average price as we speak. Want to see it either fail there or look at 187. That's where I stopped out on Amazon. Well, actually, no, it was 186.75.
What IPO?
And then, we get back to 187. That's where I want to play the resistance. Was there an IPO today?
Apparently. What was that symbol?
Let's go to Adara.
New IPO here, NMAX. This apparently was priced as a couple days ago. They closed a $75 million IPO. This is how NMAX is currently traded. Looks like it's about halted right now. Opening here at $14 even. Right now here around $16.72. NMAX is the ticker. Newsmax. Back to you.
That's so funny. We go maximum damage put on CoreWeave on Friday. We talked about that being the #1 stock, and then we completely ignored the other IPO that was hitting there today. So there it is. Thanks, Adam, for your kind comments there. I don't know if those are great words or not, but they're just words that come from the heart. So that is what it is. All right, man, it's 11 o'clock. You want to wrap? Oh, you're okay. Our position's already off the board. So I'm just short CoreWeave, pretty much out. 5% left of that one, and about half of our TQs looking to reload. All right, good show, Neil, man. We'll get you guys. Yeah, go ahead. I got to get ready.
This actually isn't that big of an IPO, which is one of the reasons it hasn't even done 1 million shares worth of volume. So I'd put it in like that category of like lower float runners, maybe not as liquid as I almost said a CarMax. You guys know what I meant. Yeah, Newsmax. Just be careful with it. It doesn't seem like it's incredibly liquid here. And the TAP, the theoretical auction price, is $18 after a 1672 halt. So it's indicating an open to the upside. I'd just be a little bit careful trading this in terms of liquidity. If levels break, you might get a lot of slippage. Let's go on over to the midday where the boys, I'm sure, are going to be looking at Newsmax. Sharif and Joe, go get them.
See ya.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That right there is your boy, Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. Nah. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. Joseph, we already have Fabian. We already have a lot of interactive stuff to talk about. We have a new IPO as Adara and the boys brought to us at the end of the show there. Shout out to Kalua. Skull, my man, what's going on? We got ADL, the OG, Adam DeLuce. We got Time, Light Soul, and Ronaldo. How about Lo-Fi Soul? We got lots of souls today. Monty G, shout out to Tyrone Hamilton and Jacques Gorev, the OG. We got X-Bangs, we got Stock Up, we got Stuart, Tisha. A lot of small cap gappers today, Tisha, so we'll be interacting. How about Julie B and Vern, Cass M, After, Star, and Ron John. Shout out to... there we go. We got Angel or Angel Fonska and Nicole Harris. Shout out to Hotlana. We got Ned Rec, XRP, Bora Hut, Mohammed, Time, 1320 Wolf, and Ron John. Shout out to Northwest Sasquatch. Oslam, Dylan Patel. We got Saint Martin, like the country. We got B. Davis, Michael. We got Hytham, and... who else, baby? We got Rev Boost, Andre, Aziz, Gonzo Trader. Like these markets, Gonzo to the downside. We got Bart Simpson, kind of interesting there. We got Wasser, Soko. One more, come on, give me one good. Jersey Boy, okay. Ooh, right. Monty G Allied, another one. And we got Costa. Shout out to everybody on this Monday. Hope everybody's having a good Monday. It's not that good for the long terms unless you're short. In the long term for whatever reason, but we will try to make this the best possible intraday trading session that we can muster together.
The best. It's gonna be the best. It's gonna be the best day ever.
He got an early start yesterday, didn't he, bro?
Oh,
yeah, you see him on Air Force One. He's like, no, the tariffs are going to be good.
They're going to be good. They're going to be great. I mean, they're going to be the best tariffs ever. Okay, but yeah, but yeah, guys, a nice little rebound. You wake up and you have that massive gap down in the markets, slowly starting to recover. I thought that was going to be the narrative for some names, especially like Bitcoin. And seeing Tesla, I thought that we would look to start to fill some of this gap here, and that's what's kind of coming into play. We're not there on the overall market yet, but you can see that on IBIT here, guys. Has filled about half of that gap. I took a little trade on it this morning. Really missed this entry down here, Gorb. That was so money. And then I was waiting for this retest of the volume weighted average price, but we didn't get it. So that was the little scalp there on IBIT. But other than that, we're just managing this TQs here. We're slowly grinding higher. So you can see this is entry one right here, guys. Got stopped out break even. I'm like, all right, let me be a little bit more patient. There's volatility here. Tried again, small stop out, but then we just hopped right back in, and now everything seems to be working pretty good. We got a hot lesson to touch on, so let's get into what we usually do here, guys, and that's going to be the top performing sectors this morning at the top of its class today. In that win is the consumer staples up about 1.4% on the session, and then we're sitting in second place here is the energy sector up about 1.39, and then the utilities up about 1.1% there, guys. The bottom three, the communication sector, negative 0.8%, so 0.8 there, guys. Consumer consumer discretionary, down 1.6, being led by Tesla himself, Elon himself, I guess you could say. And then the tech sector down about 1.7. So the tech-heavy sectors seem to be dragging the market down once again. Sharif.
All right, guys, there is an IPO, and it is going to halt yet again. Newsmax halted to the upside, 23.66. If you're not part of the cable news world or you just don't care, this is that new channel to kind of rival. I don't even know if it's left, center, or what the hell it is, okay? They seem to be kind of an alternative news source. I don't know. They had Donald Trump on there, I think, last week. So Newsmax is what they are. I just know them because they have that Chris Cuomo guy. Who left CNN, I guess, unceremoniously because of his brother's actions. And he's on there. I know they have some other older anchors from CNN on there as well. Newsmax is, I see little bits and pieces of it on social media. I get little clips here and there. So it's halted right now, 23.66 to the upside. A big boy look on the day. We'll keep tabs on that for you. And here's what we're looking at for small cappers, though, before we start the lesson du jour. ICCT, this is the best of the bunch, okay? In my humble submission, currently really respecting these moving averages, respecting levels. It's giving you the most amount of volume. It's up 300%, yada, yada, yada. And in addition to all of that, it started running in the aftermarket on Friday. I don't know why, and I don't care. We're just going to trade the technicals on this one, but ICCT looking real good here, Joseph. We also have FBGL. We've got Blue, BLUE. Rich Tech Robotics looking like it wants to hold that 10 exponential like a dang glove on the top right of your screen there. Not up much percentage on the day, only about 6 and change. CORT, this was a runner in the pre-market, kind of dying off a little bit, but not really giving up the ghost. It's obviously very expensive, $100 some odd name, so you're going to have to size in carefully here. HOLO, another former runner, one that we know very well on this desk. It is south of $1 though, trying to hold up above the volume weighted average price. UMC looks a little bit better, 14 3/4 right now, trying to curl off that 17.5 or 17 1/3 area low. And then MLGO looks like it's giving up the ghost. MLGO might get replaced here by BYON. Shout out to Tisha. BYON looks a lot better than MLGO. So live in living color, MLGO lost its spot there on the side chart and is now being replaced by BYON, which has a hell of a better uptrend right now, but not up much on the day, about 9.5%, looking to go 10. So Newsmax, as I mentioned at the top, halted 23.66. It is a new, this is an IPO, guys, or DL or SPAC? IPO, right? So this is an IPO, guys. I appreciate that. Derek keeping us apprised of the situation. And it is no better day, Joseph, to talk about IPOs on a second day play on CoreWeave and a first day play on Newsmax. Now, like I planned it, didn't even know that Newsmax was going to IPO today. So just putting that out there. But we are talking about trading IPO flips, the intraday dance, so to speak. What the hell am I talking about? Well, day trading flips involves buying and selling the same stock, specifically IPOs, SPACs, and DLs, multiple times within a single trading day. The goal here is to capture small profits from short-term price fluctuations. This lesson dives deeper into entry points, technical signals, and creating that trading plan. So let's get right to it, as we always do. Why would we want to flip flips with new listing? Like, what's the move here of trading these flips? So number one, there's high volatility, right? These events often experience significant price swings, as we're watching right now with NMAX, due to the hype, the news, the market sentiment shifts, creating multiple entry and exit points. And then there's also, the intraday momentum that we want to capitalize on. New listings can develop strong momentum throughout the day, offering opportunities for quick trades, both on uptrends and downtrends. So that's why we're looking to take things both long and short for these IPOs. It presents us both opportunities there. So what's the art of the flip, so to speak? And I'm not talking about the art of the deal. Shout out to Donald Trump. I'm talking about the art of the flip, taking these long and short on the same day. Well, you got to dig into your technical analysis toolbox in order to gauge that. So let's talk about charting first and foremost, right? So charting, you utilize price charts, moving averages like that 50-day, that 200-day, and as well as, these oscillators like RSI, MACD, etc., to identify potential entry and exit points. So let's talk about the entry, right? Your entry on an uptrend, you're looking here for a price breakout above a short-term moving average. Like if we're trading below the 10 exponential or the 50 exponential, whatever you use on a habitual basis, so that you're able to gauge its validity or invalidity for the specific trade. Don't try to use something novel that you haven't really practiced on. Stick to what you know. So you want to look for a price breakout above a short-term moving average with increased trading volume. This will suggest to you short-term bullish momentum. Then to exit, you're looking to exit on an uptrend, right? If you're taking this long. So consider taking profits, when the RSI for that specific name on the time frame on which you're charting reaches that overbought territory, anything above 70, so to speak, on the relative strength index indicator there. Or if the price stalls at a key resistance level. So we're halted to the downside now on Newsmax. We opened up at about we halted at about 23 and change. We opened up at about $30, and now we're halted down to $27. So right away, we can see, for the moment, $30 at an area of technical resistance. And as we talk about oftentimes with these small cap gappers, halt levels often act as intraday levels of both support and resistance. So we have a resistance level at 30 on Newsmax, and we have a possible support level at 23 1/3, the previous halt level. The reason I'm talking about that is we're talking about exiting on an uptrend, right? Consider taking profits when the RSI reaches above 70, or when we get into a technical area of resistance. Case in point, possibly $30 on Newsmax. But you could also weasel entry on a downtrend, right? So you're looking, in this particular instance, you're looking for a price breakdown below a short-term moving average like the 10 EMA with increasing trading volume. You want to see that outsized volume bar on the break of that 10 EMA or whatever moving average you're using, okay? This will suggest you short-term bearish momentum. And then you could exit on the downtrend as well. Here, you consider taking profits when the RSI reaches that oversold territory. In other words, anything below that 30 print on the RSI scale, or if the price finds support at a key level like a previous low, like on Newsmax, that 23 2/3 previous area halt level, okay? So that's where you're charting. Support and resistance, obviously, here is kind of not as nuanced. You could say these price levels are previous areas of support and resistance. We all know what that is. So you're looking for price levels where the stock consistently finds support, these potential buying zones, or resistance, these potential selling zones. Active monitoring, though, is part and parcel of trading these very volatile IPO, SPACs, or DLs. You need constant vigilance. It's absolutely key. And you want to track live price action, track live news flows to see if anything's coming out that could change market sentiment. You want to keep your eye certainly on the order book, that level 2, as well as the time and sales, to gauge market sentiment and identify trading opportunities. If you keep seeing that buyer, I remember CoreWeave, we had a buyer at 38. There was about 8,000 lots on Friday, and that ended up being a great short-term support level. And that's where I got in a little bit above that $38 level on CoreWeave, and I wrote it up almost $1.50, maybe even a little bit more. So keep your eye on the level 2. If there's big boy buy signals at a particular level, you can try to use that big boy buy signal or that big buyer at that 38 level, for example, on CoreWeave, to backstop any price drop. It's not a perfect system. It just helps put the odds in your favor. The odds are that big buyer prevents the price from dropping because they're buying aggressively at 38. It's not foolproof, okay? I just want to make that very clear. Discipline and risk management is very, very important when there's a lot of volatility, and I submit to you that there is with these SPACs, IPOs, and DLs. Small position sizing, if you're not used to these or if you're just getting acquainted, start with small percentage of your capital per trade, for example, 1 to 2%, to manage your risk, especially during the volatile periods like we are currently on Newsmax. Stop loss orders as well. Always have stop loss orders in place, whether mental or actual or like physical stops. set on your computer to set a specific percentage below your entry price, like a 3 to 5% range, to limit potential losses if the price moves against you. And your profit targets. What we're doing this is to make money, so make sure you're sending out those orders to lock in those profits, because there's going to be a lot of volatility and you may not be quick with the key. So set realistic profit targets based on your analysis and market conditions. Don't get greedy, right, and miss out on potential gains. Aim for maybe, I mean, I shouldn't be telling you guys this, but personally, I'd be looking for 3 to 5% per entry and per exit there. Trading strategies, there's many different ones. Trend following. If a clear uptrend or downtrend has emerged on the SPAC or IPO or DL, trade in the direction of the momentum, buying on dips in the uptrends or selling rallies in a downtrend. There's also mean reversion. Shout out to my man Obi, who'll be on the rest of the week with you guys, because I'm going on vacation. If the price deviates significantly from its recent averages, like support and resistance, anticipate a potential reversal and trade accordingly, like buy the dips or sell the rallies. And there's also scalping, right? You're executing multiple small trades throughout the day based on very short-term price movements identified by indicators like Bollinger Bands or MACD, whatever you want to use there. And then crafting a trading plan, just end the lesson here. A well-defined trading plan is your roadmap to success. Here's what it should include. The target asset. So specifically, you want to identify that IPO, that SPAC, or that DL, and then you want to conduct some TA, some technical analysis, if there one is warranted. Okay, so here we go. We just opened up again on Newsmax. Ooh, damn. Newsmax, bro. I can't get it right. Let's load it up. And we are defending for the moment that halt level. So that $26, $27 level for the moment getting defended. NMAX, excuse me. Here we go. So it's trying to defend this $27 level over here, but it did wick below it. Currently still a little bit above it. I'm looking at this area as kind of an important area as well, that $24, that 23 and 2/3 area. We'll have to see how that does. Just continuing on, so do your technical analysis. If there are any obvious areas of support and resistance after a decent amount of trading, keep your eye on risk management as well. Define your stop losses and profit target percentages per trade. Your trade size as well. Determine the percentage of your capital you're willing to allocate per trade. Monitoring tools. Specify the resources you'll use to track the price action, the news, and the market sentiment, and your trading schedule. Set a time limit for your daily trading activity, so you don't get wiped out of these trades. And we are, looks like, halted again to the upside with another high day, 30. Oh, no. Oh. Wow, that was a false halt, Joseph. Oh, man, this is getting wild here on Newsmax. 30.23, and we just dropped it there to 26, $4 in like a half second there. So needless to say, be very careful trading this. Last but not least, trading journal, something that Adara does very well, Joseph does very well, and I do very poorly. They aggressively journal, at least one person does. Commit to recording your trades, including entry and exit points, rationale for your trade and results. This helps analyze performance and refine your strategy, Joseph. I hope everybody.
Yeah. Good look there. I like that you were pointing on that, because I was thinking this earlier and I was watching some stuff. And I think the more detailed that you have the ability to create your stuff, then in the long run, you're going to be better off, because you can just eliminate so much what's wrong within your trading. And yeah, it's something I want to get a little bit more detailed. So I was looking at some key specific points on what I should be really collecting from a data standpoint. So yeah. All right, guys. No, trust me, ADL, I'm going to go over it. And you want to know the honest truth, dude? I don't even look at X. I try to limit my social media intake on the weekends, right? Like, just so spend time just doing other things like reading and just working on trading. So I try to eliminate that stuff, because you know what it's like, Adam. You get into scroll mode. I hop onto X, and it's like next thing you know, it's an hour and a half gone by.
Doom scrolling.
Yeah, exactly. Just pure doom scrolling. And the same thing with on Snapchat. So I just limit to here. I will go over that, and that I promise. There is a nice signal here on AAPL for a potential short here, guys. you can see that bottoming, that topping tail candle right here. And now that we've cracked it to the downside. So hopefully this doesn't drag the overall market with it. It had, like what Sharif mentioned earlier too, is just, it's in its own world. It's not necessarily moving in tandem with the market. It has been trading half decently here throughout the day with a high of 220, which is surprising here on AAPL. And one of the smaller tech names to kind of not gap down. You've seen what we had with the likes of Tesla and some of the other names in the market, but filled that gap and then now recovering a little bit more from Friday's session as well too. So that's a good look on AAPL. We're good. And that's kind of my thesis on the day. I'm happy with my positioning. So Skull, to answer your question, it's like, do you guys use support and resistance ascending and descending wedges? Yeah, trend lines and everything along those lines? Yeah, we do. And we don't always necessarily draw them, but we take mental notes, right? So you can see that I already had this in my mind. You can see the consistent higher low throughout the day. And then we have a resistance zone there as well. So if you want to see what we're exactly marking out and looking at, there we go. You can see that's a perfect example there, Skull, of an ascending wedge here. Is the TQs going to break out? I do believe that we can start to fill some of this gap, and that's my game plan on the session. That's why I'm still continuously holding on to this. What time did we get in there? At 10:30, and now it's 11:30. So I've been just sitting in this position for the better part of an hour here now, looking for this pre-market low to be broken. And if we can break that, then I think we can head into the highs and then start to fill some of that gap that we had occur this morning. So we're going to need some of the big names to continue to participate. I do believe that NVDA might get the ball rolling, and Amazon as well too. Sharif, I like how Sharif mentioned that Meta was really, really strong this morning. And for about like 45 minutes or so, a little bit longer than that, it didn't put in a red candle. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, about 35 minutes. But then you can see a healthy pullback here as well too, folks. So nice, strong work. And a lot of these names are kind of forming the same. They're identical in some ways. Price action pattern, you can see the consistent higher lows and then a flat top here. A nice whipsaw move, but we're all starting to compress and price is starting to compress. So if the TQs can break through this pre-market low, then I believe we can continue to climb a little bit higher. And that's why I decided to hold on to this position. Going to look for 55 for the next out and then wait for that until you can see the steam really start to dwindle and then the names start to curl over. But strong move for IBIT. It's unfortunate that we missed this. I seen the bottoming signal right here and I'm like, oh no, I was waiting for the pullback through VWAP, waiting for the hold of the zone and then looking to participate on that front, but we just never got it and it was continuously strong. So again, it sucks that we missed out on the trade, but then for the long term is really happy because this is obviously my largest holding. So, okay, let's see what everybody else in the chat is up to. Are we sure there isn't some kind of sector rotation coming? Well, I mean, I think it's kind of already in the works, right? When you have tech down drastically and then you have XLP, the staples, holding up relatively well, not down compared to some of these big tech names. So the market is most definitely getting defensive and has been getting defensive for some time. Finch Trader says, great show, Sharif. Right on. I missed it. Did Sharif say there were his stop loss was on the current trade? I think someone asked in the chat.
On which one? I'm in a couple.
Yeah, Skull said, did Sharif say where his stop loss was for LCCT?
LCCT. I'm not. ICT. Yeah. Okay, great question there. So it is the break of the 11 a.m. prior bar low. So that takes us all the way down to 109. So I have it at 108. I've already wet the beak 3 times. Now I'm waiting at 24s and then at 28s. So this is going to be a 10 exponential moving average hold. I perceive this to be a possible bull flag. Now, you never really know on a market like this. You could think you see a bull flag and then you get slapped in the face and all of a sudden you're down nicely. So that we're going to keep an... Are you okay? Everybody all right? Sorry, guys. I didn't know my hand reached that far. You get that? All right. Sorry. I had to do that, Fabian. So I'm involved right now, ICCT beak here, but as you can see, it's zagging, anything below that $110, it's all over. So it's already, the stop's already in place there. Now I've gotten back into, I got into BYON. This is a good looking one. It's not the best percentage mover on the day, mind you. We're going to give this one the old college try. I've got my out through the break of 565, so it's going to have to hold prior bar low. But ICCT, back to this one. Sorry, I'm zigging and zagging between them. This one does concern me a little bit. So I see a compression pattern. And what that means is we're putting in higher lows, but at the same time, we're putting in lower highs. And that's fine. That's what we call a bull pennant. But it doesn't always manifest in the way that the textbook says it will. So the textbooks say most bull pennant, most bull flags will resolve in the direction of the trend. Well, you don't need to be a charter market technician to see that this is up on the day. Just look at the percentage. It's almost up 300. So typically it does resolve to the upside to take out that 132 level. That doesn't mean that bamboozlement can't come in the intervening period. So for example, it could break down below that 110, wick us below, and then move along its merry way back up to the high side to take out that high a day. So I am kind of concerned about the lower highs. It shows that the shorts are getting more aggressive in their position. Yes, I got to tell Brendo, yes, we are. Brendo just wants to know if we're, yes, we are. Let him know we are, if you don't mind, in the chat. Brendo asked us something in the chat. Yeah. That's the situation here, but you could make the same argument that the buyers are becoming more aggressive as well, buying this a little bit higher and higher on every little retracement there. So that's the situation. That's my look on ICCT. I've already put in my stop as we dance near that 10 exponential moving average, Joseph.
Good stuff there, yeah. So, yeah, we got another out here on the TQs, guys. We'll be sure to keep you posted up with that IPO. No doubt about it. Street's already been covering it. But here we go, working really, really nice. Sorry, I got to get this out of my ear here real quick. Okay, so yeah, this is the look on the TQs, guys. We are now through that pre-market resistance zone and now climbing a little bit higher here through that, looking for that next level. So a nice trade here on the TQs, now north of 55, and that's what we want to see, especially when these big names are starting to participate. We can slowly climb higher, and you can see that we had multiple, it was identical patterns on multiple names here. So you can see this wedge starting to be formed here on Meta. We have the same thing here with NVDA. Very, very similar patterns, and then as well as the TQs. And it's a little bit choppy here, guys. Like you can see, before we hop onto the TQs again, you can see that this isn't the easiest type of price action here. We're holding some of these pre-market highs along those lines, and then we have a nice low a day established, but now we're just trading within this couple dollar range here, guys. So yeah, a nice up. You can fade the top of the resistance zone, buy support, and etc. So let's see what happens if we can continue to wave through this and then punch through and find a direction here later in the day. But I was talking to my buddy, I'm like, Greg, I'm like, Greg, I think I'm going to grab some NVDA around 95 if and when it does get there. So yeah, that's the name of the game. We're going to continue to hold on to the positions that are working. We're still negative on the session here. Let's see what the Qs are completely down. So half of what we got going on here, and now let's see what that is. And yeah, so 1.25 there on the TQ, so still negative, a lot of room to run. And I know people in the chat were asking me, hey, Joe, can Tesla go positive today? I mean, that was a hefty gap down, unfortunately, and to recover all of that, it's going to take quite a bit of a move. So it was holding up relatively strong. We were looking at Meta's chart earlier from a daily perspective as well, too. It cracked through some of these lows, and Amazon ended up breaking through one of these lows as well, too. So holding up here isn't too bad, down about 4.7% on the session. We'll zoom out and see what we got going on from the time frame. So there is still a lot of room to run, right? You can see that we're just running into resistance zones. And if we can break through them, that volume steps in, then I think there's going to be some room for recovery here. And I think that's going to be the overall game plan. Yeah, I mean, Sebastian, that's a hot take. NVIDIA 95, we may or may not get it. But at this pace, like we were trading around 120 throughout last week. And now we put in a low of around 103. Is that going to come into play? I don't know. It's still about a 10% drawdown roughly from where we're currently sitting at. So, but again, I'm just going to put out those orders. If they get filled, they get filled. And if they don't, then that's okay. I would like this stock to start moving well. And if NVIDIA is performing well, then I believe the overall market's going to as well continue to perform well. So that's that game plan. Let's see what we're up to on the TQs. We still have about 33% of this position left. Let me check here to be exact. So yeah, about that there, guys. So about 20% of this position here on the TQ. So going to hold this. I do believe that we can continue to climb. Are we going to go positive on the day? Maybe, but I think it's going to be a little bit more of a slower grind. The volatility is in full effect, having to sit through some of this, but you can see that buyers really start to step in and push it higher. So you just have to sit through this volatile market, widen those stops, and then those moves take a little bit longer considering there's so much ebbs and flows in the intraday price.
Absolutely. Joseph. Got stopped out of the remaining amount on ICCT. It kind of hammer candled right into the 20 exponential and then bounced right back up. So I'm back long 116 with a tighter stop this time. Let's see if it holds the 10 exponential this time. I don't know. I felt it might have been a specialist breakdown. We're going to give it another shot over here. So looking at wetting the beak at 122, anything below 10 stops me out. 110, excuse me, stops me out. BYON, we were able to wet the beak there, but I didn't get my ad on that, so I'm a little bit disappointed because I have a bit of a lighter position over here on BYON. It's not the biggest mover on the day, so I won't be taking a larger position on this because it's just not warranting one. So we're gonna keep an eye out on that. Obviously, Newsmax is all the hype right now, guys. We're gonna keep an eye out on that for you, no question about it. Newsmax trades on the New York, by the way. It is a NYSE stock, and guess what? Halted again to the high side. It is up now 277.8%. It's a monster on the day. It looks like we opened up, guys, at $14. I didn't know anything about this IPO. I didn't know any of the details. Okay, I'm going to get stopped. I got stopped out again of ICCT. So that's it. I go 0 for 2, then I stopped trading it. So we didn't have any news on Newsmax. I'm just speaking for myself here. I don't know anybody else on the floor. So I didn't know what the IPO price was. I wasn't able to do all the homework that we did for the CoreWeave IPO that we did on Friday. So this one is, it looked like it opened up at 14, and now we are decidedly higher, halted 37.78. It's going to be really hard to give you any information on this other than, some very superficial stuff. The amount of shares traded on the day so far, 2 million shares. Let's see if we're able to get the float or anything like that. I really doubt it, though, but we're going to give this one the old try. Nothing from Trade Ideas, so yeah, can't give you much on that. It's open again. The high day now $40, back down into 38. There is a halt level, guys, at 37.75. As we've talked about, the halt levels are wow, this thing rocketed up to 42. Bro. The halt levels act as intraday support and resistance areas, and they have so far today. 42.25, and then it drops down, Joseph, to 37.80. I am not touching this. This is just too much. Yeah, it looks like it was going to halt at 36. False halt there. Right back up to the high side on NMAX. It's got me breaking my desk over here, Joseph. Yeah. No, seriously, though. 42.25, guys. That is the high of the day. Here we go again. Excuse me. I'm incorrect. 43.12 now, the high of the day. But of course, we drop below 40. Now we're above 43. And again, it's a $3, $2.50 spread here, guys. That's a prohibitive spread to try to scalp with. So unless you're really, sizing down very small, or you're going into the long-term look over here and you don't really care about the short-term price, watch out, man. You could get wiped out super quick on this. Be careful. We're going to cover it because it's a job to cover it, but that doesn't mean it's an endorsement to take it long or short just because we cover it, okay? So make sure you are using sound risk management skills here, Joseph, because this is a wild one, baby.
Yeah, wild. Dude, this is moving like one of your small caps here, Shreve, up over 300% on the day.
Unreal.
This is crazy. Opens up at 14, now trades to a high of around 44, and now continuing to climb higher here. Brother, this is wild. I hope that you guys absolutely have those risk measures in place. You can see these halt measures coming in, and then now just grinding higher. You don't want to be shorting this name on the way up. Be extremely patient here, guys, and wait for that. Make sure that you have those stops implemented because Newsmax up 334% in a matter of what time did it open up at? 11 o'clock, so 40 minutes. That is a nice return. Hopefully no one's YOLO'd it. If you have YOLO'd it, then congratulations. Maybe you're set for retirement soon. But again, this is not something you would necessarily want to do. It is a pure gamble. Be patient, be cautious, and wait for things to cool down because this can get really, really scary real quick, guys. So, and you don't want any part of that. Sharif still climbing higher, 45.25. Oh my days, up to 46 here. I think this thing can really get into 50s, and if it does, that will be really exciting. But we'll continue to cover this for you guys. But back to the TQs, and I just talked about the ebbs and flows of higher volatility markets. A lot harder to sit through and be patient. That's why it's like, okay, size down just a little bit, guys. Widen those stops, and then give yourself the ability to just sit through these trades. So I'm happy to put on this TQs, and I do believe that we can continue to climb higher and higher. If there's anything you want us to go over here, guys, on the day, just put it in the chat. You know what we'll do. We'll go over it. I haven't even really looked at the options chain today. Who was it who's telling me about the VIX 22? Sorry that I forgot. I know I talked to you in the chat. Was it Sebastian? Was it you, Sebastian, who told me the VIX 22 with notionally it had a lot of volume there last week, but those have now expired. So we'll continue to monitor that. We'll take a look actually right now to see what the options chain is telling us, just from an open interest standpoint, to say, hey, this is where we might stop. This is where there's going to be some overhead resistance, and we're not going to go any farther than that. I do believe that NVDA can start to get the ball rolling. Tesla's starting to squeeze too, so lots of positive signs. 0 DTE. 468 may be in the works here, guys. That has the highest level of open interest. And then as you climb the ladder north of 468, then you can see that really start to pick up. So the path of least resistance may be to those levels, Sharif, around the mid 460s. And that's going to be a good sign here for all those bulls here in the market. It's going to be a grind. But again, the path of least resistance is definitely around 468, brother.
Agree with that. Shout out to my man Bovin. I'm gonna give Bovin the nickname of my second pair of eyes. Bovin,
Nice.
You're always calling out good stuff, my man, and I can't always be looking at the scanner. And I really do appreciate you calling out good names. You're getting better and better with your selection, Bovin. So shout out to you, my man, Bovin Patel. Keep your eye out on his call outs. He's got that blue circle with the B in his name. Good call out there. VVPR, a holdover that we know from last week. It's light on volume today, Bovin. I mean, in the sense that it's only done. Where is it at? 1.5 million shares on the day. It's a $4 name. It should be doing a little bit more. It's coming awfully close to that high of the day, so it's looking awfully bull flaggish. That higher low pattern is really getting my attention. So this is one that I don't mind weaseling into. Let's have a look at the 5. What's the situation? Oh, a lot of respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, or that's how I perceive it. A couple of wicks that do breach the 10, but look at that. All the closing prints strong enough to retrace and close above that 10 EMA. And if you're wondering what the 10 EMA is on my charts, it will always be that green solid line on my chart. So good look there. 428 high day. We just weaseled into 422. So this one is in focus now, and it will likely replace one of these ones over here, likely Holo. So we're going to take off Holo. We're going to leave Holo on the side watch list, but it's going to lose its spot on the side chart. Number one, because it's below $1. It's at VWAP, but it's looking awfully flat bottom breakish here. So VVPR wins over and takes its spot on the coveted side charts. We're just going to throw in the ticker so we can follow along, or you guys can follow along a little bit easier there. So that's the look right now. VVPR setting up real well. I've weaseled into a new trade right now, though. Shout out to, I see you, Tisha. Tisha's been mentioning MLGO for a hot minute, and she's absolutely right. It's trying to fight back above VWAP right now. There's resistance, though, Tisha. I don't know how you feel at about 22.25, 22.5. Let's see if that gets taken out. I'm talking about MLGO. Shout out to Tisha Perkins. She's on that one. I weaseled into UMC. So this one kind of put in a whole bunch of lower lows, and then it kind of changed its tune. All of a sudden, we've got a higher low looking to take out that 750. So I've worked in here with a very tight stop based on the the area trough low. So I'm going to give it to like 7 1/3. I'm in at 741, so we're not risking a whole lot there. Looking for this one to bounce back up. We'll find out if it does or doesn't. A whole bunch of tug of war happening right now between buyers and sellers. And just to give you an idea, this one's done shares on the day. It's done well, 31 2/3 million shares on the day, despite the fact that the volume is dropping off now, Joseph. So volume signature currently not bad. that great. On the day, not that bad. Let's see which way this cookie crumbles. So keeping my eye out on that. Newsmax is a wild one, baby. We have yet another high of day. But this is very, very dangerous to trade right now, just given the spread. We've got a $1.75 spread right now. Adara, I don't know how you feel about that. Yeah, well, she's clapping. She's very excited about it because she's a great spread trader. But this one's too prohibitive for me, so I'm going to stay the hell away from it. 46.92 high a day. We're into 45 again. There's a seller here at 45 on Newsmax. And I saw people in the chat say Newsmax three times fast, and I can't even say it one time fast, so I will not take up that challenge. But Newsmax, yeah, coming back into that high a day. I'm still involved in BYON. Not a bad look so far. We keep putting in higher lows, but the volume displeases me on this one. We're going to wet the beak over here at the midpoint. Let's see if we can get that beak wet, just to de-risk a skosh. We've got we're keeping an eye on that one. ICCT, I swore up and down I wouldn't trade this again. Now it's starting to change its tune. It's kind of looking awfully bullpenned-ish at the moment with a couple of outlying prints to the downside. I need to see a bit more in terms of higher highs rather than just an equaling the high of the previous candle. So I'm going to stay clear from this one in a second. Tisha, I had it a full $1 ago and sold for a small gain. Newsmax, too risky for me, LOL, and I probably should just close up and accept today. Look, Tish, I mean, you're obviously an experienced trader. You do as you like. You obviously know exactly what you're doing over there. So we're just going to support you in whatever decision you make. Shout out to Tisha. Eduardo, short Ford, 99.99. Yeah, you should probably leave that position on like in perpetuity. Just leave that short on.
For
Ford.
the long term.
What is this thing? Look at this thing, bro. Yeah. Can we flip to the monthly on this for a second here, just to show what kind of dead money this has been for years and years and years and years. Okay, guys, if you punched into Ford in 1982 when I was born, you're out of the money. Okay?
No way.
You're out of the money, Joseph, and we're not even talking about inflation adjusted. This I shouldn't say that because some people have it in their portfolio. This thing was $17 in 1982.
That's crazy.
Not inflation adjusted.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So it's a tough look, man. There's a reason why this thing's trading at 5p.
What's the divvy on it, though? There has to be. Like, what is the
divvy? It's a good divvy. I think they 13 pennies. Right. They give. Hold on. They give an annual dividend of 13 pennies.
Oh.
An annual. No.
No way.
Yeah.
So, like.
Neil, and this is Ford. Look at this area over here, Neil, on the screen. This is 1982. No, Neil, that's 1981. That was $16. All right, so I've made my point. We don't need to crap on Ford anymore. I've made my point. The point is, be careful. Shout out to you. Good short on Ford. What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, good stuff there, Sharif. And speaking of the car company, I know you're really into this, but one thing that I was just going over, I was just creating some notes over the weekend, and I found some interesting stuff considering we're talking about the vehicles. So these are rough estimates. I don't know how exact these numbers are, but approximately 16 million cars in America are bought each year, all right? So half of that are imported, okay? So the other half, the majority of the parts aren't even made in America. So what does that tell us? 20% of all cars purchased are only made in America, all right? So 19% of the engines are made in America. The rest come from Germany and Hungary. So you can see, and what I was referring to, and Sharif and I were talking about earlier, is that we're not really in the manufacturing aspect anymore. It's more assembly. You send us the parts, we'll put it together, and we'll send it, and we'll sell it. But again, I think that's what Donald is really trying to head back into, is he wants to become a manufacturer once again. And that is really good for, I guess, the cars here in North America, right? So now that the local manufacturers, domestic manufacturers, and car sellers don't have to worry about tariffs, and I think that's his ultimate goal. It sucks right now, but it could be really, really good for the long term, all right, guys? So that's just a couple of numbers here.
Can I give one piece of thing too?
Absolutely.
So Scott Bissett, he was on the All In podcast, him and Howard Lutnick. Both of them went on. Both of them kind of made their point. And one thing that Bissett said that really stuck with me, Joseph, and I was talking to you about this off camera, is like, okay, when we outsourced, and I'm talking about North America, when we outsourced our jobs initially to Asia, the idea was we had kind of moved beyond manufacturing and we were now in the designing phase. We had kind of upgraded, we graduated, and we were going to give that to somebody else to do. What we didn't understand at the time that we understand better now is there's a major convergence between the design and the actual manufacturing. When you manufacture and you manufacture well, it seems to really help advance your designing skills. And so these people or the countries that we gave all the manufacturing to, all of a sudden, they're designing up a storm. And so we need to bring manufacturing back. There seems to be an interconnectedness between those two things. And that's something that obviously we wouldn't have been able to know unless it had happened.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And let's see what everybody else in the chat is saying. So yeah, Joseph, that would take years and years. It'll be very painful and expensive to return North America back to this. Absolutely, but I think that's the goal, right? You've seen how you have competitors with the likes of China. These people are producing cars for $15,000, $16,000, and they're brand new. You can't even think of that here, right? So that's the ultimate goal, is to just get back to manufacturing everything. You know what it was like in Michigan. It was the capital of the car manufacturing world, and then that just since dwindled. To add to Sharif's point, it's like, okay, now all these other countries are manufacturing, and that gives them the ability to advance quicker, right? We're just here assembling, right? So it doesn't necessarily help. So trying to get back to the origins, I think, would only benefit North America in the long run, all right? So, but yeah, back to these market here, guys. I think DG is doing, I mean, it's tough. Right? Everybody says it's short-term pain, right? There's no doubt about it. There's no question about it. But you got to think that, like, okay, he's trying to make a business decision for the better of the country, even though we don't like it, we cover it. But if he's trying to create more jobs here, manufacturing auto parts, then that's just better for the American economy and even North America in general, all right? So I think that's just the game plan. But here we go. TQQ's continuing to climb, man. I told you this is going to be a slow grind. It's going to take some time in order for us to just recover all of that gap down that we had previously. So that's what we'll do. We have about less than 20% of this position left on here, and we're going to hold it for the day and see if we can just get that all-day trender. We're in from here in a nice positioning and slowly climbing higher. $1.34 in the money. We are on the TQs. Yeah, and let's see what everybody else in the chat is saying. Mean Green says, I think DJT's doing some very smart things. All right. Adam Blue says, fire Sharif. Absolutely. JCB Sports says you can't do it overnight without crashing the economy. There is going to be pain, but it's for the long run, right? He wouldn't just do that to benefit himself. He's implementing tariffs to bring negotiations back to the table, to put things back in America's favor. That is his ultimate goal. As much as we don't like them, he wants America to be the beneficiary as much as possible. Let's see, why did
Joseph Tesla is breaking out?
Is it Tesla? Okay, we'll pull up Tesla here real quick. It's not moving too crazy, Sharif. Okay. It's all right. Yeah. It is climbing higher though, so looking pretty good. Still negative 3.7%. We'll take a 5-minute look here. The volume on the 5-minute time frame, Sharif, isn't picking up for breakup, but we are through those pre-market levels, which is really, really good here in this name, and it's good for the overall market, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, Andrew, calm down, bro. Calm down, Andrew. You don't have to get upset, Andrew. We can all have different opinions.
Where's Andrew?
Take it easy, Andrew.
Breathe.
Big deep breath, Andrew. It's Monday. Let it out. So in through the mouth, out through in through the nose, out through the mouth. Take it easy, Andrew. Calm down. All right, we're involved in 3 positions now. BYON, we're still waiting on that one for the next peak. We're at 80s. Let's see if the uptrend on this bad boy can continue. Every time I look at Newsmax, it's 59.49 now, guys. It's up a light 500%. Where was this on CoreWeave, bro? Yeah, we're still waiting for. We're still waiting to be able to execute on this one. We'll give this one a look shortly. New position. Shout out to my man Bovin VVPR. Got in at 12s. Just wet the beak there at 19s. Now waiting at 22s. It's showing me 20s on the book. So let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher for a possible execution there. That's what I'm looking at right now. UMC as well, still waiting for the print on this one. This one I'm not going to hold against me. Simple as that. This one loses that 735 area, and it looks like it might, then I'm out. Where am I long? I'm long 41, so we're risking 6 pennies. I just won't risk too much into this one. I'm not as convicted behind this one as I am behind some of the others. BYON, though. So despite the fact that I don't have too many prints on it, I've got a couple of prints. I'm a little ambitious on this one, and I hope I'm not jinxing it, because what I see here is one hell of a possible flat top break. I mean, we got that initial 588 high a day, was quite fleeting because we dropped below it pretty quickly there. But since that time, since that 1110 candle, it's been awfully respectful of these higher lows, but you're not necessarily getting aggressively higher highs. It feels like it is being kept down by a large seller. That's just my inclination here. The higher lows are more indicative of buyers becoming more exuberant on every successive move down, buying it at higher and higher levels. But the flat top is indicative of seller persistence. Like, no, we're not giving up. We're going to continue here. And as I say that, complain, bang, to the high side. We'll take the prints there. Now we're going to set up at 88, Joseph. Shout out to my man, CD Lamb. Hopefully the Cowboys have a bit of a better season this year. I say that every year, and every year I'm disappointed. So we'll continue to watch and cheer for them for the said Cowboys. So BYON, not a bad look. VVPR. Hey, Fabian, I like you're good with it today, Fabian. I like it. VVPR, shout out to my man Bovin. Bovin brings the heat. All right, we got several prints there to the high side because of your boy Bovin. Now we're going to set up a little bit higher. Let's set up at 27s. See if we can get anything there. We're getting 24s here on the ask. Needs to cross, though, for us to keep going. So keeping my eye out on these ones. 3 positions here, Joseph. All doing okay except UMC. Looking like poop.
Ooh, UMC. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right. Mabu, all right, just joined. Hello, everyone. Joseph, please walk me through your TQs trade. Yeah, anytime. So this was the thesis, right? You can see that we established a low here. I'll pull it up on my chart for you. So what the game plan was, we all know that the market gapped down. I was just looking for somewhat of a recovery and any signals of strength within the TQs or in the overall market, and especially in some of these bigger tech names. So essentially what I was looking for was some indecision prints at the lows or potentially higher lows formed. So I'll pull it up. You can see it a little bit more clear here. So this is the 5-minute time frame. You can see that we had a nice weak opening drive, but an indecision candle print at the lows, and we've already gapped down, so a nice form of resistance along these lines, and then it looked like we wanted to establish a low. And now I can build the thesis, okay, on the 5-minute time frame, once we break this, then I can use this as my potential low. That's going to be your stop loss. But let's see if we can recover and fill some of this gap. So this is going to be my target here on the TQs, which will put us around 56.47, and that's going to be the Friday's post-market lows, okay? So that's essentially the game plan. I'm not going to try to overcomplicate it or anything along those lines. I was looking for the bottom, considering that we've gapped down, and then I was waiting for any indecision prints along those lines that say, hey, that signify, hey, Joe, we're ready to turn around. And then obviously when you're trading the TQs, you want to monitor the Mag 7 because they're so heavily weighted, right? They equal about 33% of it roughly from a market cap standpoint. And that was just the game plan. So I waited for those bottoming signals, waited for that breakthrough view up, seeing nice consistent volume on the 5-minute time frame. And then I was like, okay, let me be a little bit patient here, wait for this pullback here through view up as I got stopped out. And then I was like, okay, now that we've established a higher low, it doesn't look like we're going to want to go any lower. Let me try a couple attempts on this ETF here, on the leverage ETF, and then we just go through having that being my stop. We came into it, and one thing that I wanted to note, and I noted, like I journaled this immediately, is that I just had it a little bit too tight. If I gave it a little bit more room, then I would have been able to add more aggressively into this position and then hold significantly more shares as we climbed higher. So that was just me waiting for indecision prints, waiting for those higher lows to be established, and then climbing higher with the price action, even though it has been somewhat choppy. But nice move here in Amazon. Full disclosure too, guys, I got stopped out of my Amazon swing trade for my calls. Once it broke that low from a daily standpoint, then my stop loss on the contract was triggered. And as you can tell, we bounced really nicely off of them, but we gapped down below it, and that's exactly where my stop was, right around 188 there, Sharif. So stopped out on that one, not worried about it because there might be some more downside, even though that does look like an indecision print as of now. But let's see what Adair's up to.
This Amazon strength here does actually have a little bit of a catalyst behind it. Apparently, CNBC just reporting here that Amazon has released a new AI model called Nova Act. Apparently, this model can take actions in a web browser on a user's behalf. So, CNBC reporting here the launch of a new AI model by AMZN. Back to you.
Yeah, all the hype right now, Joseph. Thank you for that, Adair. Great reporting there. Yep. Agentic AI, baby. Agentic. Agents basically doing stuff on your behalf because we're busy and we're doing other things. I'm doom scrolling right now. I cannot be looking for what what product is best for me. I need an agent to be able to do that for me. No, I'm being facetious, obviously, but that is where we're going this year. I think definitely agentic AI takes off before robotics. I think those are the two things we were kind of talking about to begin the year, Joseph. We were talking about that Jetson mini PC that Jensen put together, which has his mobile GPU for robotics, and then you have Raspberry Pi that's been obviously popular for a long time now that can carry these large language models. Locally. So it's really going to be super interesting for robotics, but I definitely think agentic AI takes off before that. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and that's what Vlad Tenev essentially
did. He actually say that?
Yeah, with Hood, right? And the gold package.
Good call on that.
Yeah, so
what I think Joseph's referring to there, we got on. Was it Friday or Thursday?
Yeah, it was Thursday. I think it was Thursday.
Yeah. Vlad Tenev, the CEO of Hood, coming out saying basically he's going to be offering these like more expensive style, let's call them investment banking services like your JP Morgans and your Morgan Stanleys, but to to clients with smaller net worths. Essentially trying to target Gen Z and younger millennials, even normal millennials too, who might be priced out of the market for a lot of these investment banking products. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Bhavin, my man, you're going to hear your name a lot today because you got me a great trade here on VVPR. I'm setting up now at 38s. It's showing me 34s here. It's up 10%. I feel good because I got bottom wick on this. And the only reason I got bottom wick is, number one, I'm lucky. Let's call that what it is, okay? Number two, I got it off the 10 exponential, but there was really no way for me to know surely that was going to be the bottom wick. So that's why I say it was a little bit lucky. But the point is to try to put as much luck on our side as possible by putting the stats on our side, the odds on our side. So waiting for that print at 38, Bhavin. I don't know if you're involved in VVPR right now. Let me know what your look is. I only got one Beakwater left, so I'm going to wait in the high 30s here. VVPR is the one I'm talking about. I stopped out for UMC for a 6-penny loss. Like I said I would. I was just not going to let this one go against me. So UMC is on my crap list right now. This one's doing well though. BYON, we're out of the majority of we are actually out of everything except one. So I'm waiting for double eights over here. 588 on BYON. This one did have resistance at that 575 area, 577. It broke through that. We didn't break through the high of the day, so waiting at 88s here means we either test or break the high of the day. We'll have to wait and see which way this cookie crumbles. I don't like anything right now in small cap gappers other than ones that I just talked about. ICCT is on my crap list because I'm 0 for 2 on that. It's setting up decently. If you picked up ICCT off that 20 exponential moving average, you're killing it today. It's not a level that I earmarked for support, so I didn't execute anything off the 20. But as you can see, that yellow line on my chart, that is the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, and every single time it wicks into the 20, it's bought up. So there's been multiple wicks into the 20. Each and every single one has been bought up for now. Underline that for now. Newsmax, we have to cover this even though we're not trading it. 66, 67, Joseph. This thing opened up at $14. Everything makes sense. Everything is fine. No, but seriously, we can't give you a theoretical auction price on this because there isn't one. This is a NYSE stock, a New York Stock Exchange listed name. And these NYSE stocks, they don't give you the theoretical auction price like we get with the NASDAQ names. Neil, do we get it as well on the MX? Do we get TAP on MX? Okay, so Neil says you usually do get the TAP on the MX stocks, but they're not always accurate. So keep your eye on that. But as you can see there, if you're able to zoom in, 66.67 is showing in the area where the theoretical auction price is, and that is actually the halt price there. So what we'll show, thank you, Fabian, for that. I appreciate it, my man. So that TAP right there, as you can see, TAP stands for theoretical auction price, and it is basically the same price as the halt price. So we're not going to be able to give you the TAP on that. The reason I remembered that is because somebody asked for the TAP in the chat, and I wasn't able to give them that. So I wanted to mention that to everybody else. So don't anticipate getting the TAP there. So that's what I'm looking at right now. 1320 Wolf, contact your cable provider. They're going to be bankrupt in a few years. No, I shouldn't say that. The thing is, here's the deal. I had a friend of mine on the weekend, and I love this guy. You know, he's not really a stock market guy, but he's a great business person. He throws his money obviously every month into the market. Sometimes he buys indexes, sometimes buys specific names. And he was telling me, he's like, man, AT&T is a great name. They pay a hell of a dividend. And then I was just like, do I tell him, or do I let him, Right? No, what I really wanted to tell him was, brother, what they rely on right now are two technologies that could theoretically be on their way out. So cable, we know about the cable cutting, and we know about people wanting to subscribe directly to services. Obviously, AT&T involved in that, but they're also involved in cell phones. And I don't know how long we continue to use a regular tower cell phone service. It doesn't have to be 5G, it could be any technology, but tower-based, terrestrial-based cell phone service. Do we upgrade to that kind of Starlink style in the future? So is it a technology that's on the way out rather than growing? I don't know, but it's not something that I want to invest in, and I want to give him that little tidbit information. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say about that. You guys think we get the satellite cell phone service a lot faster than what, maybe some people are thinking, or do we continue to hang out with these terrestrial-based towers for a long time? A lot of different plays in that too. A lot of REITs, like American Tower, for example, they buy up land and they put up cell phone towers and rent them out to some of these telecom companies. So I'd love to hear what you guys have to say about that. But we'll get back to that topic once we get back from Adara with Happening Now and Neil's lesson of the day.
S&P 500 in a beautiful uptrend here from the lows, higher highs, higher lows throughout here. Still down, though, about 0.4% on the day. As for the NASDAQ, it's down more than 1% on the day, but making a similar recovery pattern to the S&P 500. One of the biggest things of the day here on watch is NMAX. That is the Newsmax IPO, priced at $10, opened around $14, trading above $50, well above $50 last time I looked at that one here. HMST on watch as well. This is a smaller cap play I'm just seeing populate right now here in terms of being on watch here with my scanner. About 1.5 million shares traded on the day for Home Street. S&P 500 price target outlook being slashed by Goldman Sachs. Goldman also saying they now price in recession a little bit more likely. Let's take a look here at TSLA. This name actually still red on the day, but recovering nicely, much like the rest of the market, getting a little bit of a drop, though, in the last few minutes. Then we have here HUT. This is probably the weakest of the crypto tickers. Initially, though, the strongest of the crypto tickers, announcing their American Bitcoin launch here, backed in part by Donald Trump's sons, Eric and Donald Jr. So keep an eye here on HUT. MSTR, for the record, near day's highs, but only marginally green on the day. But before we send you back to those Bash Brothers, we're going to take the time to look at Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Welcome to the lesson of the day, everybody, which is, if you like IPOs, trade IPOs. Oh, Newsmax. And look, you have to stick within your battle plan of stocks that you're comfortable with, no questions asked. But Newsmax is absolutely insane. What I would say for this, and this isn't going to be the topic of the lesson of the day, but what I would say for this is you always have to be careful chasing illiquid names, but there are times where you might get a little something of a somewhat reasonable entry. I'm talking for people that like this kind of like small capper stock. You're willing to risk 10, 15% to try to get a double up, or 30 to 40 to 50%. And usually that occurs when you trap a few shorts on a 3-minute, a couple of halts up, and it does this little bit of a pullback looking like it's going to fail, regains the bid, and then breaks out this kind of prior high at like 29. And what at least you have with this is it doesn't halt in that couple of minutes. A 3-minute chart gives you like 5-6 minutes of action. And you can risk, like I said, 10 to 15% if it breaks that low. The tricky part about that is, well, then what's your plan for getting out? But I think unless you're in it early or find something early where it traps shorts in a reasonable range, and it's hard to say reasonable when it's doubled up, that's the key. You have to find something that sets up for you, at least in that particular case. Some people, or most people, are probably willing to, on smaller cap or low float names, squeeze names, risk 10 to 15%, get 30, 40, 50, and then maybe even a double up. But if you're chasing it like 50, 40s, and 50s, that's a lot trickier to find yourself into reasonable trading options. Now, what I really wanted to focus on today is identifying when you have your top ideas, like what you can stay with and what you got to get away from. I think it's all well and good to be like, oh, everything was gap down, you prefer shorts, great, but then what do you do when things start getting away? Now, I'm in, well, yeah, I just looked over as if we were on the midday show. I'm in Intel and Mara right now, but I'm not in Amazon, and Amazon was the one I wanted the most. Amazon was the setup that I liked the best. Short, underneath 190, it's still underneath 190, but I'm not shorted anymore. I was looking for continuation under a flat bottom, continuation of trend after the break. And all that happened wasn't in it at the beginning. Your best chances were to be sitting short during the pre-market, which is not usually my style. So when I don't get this flush right at the open, you short VWAP a couple of times, kind of mild success, and then eventually it just breaks away. And the level of patience required now is super high because it's still underneath 190, but it's trending up into that level. So I'm just sitting here waiting for it to get up to that 190 level, maybe challenge that pre-market high, and then look for reversion. But you could love the stock short and then be fighting it every single time it makes a crest. Now the difference, I would venture to say, in Intel is I did wait for Intel to fill in the gap and then short into VWAP. And now all of a sudden, while the market's higher, like why are we back into Intel? Well, the market's at the top, as you can see, the NASDAQ making higher lows right into resistance. And Intel holds the prior support, trends back in, and is now breaking down into VWAP. Now, obviously, you can see I've drawn a trend line from the top. If this holds VWAP and breaks out here, I can get out and wait for the highs again. But at least it's showing me relative strength. So it's a stock that I'm not getting away from. You know, I'm not pulling this chart and putting something else up. I'm sort of focused on it. And then we liked Mara. Now, Mara is a little trickier, but like Intel, it's still holding the bottom of the range. You know, the reasons I like this, outside of the obvious, we liked it short, it broke $12, it's still underneath $12 on the daily, it's still underneath the pre-market lows, and it's showing you resistance at the pre-market lows. That's all well and good. But here's the other thing it's doing. When we showed Intel relative to the futures, okay, that matters. But Mara relative to Bitcoin, this is the real reason that I want to stick with this. Because Bitcoin is much stronger of a chart here. And when I see Mara still holding out that relative weakness, especially in the midst of Bitcoin strength, that's why those are the two names I'm still in. And you've got to be able to, you know, if you can favor shorts all you want, but you've got to understand the difference between, oh, I like the short, it's still kind of valid, but it's nowhere near a setup for that I like, and that'll be Amazon, and then the difference between Intel and Mara right now, which is making a heck of a lot of sense. And just for everybody out there, Newsmax halted to the downside at $62. Yeah, $62.27 with a 62 tap. So headed back in, it seems, could be Newsmax. Look, it would not surprise me if this gets all the way to VWAP. It would not surprise me if it got to $100. I didn't pay for locates on here. They were like $24 for 100 shares. So I don't know. I felt like your chance, like maybe 75s would have been good, but I just didn't want any part of this one short. Be careful trading it, but there's a lot of opportunity to be had, I think, in these, if you get them early. There's a lot of opportunity to be had in the market, even if you're biased the wrong way, to find the setups that are still valid, because there's always something which is still setting up for you. So there's your lesson of the day. Know when your best ideas are blown out and you got to get away from them, like Amazon, and the ones that are still maintaining, like Intel, like Mara, that you can stay in because they're still showing you the goods. It just requires some patience. Good luck, everybody.
That one, Neil. As always, my friend, good look there and great lesson. So yeah, Newsmax, absolutely insane, guys. Up 522% here on the day. Excuse me, and then now halted to the downside. So be careful. Go really, really small, 522%. And I know people are saying, oh, I should have bought it at 14. We all would have liked to grab it at 14, but unfortunately that's not the case. And then, yeah, Ryan Phillip, send me your trade. You can hit me up on X there, at Trader TV Joseph, and you can send me your trade on the day there, Ryan Phillip, because we have been trading the TQs, and that has been our strongest position on the session. I know Stevenson said he was trading NVDA and got stopped out now looking for 107. It may still be in the works, but I think it's going to be more of a slower grind. But really nice work here on the TQs. I only have one more out, and just going to hold this until we make it construct a new high, and that's the game plan there. So you can see that we have these continuous higher lows, nice strong trend. If there was an EMA along those lines, the 9 EMA, we'd be hugging that nice, and the 20 as well too. So there you go. Maybe we get this pull back to the volume weighted average price as Apple, Amazon, and Nvidia are starting to pull back in. It's unfortunate that the price action on NVDA hasn't been as orderly as some of the other Mag 7 names. You can see that we've been trading in this $2.50, $3 range throughout the majority of the session, and we had the inability to crack through this previous pivot high here there, guys. So just keep an eye out for that. The name's weak for a reason. Can it get the ball rolling? Absolutely. We're still negative 4.1% on the day, closer to 4.2. But it just might need some more liquidity. I would look for these higher lows to continuously hold, and then you can base a trade off of that. So if we crack it to the downside, then people are prepared for the back end of this trade, and then you can go and head to the low of days. But you can see as we're pulling back right now, that volume is really, really starting to fall off. So that's a positive sign that buyers may step in, and then you can see this name turn around and break through some key resistance levels there. So yeah, if there's anything you guys want me to go over, Sharif and I were just looking at the options chain on AAPL. It has been one of the better traders on the session, and you can see that we are now north of 222, and there's a little bit of open interest there, about 8.7 thousand open contracts, so just under 9. But you can see that the next level, if you guys have your chain available, that 222.50 is that next level with about 13 to 14,000 open contracts. So a little bit more than what we see at 222. So we might break through that resistance zone and then look for that next step. On the 0 DTE in the Qs here as well, guys, is 468. We are starting to pull back. We rejected 465, so 468 may be a little bit tougher of a look here on the session in the Qs there. Sorry, guys, considering that we have gapped down. But if we do break through some of these resistance zones, that's going to put us right above this pre-market high or this post-market high here, guys. And then I think we would look for a rejection or even around the lows. But we have entered the gap, and you can see that almost to a penny here, Sharif, we have rejected that gap here on the TQ. So let's see if we can grab some more liquidity, hold the volume weighted average price, volume starts to pick up, and then you can start to enter this gap, because I do believe that at some point it will get full. Jay Anthony, do I use anchored VWAP? No, I don't use anchored VWAP. Obi and I believe Adara uses Anchor VWAP, and I believe the guys to the right of us do as well. So you want to look for, I think, big days. So like you want to look for earnings day low, etc. Those types of levels. I'm not familiar with using it, but where you anchor it is very, very key, because if you just put it anywhere on the chart, then it's just like, okay, that's totally subjective and it's not necessarily going to work. That means everybody would have different levels, and that's not necessarily what you want to go off when utilizing the volume weighted average price. And I think that's why it's one of the more common indicators, is because we're getting that data from 4 a.m., 6 a.m., whenever your broker opens, and then you continuously use it, and it's all the same number, and that's why I believe it's more popular. What's up with the huge volume candle at AMD just a minute ago?
I looked. I didn't see it, Joseph.
You didn't see that?
Yeah, let me know if you see one. I didn't see it.
On what time? I see on the 5 minute. I don't see anything there, Sharif, on the 5 minute. We can always zoom in. Yeah, there's nothing that stands out to me and it says, hey, where's that isolated signature? Just a minute ago. Yeah, I don't see anything. This all seems relatively flat and normal compared to what we have been printing. There's nothing that is isolated or stands out and be like, whoa, you need to take a look at that isolated signature or a volume signature. I don't see anything outsized there on that front. Okay, guys, let's see what else we got.
Can I cover something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because one's breaking out. Bovin, bro, we're going to need you to come over to the studio over here and sit like around. Because everything you call out, Bovin, is absolute money, my guy. Look, here it is. We got into this trade. This is the second trade we got in because of Bovin, man. Straight up, this is it. I mean, he is responsible for these trades. So I got in here 04s on CTXR, and here we go into the quarter dollar. This is my last out. It's showing me 25s on the ask, and boom, there it is. We take out 25. Quick as you like, Joseph, 20 pennies on a $2 name, just like that. All because of your boy Bovin there. He called it out. Here's what I saw, Bovin. I don't know how you traded this, but I saw $2 area support, and it cleared $2 by some distance, weaseling to 16, came back in and tested 2. I liked what I saw. I punched in at 04s, and boom goes the freaking dynamite. Freaking laser. I need to watch on the weekend, bro, or on my vacay coming up. But yeah, shout out to Mike Myers. All right, so there we go. We got a 228 high a day. So this one is not done yet. I'm talking about CTXR. It's on the NQ. It's up 45% today. Good midday movie here above it. I mean, the volume really just started coming in. I want to say around 11:20, 11:25. So shout out to my guy right there. Always calling out the right stuff. We're done this trade, but we're going to look to get more in on it if it comes back in and comes into that 210 area. Bovin has it from $1.85, so my man is printing up a storm on that side, and we're going to shout him out for that. Shout out to Bovin Patel. Good look there. So that one we're already done on, quick as you like, this trade. So right back to VVPR now. Now this is back at the 10 exponential. Another trade that Bovin gave us. We're long here at 12s. We went the beak all the way up into 27s. Now I'm waiting at the lofty area of 38. This one did come up to 35, but was met with some selling. Now it's back at the 10 exponential moving average at the quarter dollar. I'm talking about 4 1/4 right now on VVPR. This is a lot slower of a mover, Katina, man, than that CTXR one, but putting in a good chart pattern nonetheless. I'm talking about VVPR up 8 and change, but give him back a little bit now. The other one that we're involved in, BYON, where's it at? Show me here. Okay, so this one continuing to put in that higher low pattern, but not really a higher high situation. We saw this story before. What am I talking about? So we saw this on the one where it was putting in, I'm talking about BYON, it was putting incrementally higher lows, albeit very slowly. Wasn't really able to clear 577 for whatever reason. There was a bit of a seller at that 577, 578 level. And we had rejected it multiple times. Now we're kind of doing that same dance in the sense that we're putting in incrementally higher lows, but there seems to be a seller at 84 or 85. Can't really tell right now. I have to watch it a bit more. I wasn't watching it at those price levels in order to tell you where the hidden seller is, because nothing's really posted here, as you can see on the level 2. You know, you got a couple of, you got 20 lots sitting over here on Edge X, and they're already getting eaten up. Here comes 85 again, so now we can observe this a bit more clearly. The high of the day is 88. It looks like we're taking out the size there on BYON at 85s. Let's see if we're able to get anything on a legitimate print into 86. None have happened since that spike. I want to say that spike happened at 11 o'clock exactly. So we haven't printed anything above 85s since 11 o'clock, but we are showing 85s here on the ask. So for all intents and purposes, we are, you know, not technically at the high of the day, but realistically we are. Let's see if we're able to break above that level, and by extension of that, take out 10% and get into double-digit territory there. So that's my look right now. VVPR though, it's kind of like not a make or break, that's incorrect. It's a decision time for me. And the reason I say that about VVPR is because if I'm gonna add into this trade, here should be the time. And here's why I say that. 10 exponential defend. 10 exponential defend, and then it comes back in. You guessed it, it's at the 10 exponential. So if I want to add here, if my bias is that VVPR continues to put in those higher highs and higher lows, and it's destined to take out that 4 1/3, 435 technically, then I need to be getting in here. This is the level. I'm doing it. What are you doing, Joseph?
Yeah, good look there, my friend. I'm just looking at Amazon from the daily standpoint here. I really like this. I'm starting to like this more. I did get stopped out, but as you can see, we break through some key support levels and now putting this indecision print. And if we can close fully as a hammer, I might take a second swing at that. It's unfortunate that I bought those calls in here and I didn't sell up here like I said I was going to. So that's okay. You take the stop out. And then now if we close above this, I am going to take a second entry on that. Full disclosure, I do like the TQs as a potential add here as well, Sharif. We're holding on to a small amount of this position, but we've been riding this all the way since 10:30 here. So nice look here on the TQs. I might have missed that train as we go and test the high a day here. Again, that add would have been right there, but we'll wait for a pullback. If we break through, you can see that we have some nice support levels at that specific level, 54.82 to be exact, and then now we bounced right off of it and then climbing higher and higher. Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is, though, Dom, what I was looking at this morning, and I was like, oh, no, the gap down wasn't good. But when you have such a significant gap down, I was like, okay, that potential of filling some of that gap is there. And just be prepared in order to, if that displays itself, to do so, right? Take that trade. And if it doesn't work, and if you get that kind of gap and go strategy where it gaps down, and then you continue to the downside, then follow the price action in that aspect. But here, we're starting to fill some of this gap, and I do believe that the TQs are going to start to participate on that front as well. So yeah, that's the game plan. Going to wait for another pullback. You can see we now ran through the support zone and the resistance. If we get that pullback into 55s, then we're going to add to this position because I do believe that it's going to be more of a slow grind. We're going to recover that gap. We're going to fill it, but it's going to take some time, and you're going to see that the ebbs and flows within the intraday volatility that, okay, we need to grab some more liquidity, climb a little higher, establish a new high, grab some more, and it's just the breathing of these stocks. All right, guys. So GameStop, what's GameStop doing? Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at GME for you guys real quick. Oh, wow, putting in a pretty decent day here, Sharif, is GME. Oh. But again, I know the boys were talking about this. It's just not a name that I would want to be a part of. I know that, so again, they put Bitcoin in the treasury, and then the next day, as Katina Man saying, it's like a $1.something billion share offering. It's like, you don't. That ain't the move. Yeah, it's not the move. Not necessarily something that you want to be doing. Again, we were talking about Ford, and GameStop is just going to fall in that same realm. I'm not trying to compare apples to oranges here, but it's just a stock that I would not want to be invested in for the long term. I just don't think it's there, and I don't think GameStop is going to be the savior of this company, nor is trading cards. Unfortunately, I don't like to be the bad news. But
and Fabian gave us the 411 on that, and like
there's a market for it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a market for it.
And I can't speak for you, but I can just speak for myself. I didn't know it was that big. Like I didn't know that the trading market could
it's not gonna save the stock at the end of it. It's trading cards, it's a big market, but it's not big enough to save what it has going on.
You feel like they're just trying to catch a tailwind. I get the feeling they're just trying to find their identity a little bit.
Try to get back in the meme craze and
there you go.
Those squeezes and stuff.
Brick and mortar is dying, he says in there. You're absolutely right, Fabian. Think about it. The overhead costs, my man, for selling a game online where the game lives on a server, as opposed to you having to rent out an entire store, pay people, furnish it, electricity, this, that, and the other. Of course, it's a different world. So your point is very well taken. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not.
I haven't had I haven't had a gaming system since PS2, Fabian. So that should answer your question,
right? And I'm since PS4, and PS4 was released in like 2014 or something along those lines, right? And even at that time, I never bought a physical copy. Just to add to Fabian's point, like everybody just buys them online now. You download it online. There's essentially no need. If you want older copies, vintage stuff, but I don't think it's enough to support the company going ahead.
One thing that he scares him, he says, you don't own the license to that. But Fabian, aren't you allowed to buy the game directly from like the download or the app store or whatever like that? Yeah. You buy a license, not the game, so they can take the license away from you. Is that how it works?
Okay, so is that how you get banned from the game and stuff?
I mean, They can revoke. I see.
There you go.
So you don't have a physical copy of the game. But hold on, question for you, because I'm not going to know the answer to this. Once you download the game, can you store it so that you have it physically, like on an external drive, anything like that, Fabian?
If the game is old enough, yeah, you can totally run it offline and you don't have to ever worry about a license. But if it has online services, you're kind of screwed.
You can't then, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Good to know. Good to know, because I don't know anything about this. I do appreciate that. Yeah. Just let me know when we got to pay that bill. I'm ready for it.
For sure. What was I going to... Okay, yeah, so I was going to double check. When is Tesla? I believe Tesla deliveries this Wednesday. Sharif, if I'm not wrong, I'm going to double check.
Tesla? Wednesday. Wednesday we're expecting deliveries.
Yeah. Okay, so there we go. Yep. Wednesday, Tesla deliveries. And someone was asking me what can happen with that stock in the chat. I don't know. We just have to wait and see. Is he going to beat? Is he going to come lower than expectations? And if he does, I believe we're going to see a hefty haircut in this name. So just be wary. If you want to swing it going into the deliveries report, just understand, just put a stop in place, monitor that price action to a T, because it's not going to be good if they miss on those estimates. All right, guys. So yes, but don't legally own digital content. They can take it back at any time. There you go. What a GME did, 1.3 billion convertible notes. Yeah, convertible senior notes, and we're going to pay some bills here, guys.
Sir, trade the pool, guys. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the pool is changing that. Starting at $47, you get a real shot at trading with up to $200,000 in company capital, while your risk stays capped at that one-time evaluation fee. You don't need a large deposit. You don't need years of experience. This is a limited risk trading platform built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line, just a small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, not CFDs, using the company's capital. So head on over to tradethepool.com and start your trading journey today. Adara, what is going on up there?
I think it's worth noting to keep an eye on Amazon. We've had a couple different announcements with regards to AMZ, and or at least reports here, and their AI. So first off here, we did have a report coming in from CNBC. Amazon rolling out a new powerful AI tool called Nova Act. Apparently, it lets AI agents take actions in the web browser for you. It's going to be part of their new model here called the Nova family. Apparently, this is also available to look at on their website. Now, we're also hearing apparently Alexa Plus has now launched an early access. So Amazon's Alexa Plus, apparently with an early access launch. AMZN on watch here with lots of AI developments. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Guys, just to touch back here on AMZ, and one more time, you can see that we have gap down, and then now putting in this hammer candle, so you could potentially play. Let's see how we open up tomorrow, and then you can play this little gap, and this might be a bottom here as well, too, Street, because we are down at that low 25%. On a haircut in AMZN. So really, really tough look on that one. But here we go, guys, starting to climb higher. Going to go and test this high day here on the TQs. Let's see if we can catch that fill. We're going to post up at 55.70 and be patient and wait for that fill to come in to play Sharif.
Absolutely. Okay, so BYON took out 85s. This is the first time it's done that since I mentioned at 11 a.m. when we got that big boy high of the day spike. So here we go. We're at 88s now. That's where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at 88s. It has to cross for me to get printed. It's 86 on the bid, 88 on the ask. I got to imagine that I'm one of the first in priority here because I've been waiting at 88 since I basically got into the trade. So my assumption is that I should be getting filled, but I'm not going to flatten out. I just won't do it. I'd rather get stopped out than flatten out. I'm exercising patience today. That's the name of the game, and we're going to see what we get there, and we won't get upset. VVPR got stopped out of that. I added to this one. I moved up my stop, and I completely botched this one. Just full disclosure, I didn't trade this properly on the ad. That is, for whatever reason, I had an outstanding stop, like 2 pennies lower than my entry, and I came to enter the stop, and it was like You don't have any shares. I was like, what? What's happening over here? And so I did get stopped out of this one accidentally. VVPR, we're still positive on it, but I executed poorly on the addition. So I'm going to continue to watch this one. If it wants to hold up above the 20, right now it's the first time we've got a closing print on the 5-minute chart below the 10 exponential moving average. That's the first time essentially on the day since taking that level at about 10:25 a.m. So if we lose that level, I don't want any smoke. Let's keep an eye on that. Still waiting here on BYON for print at 88. Nothing forthcoming. This one though, ICCT. So we initially did well on ICCT, then got back in on the ad, and then I got stopped out. So we're technically negative on this one. Now, here's the deal. It put in a hell of a double top at, say, that $1.30 or wherever you kind of gauge that. I see a high of the day of 132, but most of the prints do reject that 130. We lose the neckline at about 105, 106. I'm talking about the price, not the time. And now we're doing our darndest to stay above $1. We did wick down into about 95 pennies, but we're right back above $1 at about 102, 103. So this one didn't quite make it down into VWAP. VWAP's at 90 pennies. The reason that's interesting to me is because I have a trade on these small cap gappers that it's a VWAP retracement, right? And this one didn't quite make it down. So I'm trying to gauge whether or not this is just yet another higher low. Sorry, another lower high, excuse me, on the chart that I really shouldn't be trying to trade off. So my view of this is area crest, and then another lower high over here. So I am kind of concerned punching into here. You know, you're kind of getting ahead of yourself, you know, above that 90 penny area. So if Algo is going to trade this off VWAP, well, the buy orders are waiting at 90, or so one would think. But the other side to that coin is there's that dollar level that you need to account for, which is a different bag of, or it's a different situation. You always hear me say it's a different trade north and south of that dollar. And so being at the dollar presents a bit of a dichotomy. I mean, are we looking long or are we looking short? So that's kind of what I'm thinking right now on ICCT. I'm 0 for 2 on it in the sense that, you know, I didn't execute to my fullest potential on the first trade, and then the second trade ended up getting me stopped out. So I don't know. I'm going to pack my patience. If I can see a few higher highs to kind of just get me feeling that maybe the longs are in control, then we can talk. But at the moment, I'm not feeling it all that much. We got the print on BYON, so more pleased I could not be. So we took out 88, so I packed my patience. I'm very pleased about that. But now we're all out of shares, and we've got no trades on. So I'm in no trades at the moment, guys. Done the trade on VVPR, done the trade on BYON. Let's look at CTXR, that one that Bovin called out. Was a hell of a one right there. Where is it at? There it is. No, that's not the one, Joseph. There it is. Nice. CTXR. So this one, for the most part, you're getting prints. All the closing prints are a skosh above that 10 EMA. And this one's shown you its propensity to stair step. And what do I mean by stair step? Well, it's when the previous area resistance acts as the next area's area of support. Does that make sense? Let me give you a visual. So look at this. Look at these prints over here from 10:10 a.m. till about 11:10. So an hour worth of prints. Every single print rejects that 180. So you know you have a 180 top. Okay? So let's earmark that 180. Now let's look after 11:10 a.m. from 11:10 to 12 o'clock. So another almost hour. Surprise, freaking surprise. That 180 all of a sudden has now acted as support, okay? So let's go ahead and even go further. From 11:10 to 12:10 or to 12. What's the area top? So we know what the area bottom is. That's $1.80, right? What's the area top? Well, $2. Okay. So then from 12 to current 12:30, look where we're bouncing off. $2. So it's stair stepping in the sense that the top of every step acts as the next step's bottom. You see what I'm saying by that? Like area top, area top.
Very well said.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Yeah, very well said.
So this is interesting here on CTXR in the sense that let me use that to my advantage. So I like anything in the low twos. That's what I'm trying to say ineloquently here. So let's go ahead if it allows us to, because it's getting away right now. It looks like it's breaking back up into that 2.25. So I'm gonna throw it in order, guys. We're gonna sit at 205 because 5 is one of my favorite numbers, and we're gonna throw that bad boy out there. If we get a print, we get a print. We don't. That's fine. Okay, so 205, I'm waiting over here now. If we clear that 228 and say maybe go to 250, 245, then I'll be looking at 2.25 as that area support. Because we've seen this story before where we kind of range from the top and the bottom side within an established price range and then use that subsequent. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at CTXR. If I can get something in on this one, I like the look of this one's jib, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, brother, and good timing because NVDA is really starting to break out here. You can see the volume really start to kick up here on the 1 minute time frame, and I took a little bit of a scalp on it as we broke through some of these key resistance zones, and then I got stopped out break even, and I thought that we would come and test this resistance right here around 1055, and I was gonna get right back in, but the price just turned right back around, and I didn't have the opportunity to, and I didn't want to chase it, but that volume is going to support this move. I have enough conviction and confidence that we can continue to climb higher in NVDA, especially because that volume is there. You can see it on the lower time frames and then slowly starting to pick up on the higher time frames as well too. So that's really unfortunate that we got stopped out. Break even on that trade as we go and test 106. I should have held on, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but it would have been nice if I held on to it for a little bit longer, waited for that retest of the resistance zones, and then I would have been able to take part in some of this trade. But Stevenson, my guy, says nice trade on the TQs. Thank you very much. We are all out of the TQs here today, guys. So a nice trade on that one. You can see we're in right here. Well, first trade right here, stopped out, break even. Then we got stopped out, entered again, and then climbed throughout this whole trend. So that was a really, really nice trade here on the TQs, all out of that one there. And that's when I was eyeing NVDA. I did believe, I seen that volume. We were forming that wedge. We sat on the other side of the, on the top side of this downtrend line. Let me zoom out and display it to you guys so you can see it a little bit more clear. So what I had established here was from this pre-market level all to where we were currently sitting out in that breakout zone, and then we sat on top of that range, and that volume really stepped in. So that can give you more conviction within a breakout trade. That's what you want to be able to identify when you are playing the break through certain resistance zones. Is you need that support and resistance. You need that volume to step in whichever direction you are going in. So of course I got right back in when we couldn't break the 200 period. Let's see if we can fill the gap. Yeah, and I think you're going to be sitting pretty good. You had that stop in place there, Stevenson. So if you got right back in, I think you're going to be sitting pretty on that position. And I do believe that 107 may be in the works for today. It's not too far off. We're still negative 3.3%. So just keep that in mind. X-Banes, what's up with Apple? One would think it would be the hardest hit because of the tariffs. Well, there's a lot going on with Apple. I mentioned before there's loopholes that they can use with the iPhone to kind of just subsidize some of that tariff effect. One thing that I was referring to is just kind of how Google and them are, like Google pays them to be their primary search engine, and that works up to be about 25% of their service revenue, and that's why I believe that it was hit relatively hard. It was lagging, holding up strong, but then with Google just continuously moving lower here, you've seen that start to catch up to the overall market. But with AAPL, it is really strong, one of the stronger tech names on the day. I would stick with that strength.
I want to read something that Adara sent me today.
Sure.
Ming-Chi Kuo, one of the more noted Apple commentators, he talks about supply chain. He's got connections with Foxconn, Taiwan Semi. He's kind of the person that you look to for inside information, I guess, with Apple products. And Adara, where do you post this? X? He's always on X. He's always on X. Thank you, Adara. The Ming-Chi quote note on Apple. There's been some market chatter about Apple planning to buy NVIDIA's GB300, their new GPU that they announced at GTC not that while ago, for about $1 billion deal. It's about 250 racks, or about 18,000 GPUs, basically. He goes on to say, honestly, this purchase alone doesn't carry much weight for Apple's AI ambitions. Certain people in the market seem to be overplaying the rumor's significance. Here's his case. So there's 2 points here. First, The order scale is way too small. Among the big tech names investing in AI, Meta probably is the closest example comparable to Apple. Meta's AI server purchases focuses on developing LLMs, cutting operational costs, and boosting service efficiency, rather than providing services like an LAAS or hosting. I don't know what LAAS means. That's pretty similar to Apple's playbook. Meta's expected to snap up to about 1.3 million GPUs in 2025. That's insane. That's a whopping 70 times Apple's reported order. Given this, Apple's procurement hardly seems sufficient to drive meaningful AI operations. That's point number one. Point number two is the GB300, that new GPU, their mass shipments won't start until the first half of 2026, so essentially a year from now. Apple suppliers here, Dell and Supermicro, aren't top-tier assemblers like Foxconn or Quanata, so Apple might not get its racks until Q3 or Q2 of 2026, or even later. He goes on to say, clearly this deal isn't going to give Apple an AI edge anytime soon, definitely not in the next 12 months. That's obviously all opinion. I want to make a point though. So the point that I was saying to Adara was, maybe in the scale, when you're making comps to what Microsoft's buying, to what Meta's buying, to what Amazon is buying, Apple seems to be really far behind. But what I said to her was, does the DeepSeek kind of curveball have anything to do with that in terms of, do we need this many GPUs for AI to be efficient at this level, like say an 80% level or a 90% level to whatever like Meta's doing or whatever Microsoft's doing? Or have we made gains in efficiency? You always hear the expression, necessity is the mother of all invention, right? And the Chinese couldn't get their hands on these GPUs, hence they had necessity for efficiency, and they seem to come up with a bit of a curveball. Let's be honest. DeepSeek took us all by surprise in December. So what I'm trying to say here is, are we? One of the things that we've always been talking about is the AI play overhyped, in the sense that, are these hyperscalers spending too much money on AI build-out than they really should be? Is it going to hurt them later down the line? And a lot of comparisons have been made to the dot-com bubble, the laying of the fiber optics. I think this is a little different, so I'm hesitant to want to make the two comparisons, but history only has so many comps. So this is going to be the real question. Is it possible that we have made efficiency gains? That's number one. Number two, maybe Apple's offering for the Apple Intelligence will be kind of limited in a sense to the things that they offer, and then they outsource to the likes of ChatGPT, which they're already doing. I mean, before they pulled that Siri, the Siri update, which, let's call a spade, man. The AI rollout by Apple was absolutely botched.
Did you watch the Marquise Brownlee?
I did. Yeah. He didn't have much to say on it.
No.
I did watch it because it was like, it's kind of like a required reading if you're involved in Apple, right? You got to hear what Marquise Brownlee has to say. But he didn't tell me anything I don't already know, Joseph.
Exactly,
You know what I'm saying? And the reason, what Joseph's talking about is MKHD's got a video right now about Apple Intelligence, the botched rollout of Apple Intelligence. So to make a long story short, are we kind of entering a new stage in AI where we don't need to have an entire data center full of GPUs to have a good product offering? I'm not smart enough to know that, nor am I, in the business. So we'll have to wait and see. But it's definitely an interesting development, and I definitely get Ming Chi Kuo's comments there. I just want to pass that on to you guys because that wasn't widely reported this morning.
Yeah, and good too. I was reading some stuff on Apple as well to add to your point, Sharif. A little bit off from the AI, except for this one point where we were just talking about the agents. So Apple is elevating its healthcare app with the AI capabilities to mimic real doctors, called Project Mulberry, which is supposed to debut on iOS 19.4 next year. So there you go. You get the health app, kind of an AI doctor, those AI type agents.
Oh, by the way, Fabian, is it possible to send you a video that we can play Thank you. I will. It's there's leaks. There's been a bunch of leaks this weekend. It's from multiple sources, not just one source, about the looks and the new form factor for the iPhone 17. I can't believe we're already talking about it.
Right.
But WWDC, guys, is literally in like 3 months. So, yeah, believe it or not, things creep up super quick. It just feels like yesterday that we were talking about the release of the 16, but all of a sudden, Katina, man, we're talking about the 17 now. So I'm going to send this to Fabian over here because there's all sorts of leaks right now about the 17. It's going to have a new camera bump, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
We're going to have to wait and see if that moves the needle because we know the 16 didn't move crap.
It didn't. Well, I think a lot of it had to do with that kind of that 2-part release of Apple Intelligence. It just didn't work. It just didn't work. And so now it's like, okay, you have to wait for another year for the next phone to come out. And then now I just mentioned that healthcare app as well too. And they're going to create an M5 iPad late 2025.
Sir.
So again, they're like, I don't know. I'm not going to get too into deep, but they're just refining the things that they have. I think
it's not good enough, Joseph.
Yeah, it's absolutely not good enough here. But back into these markets, guys. Apple hasn't made an improvement in the last 3 versions, and I agree with you on that front. All the phones are really identical throughout the past 5 or 6 years. That is, in my opinion. But here we go, guys, on NVDA. So Stevenson, it's unfortunate. If I held a little bit longer, but we were forming this ABCD, the stair-step pattern that Sharif was just referring to, or you can classify it as an ABCD, whatever floats your boat on that front. But if I got in at the bottom of the range, I would have been able to hold it a little bit longer. But a nice breakout from 105.70 all the way to 106.20ish, roughly, but starting to pull back here now. So another entry opportunity may arise. I did take more off here, about 33%, opposed to just taking off 10% here, or whatever, 20%, I believe, because I'm like, ooh, this is really volatile, and it just breathes a lot, the ebbs and flows of this underlying asset. You're getting all those pullbacks, and I referred to it how it trades like with the likes of Apple. When I remember I was telling you guys when I first started doing my trading journey, my scanners were relatively basic. I'm looking for anything over 1 million shares, and then let's trade it. And what fell on my lap usually every morning, that was AAPL. And now that's with the likes of NVDA. You'll see it put in 3 million shares in the morning like it's nothing, right? So it eats those shares for breakfast, essentially. Not very much volume. But again, it's just like it breathes a lot, right? It takes so much capital in order to move this. It's like, okay, you're entering this trade, then you get a 40% retracement, you enter again, and then it pulls back another 40% of that move. So you just have to be really patient with this name and understand that it is, I wouldn't call it volatile, it just breathes a lot and takes a lot of requirements. But AMD, I do like the price action print, how we're forming here on AMD. You can see that we have forming somewhat of a wedge here, guys. We'll pull it up here. You can see this consistent lower highs. Where's my tools? I don't know. They are gone. But anyways, you can see the consistent lower highs here, guys. And then now you have that form of support established. Let's see if it can break through that and continue to move. As the market slowly grinds higher, we're not really participating on that front, but it also filled the gap. So just below that resistance zone, you get the majority of that gap filled. So that is the look on AMD and some of these semis here.
All right, we got the TikTok video. There's the guy. So this is apparently going to be the new 17, Joseph.
Okay.
I don't know how they got the images or anything like that. But he goes on like I don't know. We can't hear him. Can they hear him? It's fine. He just talks about the upcoming features and stuff. Like people can do their own homework, obviously, but there's multiple different updates. It doesn't move the needle for me, bro. You're gonna need to give me more than a camera bump to get going over here. The thing is, Joseph, things are more software based now. Oh, but there's gonna be an iPhone Air as well.
Oh, there.
Not like I really care about that. Can't wait for that to bend.
I know.
Do you remember the iPhone 6?
They were having people
remember that
with their pocket.
Bendgate. What was it called? Bendgate? Bendgate, like Ben Gay, right? Like the cream. But yeah, in any event, there's going to be a few new form factors, new camera bump, the what's it called? The iPhone Air, they're calling it. But really nothing that we haven't seen before, Joseph, in terms of like a flip phone and the screens are supposed to be a bit bigger as well. I can kind of get behind that. I like bigger screens, but not really wanting that whole thing in my pocket if I can kind of.
Well, then it'll just occupy your whole pocket, I guess. I don't know. But to add to what we were talking about earlier, Sharif, and how kind of the Apple Intelligence was completely botched. And one point that I like that Marquise Brownlee made is that they never gave them like a beta mode to test out with that improved Siri update.
Why did they not do that?
It wasn't ready.
Because it wasn't ready.
It was never ready. And it's like,
they did that before.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, you usually get these betas to come out and try, but they didn't even release any of that. So that tells you how far behind they actually might be in this new Siri update.
Exactly. So what Joseph's talking about is the updated Siri. They had everything ready in terms of Apple Intelligence. They let them try it, but they didn't let them try that. They only showed them videos. So Marquise Brownlee's theory is that they don't actually have it ready. Like, it's not even in beta where they can kind of, here, look, give it a try. Maybe it kind of glitches a little bit. That's to be expected.
There's bugs here and there, right?
Absolutely, which is normal,
Totally
right?
normal.
But they don't even have it ready from that regard, hence why nobody's tried it. And so the example that he referred to was this wireless charging kind of station. I forget what they called it. I forget what it's called.
Like the island or something.
Something like that.
Yeah,
it was a wireless charging island. And they kind of, I think they released this with the iPhone 6 back like in the 2015, I believe it was, 2014, 2015, something like that, where you could just put your phone, like everybody does this now, where you have wireless charging. But when they dropped it at the time and you put your phone actually on the charger, it wasn't charging because they didn't have it ready. And guess what? They dropped that product altogether. So he's trying to make the point that when they don't let you try something hands-on, something's afoot. Because usually there's something behind that. Otherwise, you get a hands-on test of it. So I get his point. I respect him. Obviously, he's a hell of a person, and I find him to be quite fair. Marquise Brownlee, that is. That's just my opinion. So I respect what he has to say.
It was called Air Power.
Air power. That's it. Thank you for that, guys. You guys know what I'm talking about. I do appreciate that.
They said that when he was saying they only had one throughout that whole kind of that conference.
And it wasn't working, dude. It didn't even work.
It's like, well, you guys didn't think to maybe try it before you bring in all these people to see the air power?
Yeah.
But,
Exactly. That's the suspicious part of it, right? Like, when you can't try something, and when they have a history of letting you try it, it kind of raises some suspicions, and I can completely get behind that type of thinking. Adam, he's not a Apple hater, bro. I disagree with that. I love Apple. I'm invested in Apple. I have Apple everything. And I think he is very, very fair to Apple. Timmy C also selected him to sit down with and talk about the new launch of the 16 and Apple Intelligence. I believe that was in the late summer, early fall. So I don't think if he was a noted Apple hater, Timmy C would want to sit down with him. That's just my opinion. I respect your opinion, though, but I respectfully disagree. All right, guys, let's get back into some trading over here. I don't have a setup right now that I'm liking on any of the small cap gappers. They're not. None of them are setting up in the right way. The only thing that I'm really kind of looking at a little bit here, and it's kind of, I feel like I'm grasping at straws. BLUE. It hasn't done a whole lot. Okay, but it's got a gnarly upward channel, and there seems to be a flat top break possibly brewing at 530. We can't seem to clear that level, but we're putting in higher lows all the while. So we've kind of seen this story before. Look at this. This 520 area was elusive, and then it's 530 that's elusive. So if history's any guide, we clear 530, and then maybe we start doing that dance with 540. So BLUE could be an interesting trade. I'm keeping my eye on MLGO because everybody was yelling about that one. Shout out to Bovin. Shout out to Tisha. Let's look at MLGO. It's above VWAP, but I don't want to be quick into this one now that it's a bit more pricey at 23 bucks and change. So this one is above VWAP. It seems to have some selling here at around 23 3/4. Not an area that I would have earmarked for some selling. Personally, I didn't see a resistance around there. Let's flip to the 5, see what we can gauge here. Not a bad look. Respect generally for the 10 exponential. There are these outlying candles that break to the high side and the low side that stop everybody out. Likely, unless your stops were farther than that. So not a bad look for MLGO right now, but not not a glowing endorsement for an entry. Let's keep an eye on ICCT as well. It's trying its best to stay above that dollar area. It briefly dropped below $1, but now it's like resistance is previous area of support. I'm talking about that 105, 106 area where we kind of found some support there before we made that 127 touch. Now we're using it, looks like, as resistance. VVPR, you know, it looks like its best trade is behind it. It's dropping down into the 20, whereas before it was respectful of the 10, so it looks like it's losing a little bit of steam here. CTRX below VWAP and no longer tradable under my system. BYON is the only one that's really holding up here, and we're all done this trade. I got out at 88s and the high is 91, so I don't feel awfully bad about that, but we're putting in some bottoming tail candles on BYON, so maybe this is an alert for me to start getting long on this one, showing that buyers are picking this one up off the 10 exponential. I'm talking about BYON, a decent small cap gapper, not the best, up 10% on the day. Let's load up that side chart here, and then we'll talk about about Newsmax just briefly over here, as it is trying to make yet another up move. So let's go ahead and get long. Let's get long on BYON, and then I'm going to give this one to the the breach of the 20 exponential moving average. So let's go ahead and throw that on there, and then we're going to go just like that, and we'll set up some profit takers to the high side here if we're able to, and to front run any levels that I perceive. So let's look now at Newsmax. There goes Newsmax. Okay, here we go. 66 selling. So the high of the day on Newsmax, let me just load this one up on my platform so I got all the right details. 76.74. We dropped out. The lowest area we got to, you know, locally, not before, obviously, local area drop is about 52 and a quarter. That was the area we dropped into at about a quarter afternoon. The this area drop right here, so I'm talking about this candle at 1240, dropped into about 55 bucks generally. Now we're at 65 bucks. So we are putting in higher lows on Newsmax, with that obvious area top still being the high of the day, 76.74. Here we go. Looks like we took out 66. Now we're on our way to 67. So Newsmax picking up steam again to the high side and taking out 64, which had been a local area resistance. As you can see, we couldn't print anything really above 64 on a closing basis, and we still haven't, because this candle still got 2 minutes left here before it closes. So we could definitely lose that, and it could end up being a wick. So keep your eye on Newsmax. But as I mentioned in the beginning of the show, this is a very dangerous name. It's very volatile. It's moving dollars at a time. The spread is quite prohibitive for those looking to scalp right now. It's about 80, 90 pennies, excuse me. So make sure you are accounting for all that danger when you do get involved with this one, if you get involved, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. So Dylan, I'm just reading a little bit here. So Tesla investors should brace themselves. Anyways, never mind. Analysts on average expect Tesla on Wednesday to report deliveries of 408,000 electric vehicles for the quarter of January to March quarter. According to estimates, they may have lowered that to below 400,000 in recent weeks. A domestic protests against Tesla have raged, and international sales have absolutely slumped in China and in the EU. So be wary. This Wednesday, we are waiting for those Tesla deliveries. Deutsche Bank analysts last week reduced its first quarter forecast by about 50,000 units to 345,000 deliveries, which would translate to an 11% year-over-year drop and a 30% decrease from the previous quarter. Deutsche also lowered its full-year estimates of 1.7 million units sold from about 2.1 million units, a 5% decline compared to 2024. So there you go. The analysts have it. They're deliveries. All right. So that's what two totally different things I was referring there. So there you go. You have the decrease, and you can see that the sales in EU are down and in China. So there you go. It's being reflected. So watch out for Wednesday. That was a nice rally that we seen here on Tesla, trading almost to that $300 target, but then now coming back in. So yeah, Tesla sales in the European Union fell 49% in January and February compared to a year earlier, according to the European Automobile Manufacturer Association, which is over 19,000 units registered. Damn, okay, that is not very good. Tesla's best-selling Model Y and Model 3 fell by 65% and 14% respectively in February. Dylan, if you think those 240 puts, I mean, they might come into play if those numbers come. But see, that's the thing, right? So now I feel like the guide is slightly lower. And if they beat them, then the name can continue to climb. But if they miss out on them, then just be prepared for some more potential downside. And that's what I was referring to Tesla. It was a nice rally that we seen here. But with sales in the EU going down and in China as well too, I just don't think, yeah, you know what I mean? China, man, like we can definitely go back into that negative 55% from, or not negative, but a 55% haircut in Tesla coming Wednesday. So let's see what else we got to keep crushing it, fellas. Yeah, thank you, DDT, much appreciated. I'm waiting for another entry on NVDA, and we'll go over that shortly, but let's see what everybody else in the chat is saying. Yo, what's up, Joseph? Hope you're making money today. How we feel about 50 calls IBIT 4. All right.
That's a lot of calls,
yeah,
bro.
that's my dad's birthday. Oh no, he meant 50 call, like the 50 strike price call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. For the 4th of April. The only reason I know that's my dad's birthday. Let's pull out some IBIT. Let's see what he's up to. I haven't talked to that guy in a while. Can you give him a shout maybe? Got pops on. But yeah, 50 calls for April. That's not too far away. I wouldn't see, that's the thing. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but just because we are in this primary downtrend, I don't necessarily like that. Let's see what they're asking anyways, because you are looking to buy them out of the money. So one thing that you would need to note is that if you get any form of pop and collect any extrinsic value, then you would most likely want to get out of that trade. But if you're looking to buy the 50 calls, obviously I would suggest you just buy more time. All right, so 34,000 open contracts by the end of this week. All right, so Friday is April 4th. Be wary of that. It definitely can come into play, but you're gonna need to see some buyers step in and some participants. There is no heavy open interest to the downside on the put level, so that can possibly act as a call wall there, Sharif, right at that 50 strike price with, 5150, sorry. Yeah, so 50 has about 34,000 currently open contracts expiring this Friday. That may come into play, but considering that you're going to buy them out of the money, you get any form of pop, I would look to sell those and hold that time value, because that expiration cycle is too near dated, in my opinion, for IBIT or Bitcoin to climb up to that $50 strike price.
All right, we're taking profits here on MLGO. I got in long. I'm going to give this to the $0.50. This was kind of, I lost a little bit on that. Oh, it's okay. This one did break out through 24, so I was trying to catch the momentum. Let's see if it comes back down to 24 on this one. I did this on a whim without planning, and that's kind of what you get there when you do that. But I still like the trade into 24. 24 is a level. It's a previous area of resistance. Let's see if this one was just taking a quick break, and it looks like it was destined to break 25, and it was doing it on volume as well. So MLGO really popped aggressively there. Let's give this a try, see if we can get in. It's not letting us in because it is a little illiquid. Here comes that level again. I'm going to give this a try again. Still not letting me in. There we go. Now we're involved. So I will defend this now into that $24 area. Let's see if we're able to get something in the 90s, and then we'll set up possibly on the other side of 25 if we can. Here we go. There is a definite seller at 90. So we keep projecting every time into that 90 area. So let's see if we're able to take them out on the second attempt. This is the second time that we tried to weasel into 90 and we couldn't. So I'm going to de-risk a little bit here. Took a little bit off the top. Let's see if we can continue to go here on MLGO. It's up 43%, so I don't mind trying this one. It's one of the only ones that's moving at the moment, and they seem to have their best trades when they're going parabolic like this, but obviously it presents false breakouts are an ever-present danger. Here we go. We're showing 80s again. We're long 75s. I don't mind DCing into the 50s. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. Put a 58 print for a possible add in and around there. But we're still in the money on this one, but still zigging and zagging and unable to take out that 90 penny area. Kind of a bizarre area to have a seller anyway at 90 pennies, but I guess maybe not that bizarre, that people that are trying to front run the whole dollar area. Back into 75, not much happening at these levels over here, so we're not that much out of the money, but we're not getting printed to the downside either, nor are we getting taken out to the top side. So watching here, MLGO zigging and zagging at these levels. It's got higher lows on each successive 1 minute candle. So maybe I'll keep an eye on that for a new low to come in here. That could possibly get me out of the trade. Right back into 80 again. Here we go. Boom to the high side, Katina man. Here we go on MLGO. All right, baby. Katina Man's like, bro, you're doing too much emotion right now. Stop it, right? Shout out to the Katina Man, bro. Good vibes, Katina. Hey, whoa, what'd I do to the screen, bro? What'd I do? What'd I do, bro? I don't know. Fabian's doing it. Here we go. MLGO, break it out, baby. Here comes 26. Back to the high side. All right, good times. All right, we got this one at a good time. I'm happy about that. MLGO, baby, breaking out. Shout out to my man, Bovin. Shout out to Tisha as well. I know she's probably not in the chat right now, but she was calling this one out earlier. I didn't like it at the time. I got to tell you, I didn't like the way it was looking. I didn't like the look of its jib, but it broke out bigly there. Shout out to the orange one, who's got me saying bigly a lot more later. Anyway, Joseph, not a bad move here on your friend, MLGO. Microalgo is its name.
Yeah, my close friend, MLGO. but you know who is my closer friend, Sharif?
What?
I said, yeah.
What? Sorry, I'm so confused.
I said, well, you said my close friend. I said, who's my closer friend?
Who?
The Playmaker poll.
Oh.
We're going to go to Adara and then get documenting some more data here, guys, on the Playmaker poll.
Keep an eye on TEVA. This is Teva. This is a pharmaceutical company. They have apparently about 7 million shares traded of the day. They're not necessarily a small cap. We've got about a 1 billion share float, $4 billion market cap, but apparently some new data is coming out to strengthen the company's schizophrenia portfolio, including their phase 3 trial of Solaris. The survey has demonstrated apparently some results with regards to patient and healthcare satisfaction. So keep an eye here on TEVA. Apparently well-received schizophrenia drug results, guys. Back to you.
Yes.
Very interesting headline.
Very, very interesting.
I'm ready to go, baby.
You're ready to go. I'm ready. All right. I'm ready now.
All right.
Let's go. Is that SpongeBob, right? You got that one there, Fabian? Let's go. All right. Yeah, what are we typing in here, my guy?
Are we going long or short?
We're going long.
All right, we're doing it
live.
5:53:57.
5:53:57.
57, yes, sir. And then we're taking everything out at 5:55:57.
Ooh, 5:55.
Yep.
5:7. Okay.
Yes, sir. And then we're getting stopped out 5:52:57.
5:52.
Hopefully not, Katina Man. Hopefully we continue to do well here on the Playmaker poll, baby.
On the Playmaker poll.
Wow.
Okay, yeah.
We're still going. The Katina Man's going along AMD,
yeah, I
guys.
like that play. I like that play on AMD. I'm looking at that one as well, too. Here, give me 1 second as I document this, and then I'm going to cover it real quick here, Sharif. Yes, I'll adjust all this stuff, but all the data is caught up. Beautiful stuff. That is a work of art to me, in my opinion, and I hope you guys are doing this too. But here we go. I like this long on AMD. You can see that we have formed that base, but now we are starting to compress in price here, guys. Consistent lower highs, but now that volume on the lower time frame is really starting to pick up as we run into this resistance zone. If we can sit on the backside of this trend line, then I believe that we can continue to climb higher here in AMD. Nice price compression, nice strong price action, and nice volume. There
Bang.
you go. He's getting the pop, hit the sirens, hit the confidence, and there we are climbing higher in AMD. Good look there, because I was looking at AMD as well too, my friend.
All right, we're back into MLGO at 78s, taking it out at 25s over here. We're going to wet the beak. Let's see if this one continues. It's not giving me the print. I don't know why. What's going on up there, Adara?
This company has been discussed a lot here today during the midday, Sharif. It's AAPL Apple. Company announcing here that their Apple Intelligence and new spatial experiences are going to be coming to the Apple Vision Pro today with Vision OS 2.4. So Vision Pro update on watch here for AAPL. Back to you.
Absolutely rinsed on MLGO, trying to add at that 24.75. I tried to take it out at 25. I thought that I had given it enough room to cross. I didn't, and so there was an area of illiquidity, and then all hell broke loose to the downside, dropping in 24. So we lost essentially about 60 pennies on that last trade. So not a good look there. Tougher look for me on MLGO. Negative now on the day as a result of this name. So we'll look to do a little bit better and to set up, if it allows me to set up in a more appropriate way. So MLGO, it giveth and it taketh away, and it just took away from me right now with that break below 25. So initially I was looking at that $25 area. It didn't hold, so I didn't punch in. Then I waited until we dropped down a little bit below 25, after zigging all the way down to 24, popped back up. I figured we were going to make another attempt at 26. I was wrong, or at least for the moment I was wrong. It's trying to attempt again and move back into 25. So MLGO definitely on watch now as it zigs and zags, Joseph, into that high side.
Yeah, good look there. So I'm still keeping my eyes here on AMD, guys. Advanced Money Duplicator, I think, is what the guys were calling it this morning. It's no longer the Destroyer. Or advanced money doubling. Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah. What would you call it? Katina Man said advanced money deposit, but you might not get you might not get that deposit back. Yeah, like, so if anybody knows that one South Park scene where they're like, yeah, here's $100 and put it into a money mutual fund, and it's gone. There you go. So there it is on AMD. So a nice coming back into the range here, guys. But I'm still watching and keeping my eyes on NVDA. We took a couple scalps on this name, and now we're running into this resistance zone, but I do believe that we can continue to climb higher. The thing is, as we're starting to recover, it's not participating, so it's really, really weak. So you have to take that into consideration. As we are breaking through some of these zones, again, you got to be patient, wait for that right setup, and just make sure that this volume on the lower time frame can be sustained, and that we can break through some of these resistance zones. Okay, so I'm going to get in a little bit here. I'm going to put my stop just below this range, and if we crack lower, then that's just going to signify to me that, hey, we are really, really weak, and we may not climb any higher here in NVDA. Sharif.
All right, we're still watching BYON. It's the only trade we've got on at the moment. We're a penny out of the money, and no prints on BYON was good to us before. Not so much on this ad right here, as it's now working its way. It feels like down into that 580 area where the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 is hanging out. And now we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's call this a candle of indecision. So it'll be an honorary red candle, 6, 7, 8 red candle setup. But we're still kind of not really putting in aggressively lower lows. So I've placed my stop below this area low, so I think I can afford what's going on there. And it's gone.
And it's gone.
Love that.
It's like I have $100 into invest. It's like, all right, yeah, we have this money mutual fund for you. And it's gone.
It's gone. Must have felt like, what year is that from? Is that from the GFC or something? Is that why?
Yeah,
where everyone
2008.
2008, exactly. GFC. That feels like that's whatever. What's that? It's always topical, says Fabian. Which makes sense because I feel like a lot of people got rinsed very quickly, very fast during the GFC, man. That was crazy. I don't think it was as bad as Enron, though. Like, Enron, to me, I was really young back then, so I remember bits and pieces. But that one, it was like everybody held that in their 401ks, and then all of a sudden it was zero. So I think a lot more people, if you held Enron, you got rinsed a lot harder. It does feel like that. ICCT, guys, the bamboozlement continues. So it's not just MLGO that's bamboozling, but ICCT took out 110 Katina Man, and I know the Katina Man's involved in AMD right now, and it's up 1 1/3 since the bell, by the way. So it's recovered since that bell ranks. I'm talking about AMD, but we're looking here at ICCT defending $1. So if ICCT wants to get going again, baby, we'll get involved in this one. But it still feels like lower highs. I mean, you can see that area 133, then it's an area 125, and now it's an area 115. So if that's going to be the case, where it's just a lower high type setup and we're being kept down by the bag holders or the shorts, well, then this is not really a glowing endorsement for the long. So continue to watch that. Joseph, can you check SPY, please? Says Mr. C. Thank you very much for that $2 super chat.
Yes, the SPY who, that's it.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can say it, whatever, bro. It's the name of a movie.
All right, yes, the SPY who shagged me there. Yeah. I know what it is. There you go.
I was like, so bad. Yeah. Say it with your chest open.
Yeah, say it with your chest. Yeah, say it with your chest, man. That's
best one of the three, in my opinion. I don't know how you feel about that.
So it's probably one of the better ones. There's some that stuff is crazy. It's absolutely But yeah, here we go. Nice move here on the spot. You can see that we have now filled that gap from this morning's gap down. It's strong in tech. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. You can see that we now broke through some of these support levels, but we are getting this hammer print. And I mentioned this across multiple names. This could be good and a potential bottoming signal if that volume stays elevated, down 10.5%. From the highs to this current level. So there you go. I do believe that we can get an overall bounce in the market and in the SPY. Just be patient, wait for those entries. But I do think it's looking pretty good, especially because we have some of the big names putting in identical signals, and we'll go over to the likes of Amazon. I really like this hammer print at the lows here. As you can see, we're kind of just in blue ocean. Never mind blue skies, it's kind of blue ocean, even though you see that we have some like mid zone here, but this nice gap down and then an isolated pivot. So I'm going to be patient and wait. What I can do, to be honest with you, to kind of build a starter position, and I was referring this to you as well, Pizza Rat, is that if you don't believe that an underlying asset is going to go lower than what then said price, then you can construct a trade off of that. I told you guys way back here is one of my better options writing trades on Amazon. So I'm kind of getting the same vibes. This wasn't completely turn around like, hey, we're going to recover 10% or anything along those lines, but I do like this print here. So what we can establish is say, hey, in a matter of a week or two, we don't believe that Amazon is going to go south of 180. So we can create a bull put spread. So essentially we're shorting some puts, and then we're going to buy some protection to hedge that position as well, because we don't necessarily want to be naked, nor do we want to get assigned on those levels. So that's what I'm looking at here on AMZM. We took one stab via the long calls, didn't close it out, but now I believe another opportunity has arisen with shorting puts and even getting back to purchasing some calls as well too, Sharif.
All right, we're getting long here on ICCT. It's holding up. I mean, there's not a lot moving, so I'm going to really have to try with this one. Let's see if we can get some continuity. The high of the previous candle, I know, right? The high of the previous candle was $1.13, so let's see if we can extract something at 12s, and then we'll layer above that level. There does seem to be a whole lot of selling right now at 10s and 11s. We'll keep an eye out on that. ICCT is what I'm talking about. It wasn't good to us early. It was good initially to us, and then it really broke down, and it's still putting in lower highs, but I'm going to see if there's a scalp trade to be had here. Definite seller at 111s, keeping this bad boy down, both hidden and posted. You can see the posted there on ARCX and ARB, about 600 lots, give or take, with some more on Memex and BATS and stuff like that. That's really not enough to keep this down, but when you get more adding to the sell side of there, you kind of feel that there's more weight coming in at that 111, and you can see it's chopping and churning aggressively at that 111 area, and more sell orders are coming in there than are coming in on the buy side. Keep your eye on the buy side as well to see how many buy orders are backstopping you, and right now it feels a lot heavier on the right side of the book than it does on the left side, and so that usually means a bit of a downturn unless we can get a hidden buyer or a new buyer coming in de novo. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. It's breaking down a little bit here. We're about 3 pennies out of the money. Let's see if this one wants to hold up above 105. We'll give this one about 5 pennies worth of room. BYON as well. I got in at 80s, looking for this one to hold above that 80 penny level. Let's go ahead and put a beak wetter over here, and then keep an eye on ICCT. Still zigging and zagging, not really giving up the ghost that much. And we've already seen that 105 was a previous area of resistance. Now it's a question of whether it acts as support. That's going to be my look right now. That's where I'm going to wait for a possible add, with the obvious dollar being my line in the sand for an out there for my stop. So we'll continue to watch here as ICCT either bamboozles us or gives us a good entry on a possible move in. I want to mention that Rich Tech Robotics bounced off VWAP as well, which was an interesting one earlier. I mean, we didn't really talk too much about RR, but this was kind of bull flag, and then it started putting in all these lower highs, with VWAP being defended. Now it's trying to break through that 197. Let's see what it does with 2. I'm talking about RR Rich Tech Robotics. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, good look there. I'm just talking about Jay Lee. He said some good stuff there, but Tina Man says AMD all day. Let's go.
Hey.
We like that. But here we got to note that we might have a potential double top in NVDA. unless we can punch through this. I don't like that we rejected it and we didn't climb higher. So gotta be patient on this one. Stevenson, I know you've been trading it, but it's not looking too good. Positioning is key, especially in this thing if it doesn't want to break through some of these pre-market high zones, and it just continues to reject. So we have to follow the price action. I gave this one a little bit wider of a stop, so I'll get out at 105.26. You can see that's about 70 cents of risk here, and if it breaks that low, then I just believe that I'm going to be wrong and it's not going to climb higher. It doesn't want to participate with the overall market as we continuously bleed. I will not bleed, but as it climbs higher, and then NVDA wasn't really partaking, and that's still negative 3.4% on the day. Yeah, NVIDIA is doing NVIDIA things. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. for after hours, but it's really good. Okay, yeah, nice. So I'm glad that that's working out for you. I know my cousin used to use it way back in the day. I never used it, but it's been around for some time, and I know it's one of the better ones in Canada. So yeah, good luck there, Jay Lee, as always. Yeah, Jay Lee. But yeah, nice look there, guys. Here's AMD. Katina Man's in it. What's your average price on that there, Katina?
AMD.
101.06. So there you go, 106 in Park, right there. Remember that?
Of
channel?
course,
Or that
bro.
show? Yeah.
Hold on, who are the hosts again?
I don't
The
even
dude with the dreads,
remember,
the long dreads. Neil, help me out, bro.
AJ and
AJ and Free. Thank you. I'm sorry, Neil. I get lapses in memory. I'm getting old.
Hey, I haven't watched, I don't even know if BET still exists, but I haven't watched 106 in Park in probably 20 years.
Neil didn't like that.
No? Does it?
He's like, come on.
Does it? I don't even know. I haven't watched cable TV in like 20 years. I don't know.
Dude, even if you had cable, there's a bajillion channels, bro. It's impossible to know what's on and what's not
exactly,
on.
I don't even know BET. So there you go. It shows you how much I know.
All good.
Yeah,
You're good, bro.
Getting dinosaur-esque there.
Bro, I'm the dinosaur around here, bro.
Did nothing but work out on the weekend. And I'm like,
hey.
Yeah, but that's how we usually do it.
You smash calisthenics?
Yeah, of course, man. Push-ups, dips, everything along those lines. Crush some legs, too. Played hockey on Friday. So just... You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade, unlimited upside. Freestyle Fridays was solid. That was it. That was the segment there. Freestyle Fridays.
Yeah, those are good, man. Those are good times,
Blind
man.
Fury, Freestyle Rabbit from 106. No, I don't remember Blind Fury. Yeah, BET used to be good. But I mean, guys, we're not getting that pop here in NVDA. We're gonna hold this on a little bit longer because you can see that we are forming these consistent higher lows, which is something positive. So until we crack that trend to the downside, I'll hold on to this position. I do believe we can break through it at one point, but the buyers just don't seem to want to participate at this point, so we have to be a little bit more patient. Hopefully this doesn't give us double top type price action. And one thing that I would like to know is that as the market continued to climb higher and higher and NVDA didn't participate as some of the other bigger names, as we start to pull back, you're going to see the sellers start to step in and be slightly more aggressive than the buyers here on NVDA.
You're getting love in the chat, Joseph. Batuhan Y. I'm sorry I probably butchered your name, brother, and I do apologize. Never eats pie, never farts, never seen cable TV. I don't know about this farty thing.
Yeah.
Who is this guy, man? He is an enigma, baby. That's who he is. Shout out to Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, the never farts thing is...
What? I don't know, but I don't know where he got the farts thing.
That's crazy.
Oh, I remember that. The stretching fart gate. Remember when you were stretching and people kept thinking I was smashing, gas over here? And then it was like your chair that was doing that?
Yeah, there
yes, now another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Oh, boy.
I mean, as for pie, dude, I've never had it, and I don't plan on having it. Like, I don't know. It's just not my cup
He doesn't care about pie, okay? Like, can we leave him alone?
Yeah. Like,
I'm just joking.
Hit me up with some ice cream or something like that.
Ice cream? Yeah, well, I can get behind that.
A little ice cream, you know what I mean?
I can get behind that. It's fine.
Haagen-Dazs or something like that.
Katina Man's like threatening me. He's like, you better get behind that right now.
What, the pie light?
No, ice cream. Ice cream, man.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, no, we're in the ice cream game. But see, the thing is, I'm a single scoop, no cone cup guy. That's it.
Fair.
That's me. Fair, right?
Yeah.
Throw it in a cup there. I don't want the cone.
He doesn't want the cone.
I don't want the cone. And that's it. So,
well, there's... We're having a great time today, guys. I do appreciate it. Calm down, Canna Club Chicago. Why are you going to say weird stuff like that and get all weird
Isn't even legal
conversation? All right, guys, we're in VVPR again. at VWAP. This is a VWAP retracement. Where are we long? We're long 9, scalped out there into 13s, waiting at 15s, waiting at 18s. Let's see if this one will have us. I'm also in ICCT. That's going to have to hold up at a buck. I'm already worried that it dropped below 105 because I perceived 105 as local area support, but I'm going to give it to the dollar area just to give this one a fair shake. If it loses $1, we're done the trade. We'll be 0 for 3 on ICCT. Just, we're going to give this one a try. Let's see what it does, up 250%, but it is losing that dollar again. It is putting consecutively lower highs, so maybe I should stop trying to trade this one to the long side and look over to the Katina Min and the Neil. Maybe they'll get me some shorts, but I won't short this above the volume weighted average price anyway. Let's just see which way the cookie crumbles over here. BYON as well, starting to lose the bid. It's below the 20, it's below the 10. This thing drops below 77s. That's the end of the trade. We're long at 83, so it will be a 6-penny loss on that one. BYON, all the small cap gappers, it really does feel that way, are losing the bid, maybe except MLGO. MLGO still trying to hold up above 24, but it's well below that 26, 28 high day pop that we put in not that long ago. So let's see if this one can catch a bit of a bid. Yeah, they're really all breaking down right now. I'm talking about the small cap gappers, that is. Below the volume weighted average price. Got to tell you, MLGO looks like the best of the bunch right now. So we'll flip away from ICCT for a second. And there goes MLGO. It's about to take out 26 again. Here it is. Just 1 second, because this one's zigging and zagging aggressively. So the high of the day, as I mentioned, 26 and a third. This one just popped above 26 to 26.10. MLGO is on one again. It's having trouble with 26.10s though, as you can see. We just popped up into, now 20s. So MLGO is breaking to the high side, guys, but we got to pay a bill, so I'm going to do that now. In sports playing, flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easier to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use the code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Shout out to the great folks there, Joseph at ProfitX.
Hey, good look there, my friend. I mean, Pizza Rat, you didn't miss too much, brother. You can always just go back and check in. But we were just talking about a bunch of things. And AMD coming back into that zone, guys. So we couldn't break through some of the. Let me pull it up here. I am on NVIDIA right now. I still got to monitor this position. So yeah, you can see that we couldn't crack through this resistance zone and then continue to move lower now back into the middle of that range. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
Just be aware here, we have some tariff talk coming from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She's actually, weirdly enough, not streaming right now on the White House. Usually these press secretary remarks are being streamed on the White House YouTube. That is not the case today. But regardless, you're talking quite a lot about tariffs. Understandably, questions coming up here ahead of quote-unquote Liberation Day on April 2nd when these tariffs will come into effect. Apparently, there will be no exemptions for farmers or no exemptions in any regard. It's also worth noting, apparently Donald Trump said he's committed to sectoral tariffs with regards to and on specific sectors. Also, apparently, the tariffs are going to be announced at a Rose Garden event on April 2nd. So Donald Trump announcing these Donald Trump announcing these tariffs on April 2nd. Apparently, some of these tariffs are going to be sectoral. So we're going to find out more on April 2nd. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Darius. Go on AMD, guys, you can see that we had this nice triangle being formed with that nice base, but consistent lower highs, and now coming back into the middle of that zone. So I'm like, oh, okay, what does that mean for us in NVDA? We had to give it a little bit more room if we just want to draw our basic trend lines and do some simplistic TA. That is what we're looking to hold right there. You can see that we have 3 touches, and now we need to break through that 106 and then climb higher. So what do I do? I'm like, okay, why are we stalling at specific levels? And I think that's what it's really good about the chain, right? It's not always going to be 100%. There's nothing in the market that's going to be. But why I look at the options chain and high levels of open interest is be like, okay, what is the market telling us? And where might we run into some possible overhead resistance or find some support? So on NVDA, boom, let's go. I'll send it to you in 1 second. I'm going to give you the open interest and see where we can potentially climb. This week, Sharif, in NVDA, we see at 110, we got 17,000 open contracts. That is going to be the highest, nearest, closest strike price until we move up all the way to 114 with 54,000 open contracts. They could be short on that side, but 105, 37,000 open contracts. I'm going to look for that to hold. Ooh, did you crush it there?
I did well on MLGO here, but I still didn't execute well enough. Okay, so we got in at 25.85, scalped out 26.10, scalped out again 26.20, added. This is very unusual for me to do this. 26.40, scalped out 26.57, scalped out again 26.77. So I was happy with this trade, but I didn't add enough. That's number one. Number two, I was taking profits too close to my entry. That's number two. Number three, I should have been getting in on the micro pullbacks. And I'm going to do an entire lesson on this. So the person that I follow for small caps talks about this a lot, and his modus operandi lately with these ones is to get them on micro pullbacks during an aggressive breakout. So nothing goes up in a straight line right away. It usually typically incrementally goes up, and there's usually micro pullbacks on a bigger move up, and that's what he's been executing on. And that's what his strategy has been very, very good in that regard. So that's what I've been trying to simulate a little bit more lately, but you're gonna have growing pains, obviously, when you're trying to take somebody else's strategy to make it your own, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. So this one is breaking out in an aggressive way where it's moving dollars at a time. So this breakout, I try to get long on these incremental pullbacks. I'm talking about a 30, 40 cent pullback on a $26 name. This is a fantastic look right now on MLGO. It is really breaking out. Yes, I know that you know, but it's not my job to make somebody else famous on this channel. Okay, so that's where it's going to be. So 27.50 is the high of the day right now. So what I'm trying to do is trying to gauge, is this one still in breakout mode or is it in pullback mode? I'm not talking about micro pullback mode. I'm talking about retracement mode into a key level of support. When you get these micro pullbacks, they don't typically pull into key levels of support. They're profit-taking pullbacks, right? People are taking them on the way up. They're wetting their beak on some profits, and then either they're getting back in or other people are getting in. So you're going to have these micro pullbacks even if the trend is still to the high side, and that's where the money fills are, in my humble submission. So MLGO, fantastic look on the day, big boy break. It's not up like what's it called, ICCT or anything. It's not up 256%, but it's giving you a lot more opportunities, at least midday right now. So keeping an eye out on this one. I do like it. If it sets up again in the right way, possibly off that 25.50. That'll be more of a deeper retracement. And the reason I say 25.50 is because you have an area crest there. I mean, you've got to be kind of, I don't want to say a bad word, but yeah, you got to be not very good to be able to see that there's 25.50 crest right there. And the point is to try to pick it up, if it's not a micro pullback, try to pick it up off a very obvious key level of support. I'm thinking 25 to 25.50. The 25 is for the closing prints. The 25.50 is for the wicks. Right now it's a 27.50 high of day, so I'm keeping my eye out on that. I did get stopped out of BYON. I'm okay with that. We're still profitable on it, but this trade, I give it a try. I thought it was bouncing off the 20. I was wrong. I'll look to set up possibly at the volume weighted average price, which is on my side chart over here, 566. Newsmax is about to take out the high of the day. It just did. Yes, it did, Neil.
No way.
Newsmax is at the high of the day. It just took out 78. NMAX, guys, on the New York Stock Exchange. It's not a NASDAQ name, so if it halts, we're not going to be able to give you the tap. 78.27, the high of the day. And then, Joseph, a light pullback into 73. A $5 pullback. Not a big deal. You should try putting in like 5,000 shares and then see if that's a big deal or not, right? 78.27, Joseph. It's trading below 73 right now. Newsmax is on one, baby. Let's see if we can continue to move up here. Adara has breaking news.
And it actually involves some of these smaller tickers as well, Sharif. OMEX, this is Odyssey Marine Exploration, and TMC, that would be the metals company, both moving here. Odyssey Exploration, or OMEX, that's going to be a penny stock. TMC, which is currently halted just under $2. Basically, seeing some report here circulating on X. Apparently, the White House is considering an executive order to fast-track permitting for deep-sea mining in international waters. So apparently, a White House permit in consideration with regards to, White House executive order in consideration to fast-track permitting for deep-sea mining in international waters. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Always bringing the heat with breaking news. I do appreciate that. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, good luck there, guys. So again, at 105.40, we're going to hop out of this NVDA trade. That's going to give us about 50 cents of risk here, and looking for this trend line to hold. But the rough thing about this, it looks like the Qs have potentially topped. I mentioned 466 as resistance zones on the Qs because that's that next level of high open interest. And then now you can see that we can't climb in NVDA. So we'll be patient, wait for this trend line to hold. It's either going to break, which is unfortunate because that 50-cent risk isn't right below this area here where that should be the definitive out. But I believe that if it's going to be a momentum trade, you can see that we're forming that price action compression and looking for the continuation on the breakout. You had the isolated volume signatures that would confirm the breakout, but then it just wasn't sustained and no continuation following it. So one issue here is note that we are continuously making lower highs, and anytime we come back into previous resistance, it's immediately faded. So just be wary of that. Make sure you have a stop in place. I believe if we crack 105.40, then there can be some more downside and that we come back into the volume weighted average price levels. I wonder if this is so this isn't a genuine move. This is just something on P-Pro because I'm looking on multiple different platforms and I don't see this volume print. So we'll be patient on that. But I mean, guys, we caught something really nice in the TQs throughout the whole day, and we just sat within this trade. So I'm happy about this one. It was a nice grinder. We were in it from about 10:30, and then our last out was around 12:30. So just 2 hours sitting in a nice trade. As I mentioned before, I did believe that we're going to fill up some of that gap here, and then you can see that just to breathe, you hold through all of this ebb and flow of this underlying ETF here, and then eventually you get the targets that you're wanting. And 55 was my primary target, but then we got a little bit north of that. So pretty good risk management, putting me green on the day. But again, one good trade. Sometimes that's all you really need, Sharif, is just one really, really solid trade to set you up really nice for the day. 1:30 already on. It's Monday. Can't believe that. I can't wait to get in the gym again. And no hockey.
What are you smashing today?
I'm going to do some core and do some light cardio, test out the knee.
What are you doing for core?
For core, I'll just do some leg raises, some ab rollers, and then I have like a 5-minute ongoing circuit where it's mountain climb, 30 seconds mountain climbers, 30 seconds plank, 30-second leg raises, and you just repeat that for 5 minutes. Yeah, and then eventually
you don't smash any lower back and obliques with the core though.
The ab roller helps with the lower back big time,
fair.
And the plank too, right? Plank nice on the lower back.
Absolutely, yeah.
As for deadlifts, I don't want to do like too many deadlifts, my knee, right? Because I got a tough.
Can I give a suggestion? Absolutely. Have you ever done kettlebell one leg deadlifts, like where you just set on one leg, the other one goes back up, kind of like this?
Oh, okay, on the tiptoe, right?
But, Well, no, you should be with the deads. My understanding is that your weight should be in the middle of the foot on the deads.
Okay.
Whereas like when you're squatting, the weight should be on the heels. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but
no, you're definitely not. I don't think you're wrong.
But yeah, I always throw in lower back and obliques.
With the core?
Only reason, what I used to say to my clients back in the day when I was a personal trainer in university, is like, you ever see a street, like a telephone pole on the street that's kind of tilted one way a little bit? Then the city comes in and they get a jet cable and they grab it and they put it on the other side. I say if you build up your abs too much, you're too front dominant. If you build up your lower back, you're too dominant. The city's gonna have to come in and put a jet cable on you, Joseph.
All right. All right. So tell me what I got to do here. What do I got to do with the kettlebell to work on the lower back?
Well, I don't know if we got room right here, but I'll take a video of that. I love these kettlebell.
You're on the kettlebells in the morning.
Because my buddy gave me one, so I've had it for since COVID. But I like these kettlebells, bro. I mean, the weight distribution on the kettlebell is completely different. I don't know if you've ever pressed or tried to curl with kettlebells, but the weight is all on the outside of your arm.
I like that.
Right?
Yeah.
Think about it. When you're holding the dumbbell, the weight's top down. When you're holding the kettlebell, the weight's on the outside.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, exactly. Drag more
absolutely,
drag on.
Right? So you get that pull on the outside. I don't know what I'm talking about. I do
You definitely know what you're talking about. Don't try to fool anyone there. There's no sleeper build over here, buddy. It's just it's
sleeper build.
Display. Full in display.
I'm hitting my.
There we go, guys.
The market moves like the waves, always rolling.
See,
so
when this
stay
guy
in the game.
tells you say, all right, so you got to do this in the gym, you can't really argue and be like, yeah, all right, buddy, you don't really know what you're talking about. But yeah, you never seen that before?
You didn't see this one, Neil? No? That's a new one, man. We got that one from last week. Thanks to Andre, baby.
The market moves
Neil's
like
coming
a
in.
wave,
He's coming in hot.
always rolling. So
Again.
stay in the
Just
game.
joking.
Like, subscribe.
Oh my days.
Hold up.
All right, you know what? I don't know, man. I don't even know what to say here. Come on, man. Bring it to Neil. Let's see.
Bring it in, Neil.
Bring it in, Neil.
What is
What'd I
even
do,
going on
man?
with that? You know what? I said I was gonna shoot a new one. I'm not shooting no new video. Can't beat that.
Yeah.
What are you doing over?
I'm having a good time, Neil, man. I even asked Andre, I'm like, can we do it on the beach? He was kind enough to do that green screen shot, man.
So,
Yeah.
so just so you know, Sharif is gonna win that push-up contest, and this is why I bet on Sharif for that push-up.
He's good at
contest.
calisthenics.
I'm just throwing that out there.
It's all right.
I'm
It's
just
all
throwing
right.
it out there. Oh, the
Listen.
other thing, you guys are talking about kettlebells. I'm just gonna throw this in there. One of the best, I find a really great core exercise is like kettlebell marches or like just do like a farmer's walk, but with one kettlebell instead of two, just to get that really
Alternate
good
arms?
core engagement. Yeah, just do one arm and then reverse and do
Agreed.
the other arm, and then you're just walking. Because I find like the core stability is everything. That's just for myself.
100% agree
'cause
with that.
I always used to work on that. And someone said in the chat, only powerlifters should do deadlifts. The beef with deadlifts, and my coach in uni used to always say this, it comes down to what are you doing it for? Because if you're an athlete training for something and you've got like a meet coming up or you got a game coming up, then doing deadlifts in season, it's not worth the risk to reward for a lot of people.
You don't have to go heavy,
because
though,
you
Neil.
injure
Exactly.
Because you injure yourself.
Yeah.
So what I was gonna say is you don't have to do heavy. Like you can, I do deadlifts, but I do them with like I'll do them with relatively light weight and just worry about getting more reps of really, really high quality because I'm not trying to get hurt. If I'm hurt, I can't play with my
100%
daughter.
agree.
And so like with everything and just like trading, find your sweet spot. Because you don't want to be one trade away from getting blown out, but you also don't want to be one lift away from ruining your month. You know what I'm saying? So
100% agree with that.
Just find what works for you. But also, Joe, man, you got no chance.
No
chance.
good. He's
No
really
chance.
good, bro. He's really
No
good.
chance.
I'm going to give him a
Wow,
chance. Yeah.
no chance is insane.
What are you smashing now, push-up wise? Where you
Lift
at?
how many?
Yeah.
Continuously?
Yeah.
I can't disclose that right now, man.
What?
I know where you're at right now, so.
Oh, to be
No,
fair
but
to
it's
you,
good.
I haven't done continuous like in over a month. I'm doing them in blocks of 35. So I'm hitting
35 set? Okay,
yeah, 35
set?
reps.
Yeah, okay.
35. I'm doing 35s right now. So I was doing them in blocks at 25. And then I moved up to blocks at 30. Now I'm moving up to blocks at 35. I'm hitting around, when I do them, on the days that I do them, about 300, 325, right?
In how long?
No, but I'm mixing it in with other things. Like, I'm doing abs. I'll do like row, whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
One thing that I will add to note is that like when I'm hitting legs or everything or core, in between every set I'm crushing push-ups until failure.
That's exactly what I'm
until
doing.
failure, and then I just can't do it.
That's
so
good.
right
That's
now I
good.
would say consecutive and clean consecutive. But I'm north of 50. I'm north of 50.
You're north of 50. Okay, so yeah,
consecutive.
you're killing
I wouldn't kill you. I wouldn't absolutely kill you, but I wouldn't say there's no chance. There's not too much
I
of a
wouldn't
chance.
say that
There's
either.
No chance. But all right, guys, let's get right back into this. We're getting back to where we need to do. But new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right.
Bang.
We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description there, folks. But like again, we've been talking a lot. And it seems like a lot of people are interested in just kind of working out and everything along those lines.
Yeah.
So I used to do a lot of weighted dips and weighted push-ups too. So I would just put a plate on there, and then I was dipping two things. But Sharif, see the thing is though, you're always warm. I get cold, so I don't get to flex the guns in the short sleeve until summer, right? So we got to wait until the summertime when it's warm out here, and then exactly, then we can get that. But my guy to the right of me is in fantastic shape. And the one thing I will note, Sharif, is that your diet and your consistency through your diet is what separates you from the majority.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah,
I take that very seriously, bro.
No, you have to take it, right? Because you can be in the gym and they say most of the gains are made in the kitchen, and I believe that that to a certain extent. Abs are made in the kitchen, etc. But if you're eating like garbage every weekend, but even though you're still in the gym, it's not going to work. You gotta have that clean and healthy eating. And to bring that into trading, just the consistency in the day-to-day routine is how you establish consistency through your analytics in trading, through everything in trading. It's all correlated, and that's when I find I'm at my best, is when I'm the most consistent. And I think a lot of people can agree to that there, guys. So yeah, let's go. We're going to send it to you in 1 second there, Sharif. We're getting back in NVDA. We're at this break-even price. We're going to talk about 105.40 being our stop-out price. We're still holding on to this position. Let's see if we can crack through this high day.
Absolutely, Joseph. Well said there. I'm keeping my eye on MLGO because it's coming back into that breakout area that we talked about, that 26 and a quarter to 26. I'm talking about this area over here. Let's see if it wants to hold up here, because I'm all done this trade. It got into $30.10. Obviously we were involved in it at that time, but I don't want to be catching a falling knife, especially one as violent as MLGO. I don't think that this is the right move to try to catch it off a technical level like this. I don't mind, though, catching the long backup if it comes back into 26, 25 and a half, and then shows me that there is aggressive buying, or maybe a couple of hammer candles that manifest in and around that area to show you that buyers are stepping in, not just a theory. So I'm keeping my eye on MLGO. It's the best of the bunch right now. I don't mind waiting a little bit more because I'm just not interested in catching a falling knife on MLGO. So great look. And great up move over here, but we're going to really need to wait a little bit more. And this is why I didn't take it long. Look at this. I mean, coming back down aggressively into 26, but there is a buyer here, at least for the moment, at 26, and he's gone, or she's gone, or whoever the hell is gone, because it's below 26 right now. Let's see what does at 25.50, and then the closing prints come into 25. MLGO giving up the ghost now. It's $4 off that top and still giving you red candles, whether or not they manifest momentarily as hammer candles or not. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Yeah, nothing really else happening here except MLGO. So we'll keep tabs on this. What's everybody else saying in the chat? Eddie, Eduardo, my man. Sharif, why don't you guys make a gym YouTube channel but not punish us so hard in the midday show? We got something brewing. What's that? What's that, Fabian? Gains with gains. No, we've got something for you guys coming up very shortly. It's going to be a new segment. We're already working with Fabian, with everybody here, to have a kind of like a midday stretch kind of thing. We'll include some fitness stuff, obviously, in that, hopefully sooner rather than later. Yes, there we go. And what else are you guys talking about there in the chat? I don't know about that, Finch Jane. You two could join Navy SEALs. I don't know, man. I hear their training is pretty tough.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I wouldn't be good with the cold water stuff. That is where I would fail.
Yeah,
just being in the cold
I gotta
waters
agree with that.
Immediately. It's just like that is exactly. Put me in the warm water, do whatever water drill. But as soon as it gets cold, then that's where I'm gonna.
It's like a lot of psychological stuff. You feel a lot, with them, like than really physical. Both.
You have to go to a different space.
There you go.
Yeah, you have to go to a different mind space.
Do you do that? No, in certain workouts. Like, okay, here's what I mean. There's certain times where I zone out, and sometimes when I zoom in or zone in. Here, let me give you an example. So you get the best results when your initiation movement is from the right area. For example, chest press. Everyone thinks that you should be pressing with your chest or your shoulders. It's actually the mid-back rotation front. So doing that, I really got to zoom in, really concentrate.
Lock that muscle in,
So that's when I zoom in. When I'm running, I zoom out. You know what I mean? I'm not fixated on the stride. My mind's somewhere else. So it's like you get both.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, 100%. So, like, when I'm running, I get into that zone where I'm just thinking and manifesting and everything.
He's right.
Yeah.
He's killing me over here, bro.
No, when I'm running, I totally zone out, like you say, and I'm just thinking about other things. Like, when I was training aggressively, it's just like, okay, what am I going to do to this individual next? And just, like, manifesting.
You go there,
Yeah. And I never remember. I couldn't put the words together, but one time Sean O'Malley, a UFC fighter, he said, I had to go to a place I'd never been before when he fought Peter Yan, which was an absolute fantastic fight. And I remember I was in this one sparring session, and I was so tired. He was faster than me, and he weighed a little bit more than I do, but I just had to go to a place where I didn't care, and I just eliminated all the physical aspects.
amazing,
I'm like, I don't care if I'm tired. I don't care whatever. I just want to continuously hit this guy in the face until either one of us give up. And that was one time where I was like, yo, I actually had to go to a place I've never been before.
Seriously? Yeah, that's intense.
It was crazy.
I don't know if I've ever gotten like that in that sense with like the combat component of it, but like in a lot of the training times when like I'm trying to break my record for like a 10 mile or a 10K or whatever, that I'll kind of get into that, but I don't think it's deep.
It was the feat. It was like, okay, so like Mike Tyson says, he's always scared. And when I go into the ring, I'm absolutely terrified. And if you say that you're not, I don't believe you. But it's the fear that continuously drives me, right? And that's why I always used to run so much, because I was always so scared of getting tired. That was my biggest fear. Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to get tired, so I would just work until the point where I was comfortable enough to be like, hey, I don't think I'm going to get
I legit went through that exact same thing. My CrossFit days, when they kept making you lift weights and run, which I found to be a big Achilles heel, I would suck at the running component because I would like gas in all the weightlifting components, so I would always fall behind the run, and my times would suffer. And you know how like the Metcon is, everybody does the Metcon at the same time, so you're literally competing with everybody else. So I would always get better butterflies before the Metcon. I was so competitive.
And you feel when you get butterflies, your muscle, like it absorbs oxygen from your muscles or something along that, but you get nervous and everything like that, and things don't work. But yeah, I appreciate that good stuff there,
sorry, guys.
Yeah, no, we'll get back into the market. I'm in here in NVDA, going to be a little bit more patient, not working out right now. It sounds like you guys are having fun in the chat, so that's all that matters. I mean, we've been talking about trading for the past 2.5 hours, so we got to get a little bit into the sports and
absolutely.
combat things.
Yeah, why not, man? All right, I see you guys yelling about. Okay, so it looks like Holo, H-O-L-O, started breaking out. It still hasn't taken out that 92 penny high of the day.
Charlie.
What happened?
Sorry, Charlie.
Go ahead.
Charlie says over under 5.8 for these two. Say we're giving small.
What does that mean?
You're just calling us small, essentially.
What, are you crazy, bro? Like, what are you? Are you 5'11"?
No, I'm not. I'm like 5'9.5".
That's not accurate, because I'm almost 6'4". I'm 5'11", and I'm not that much taller than you, so that can't be right. Yeah. Well, we're not 5'8", bro. Calm down over there. Yeah. Anyway, HOLO started breaking out. Joseph over here, but it's still rejecting that 88 penny area. Still holding up the 10 exponential over here on the one, that is. But there's a new entrant involved in small cap gapper world. It goes by ABVC. Just took that buck, but this one's quite illiquid for a dollar name, 579,000. Not a good look right now for this one. I wouldn't be trading it personally, given how much volume it has. So I'm going to steer clear of that one, but you guys were calling that out. I do appreciate that. Shout out to you guys. Mean Gene. Yo, calm down there, Mean Gene. Oakland Short Kangs. I like that.
That's crazy.
Get it. You guys are trolling us today, but I'll take it, baby. I'll take it. Whatever. We're defending here MLGO, guys, at 26. So this one is respecting price action resistance, now using it as support. MLGO has been on one all day. That $30 rejection, though, is still in play, but it is finding support at the previous area resistance, using it as support. So not a bad look. If you're looking for a small cap gapper that might bounce off a key technical level, I'm looking at MLGO. It's got all the ingredients, the spread, the percentage up on the day, and certainly the volume, having printed about 40 million shares. Amy Tiger, Sharif, Joseph, multiple indecision candles on NMAX. Thoughts? Let's have a look. Where is my oh, wow, here we go. So look, this is yelling like a double top right now. We saw Newsmax take out the high of the day. I believe earlier it was 76.80s, then it got into about 78 and change. So this one, if it loses $54, $52 in and around this area. So this is what we call a possible double top. A big move up, an area spike. We come back down, we consolidate, we make another attempt at that same area. They don't have to be the same price. They have to be in and around one another. If we lose that area, and then after that we lose the middle part, that $54 to $52 area, watch out. all hell could break loose to the downside. So keep your eye out on that one. It's up 530%, but it's about $13 off its high. Adara, what's going on up there?
What's going on here, Sharif? There's some concerns about OpenAI, specifically if it does not become a for-profit by the end of 2025. So CNBC is reporting that the company risks losing $10 billion if it does not become a for-profit by year end of 2025. Apparently, its $40 billion funding round could shrink to $30 billion unless they're able to restructure as a for-profit. We know that Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, has really been pushing for that for-profit status, but that has really been challenged by other factors. So keep an eye here on Microsoft, a large backer here of OpenAI. Apparently, if they do not become a for-profit by the end of 2025, their $40 billion funding round could take a $10 billion hit. Back to you.
And Elon's been pushing for that for a minute, man. He's wanted blood.
Sammy.
Yeah, he doesn't like Sam Altman.
No.
And Sam Altman is trying to be very civil, but you could tell he doesn't like Elon either, right? He says he respects his achievements, but I don't think they like each other at all. Yeah, it is kind of a workaround there. Like, I don't really mind Elon being a little bit complaining here. I think his motives are suspect.
Yeah.
But I think that what it comes down to is sound. Like, you can't start as a nonprofit, Joseph,
and then
get all the
transition.
protections, and then just be like, hey, well, we're gonna make money now.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Trying to monetize it, I guess.
Well, exactly.
Right? So, so
I don't know how I feel about that, but I gotta tell you, chat is my favorite chat GPT or LLM, obviously. So I like Sam Altman, obviously, and.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a revolutionary tool, to be honest with you, and I think we're just in the starts of it. But as for monetization, because like, what do you think is the next step for Sam Altman and ChatGPT?
That's really good, man. I think Agentic, we've talked about. They already have Operator, but it's kind of like version 1.0, you want to call it, of
better
Agentic
for businesses, online businesses.
Absolutely, man. Imagine just being able to. Okay, I'll give you an example.
I mean, we have them, but they're not that good, right?
They're not good yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So let me give you an example. In the morning, I'm using these infographics, and I drive Fabian crazy because Fabian wants to have the infographic perfectly 16:9 and fit it in the frame. And I literally have to zoom them manually by hand to make them all fit perfectly in the frame, and I still fail. Imagine I had an operator, an agentic AI that did all that for me. It set up all my different infographics on all my screens, set up the talking points about the infographic, and I had to do nothing. I'm just talking about my use case. You may think that that's trivial, but imagine that on scale, to be able to kind of set up all these I don't want to say meaningless, but mind-numbing tasks that have to be done in order for things to be executed well. I personally would like that in my job, and I'm sure many other people would like that in their job. So I really do feel Agentic AI has some real-world use case applications in the short to intermediate term. When we talk about robotics, Joseph, we got to look at a little bit more long-term.
Yeah,
absolutely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I see these robots fighting online and stuff like that. And people are like tripping online. They're like, why are they teaching the robots how to fight? Why are they? If there's anything,
it's like we're so far away from it. It's not going to be in our lifetime.
I don't want to teach the robots to fight at all.
No, I do. That'd be sick. I think that'd be sick. Yeah, because it would.
Have you not watched iRobot?
Yeah, of course.
Do you not know
iRobot? Yeah, man. Have you ever? You got to watch a movie called The Creator. It's really good. It's really good. So it's an AI created and
Creator?
It's called The Creator, and it's how about robots, how they have personality, they want to eliminate, and people just say they're code, right? It's just code. They don't have
The Creator.
Yeah, The Creator. Really good movie for those who have seen it. But yeah, here we go, guys.
Yes, sir.
The thing on NMAX is like I've seen somebody in the chat. Is someone short? And I was thinking like, okay, considering we've squeezed 521% here on the day, which is absolutely insane. At some point, there is going to be that short trade come in. I don't know just when. You're going to need some more data points, a couple more days to be printed, and then some serious indecision. Because if it's this strong, I wouldn't be surprised if you get some more like squeeze-like type price action where you go even a little bit higher than this. But again, we don't know the top. We just got to pay attention and wait for more data. Remember that show BattleBots?
No.
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah, like that was like
sick.
the original.
Like
That was
the robots that fight in that, like,
each other
and
in the
like,
cage and yeah.
like they
so
can, like,
it's still on
shock
to this
each
day.
other.
Yeah, I mean, everyone had a different
That's
weapon. and
crazy,
stuff.
bro.
It's still on to this day. BattleBots. I can't wait to see that in the future. But here we go, guys. Now back to the break even on NVDA, 3.4%. We're down on the session. Am I going to add to this trade? I just don't feel that it's a momentum style of trade. And in order for me to add to this, I would want to see it start to participate a little bit better here. Every pop that we see in the NAS and in the SPY, we're not getting that follow through here on NVDA. Apple is starting to run a little bit higher as well too. So we had that pullback. We didn't get as low as the volume weighted average price, but now we have iBit and the likes of Amazon both approaching the high. Sorry, not iBit, but Amazon getting back in towards those highs of the days. We are slightly off them, but you can see with those pops, we're not getting that participation in NVDA that we would like to see. So it may be a matter of time until that volume picks up on the lower time frames, and then we can break through some of these resistance zones. One thing that's positive to note is the consistent higher lows, okay? We'll take that into effect and we'll implement that into the trade plan. But I mentioned as soon as we break 105.40, thesis invalid. Are we going to have the opportunity to get in again? Absolutely, but I think you need to be more patient, and I do believe you will get a lower price, my friend.
See what your friend Elon did today in Canada?
No, what did you do?
So you couldn't lease a Cybe. You couldn't lease a Cybertruck.
But now you can.
Today,
there you go.
literally the first day today. And so you go to their website, now you can do it. I was telling Randy, and Randy's like, interesting, 100 dots. What do you think? Obviously, we're having some issues with sale and demand everywhere. Let's be honest about it. He's getting protests everywhere. It's not just Europe. It's not North America. So yeah, interesting look there from Tesla on the day. Prior to that, you had to actually go through a third-party leasing company, and then all the red tape that comes with. Now you can do it in-house with Tesla. I want to mention this one before we go to Adara. I know we're going to move up to Adara. Shout out to Brenrex calling out WIMI. WIMI started out its life south of $1, reclaimed that without any trouble. Look at this, Brenrex. I mean, it blows through that dollar without any initial resistance, like it didn't even matter. And now it's above Friday's high. Friday, we weaseled up to 110. The current high of the day is 116. So we have a couple of days of higher, 3 days in a row, in fact, of higher highs and higher lows on WIMI. Fantastic look there, guys, on WIMI. We won't be trading, well, I won't be trading this going into the end of the show here because I'll have to manage it while I'm at the green screen. Adara, what's up there?
We're going to take a look here at LMT, Lockheed Martin on watch. As you know, this dog took quite a tumble a couple weeks ago when Boeing was announced as a recipient of this at least $20 billion contract for the next generation fighter jet. Now, though, LMT apparently receiving its own contract from the U.S. Army, up to $4.9 billion contract from the U.S. Army for prism production from LMT. So keep an eye on this one. Getting a bit of volume fluctuation and a bit of price fluctuation here, guys. Back to you.
Great look there. Oh my God. Yeah, is that the one? Okay, so this one is the one that mimics human movement because like each thing there is like a human muscle, right, Fabian? Yeah, so they're literally trying to copy the human form factor. I mean, I don't think they need to go that far, but dude, I'm going to save some of the videos that I saw on TikTok of these robots fighting. Yeah. I don't know why the hell they're teaching the robots how to fight. I'd hide that information from them. Like, yeah, you wouldn't be able to learn. Like, if there was an LLM that you put into the robot, I would purposely not include that in the pre-training. I don't want these things fighting, dude. Like, they're going to be incrementally stronger than us and smarter. Let's be real. They're going to have access.
Those exoskeletons. You see
That's sick.
Those things are sick.
Okay, another video I have to say. So the Great Wall of China, obviously a lot of incline, a lot of decline. It's hard for senior citizens to really scale the wall. And so there's this exoskeleton literally that you put on around your waist. It helps lift up your legs. It's not Elysium, guys, where Matt Damon's throwing around people in a fight. But literally there are exoskeletons that are being used right now. What's going on there, Neil? What's going on? Is that Prince?
What do you think?
I don't know. He's laughing. Share your
yeah, you gotta share the giggles, man.
Looks like Westworld. I don't know who Westworld is.
Oh, it's a show. It's a show.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, so Fabian just told me it's literally imitating reality so badly that it scares so
Fabian,
well that
I
it's scary.
couldn't get into it. I tried it a couple times. I watched a couple episodes a couple times of it, and I just couldn't get into it for some reason.
Adara, you know about it?
Yeah, like it is good. The cast is sick.
Yeah.
Adara says it's really good and the cast is sick. That means they did a good job casting. Adara has very strong opinions on the casting of certain movies. I know that for a fact because she's told me that before.
There you go.
Anything you want to leave the viewers with before we got about 40 seconds?
Yeah, we'll hold on to this position here, guys, until we get stopped out. It's not looking too good as the market wants to pull in, and we're starting to get that turtle shell type price action on the TQs. So we'll be a little bit more patient. Once we break through that level, then I'll just get out. So it's just the stop in place. But you can see we're slowly starting to curl over here, guys. So yeah, just be wary in case we do get that move back to the volume weighted average price. It is a negative session on a lot of these big names today. We will be positive with this this TQQ trade.
Nice.
We like that one. So again, be patient. Make sure you guys have those stops in place. And yeah, I mean, speaking of consistency, guys, get in the gym, document, journal, do whatever you have to do to get to that level that you want to be at. But for the most part, guys, it's 2 o'clock. Keep it safe, and we will. Oh, you're gone the rest of the week, Sharif.
I am. Yeah, I'm gone.
Sharif's gone, buddy.
The Obi's filling in for me.
Yeah.
No, for the rest of the week. I'm taking the week off. No, just to take it easy. I can't travel yet, Katina, because of the build out.
Just traveling from the couch to the bed there, man.
The afternoon show's not up yet. Okay, so we'll hold off a little bit here to throw to the Katina Man. So I want to mention a couple of ones. You guys see the Katina Man and the Neil on the bottom of the screen, but I want to mention to you guys, MLGO is still holding that 25.50, 26, 25.50, 25 level. So it's technically still holding support. So MLGO is still tradable, up 51%. I also want to mention Newsmax. I'm sure the boys will be covering this. And new IPL today. It's slowed down in the amount of shares that it's been trading, but it's up 493%. If you're just joining us, this monster opened up at $14, and now we have a high a day on Newsmax here, if you'll allow me, of 78.27, kind of a double top. So be a little careful with this one, as it could give up the ghost. So we're good to go? We're good to go. Okay, so Joseph and Obi will be on tomorrow. I'll see everybody shortly at the green screen.
Yeah, welcome, everybody. Okay, so
Tomorrow's Joby.
Joby will be in the house. If you wonder why I was chuckling, so I'm not making... All right, so I'm trying to think of how... YouTube suggests some weird stuff. First off, so when I was looking for the stream for this afternoon to go log into the chat and like all the normal stuff that we do, I got suggested a video from this channel, like AI for the culture.
At least now I know what you listen to, you know?
And they had a song that it's not, I don't even want to...
I don't see that show. Anyways, go on, yeah.
Okay, so this is the song. I feel like slapping blank today, and I'm not going to say what that is. But it's just AI for the culture, and it just takes like ridiculous premises and then puts it to an actual like soul beat. So it sounds like a legit 70s soul or 70s, 80s soul song with a ridiculous title. Anyways, I was having some fun with that. I still don't see the stream up, but I'll try to get in. I'm going to join the chat once I see it there, but for some reason I'm not seeing it just yet.
Oh, I see it here.
Oh, you found it? Okay, so it's probably up right now.
Now live.
It's now live. We can get in the chat.
We're doing it apparently
We're doing
live.
it live.
We're doing it live.
Well, usually it's live.
Is that little Matt Sundin? Yeah, I might as well. No, this is little Connor Brown, but
Matt Sundin.
I don't have a Matt Sundin bobblehead, to be honest with you. Oh, what is the first Jays
I was
one?
there for his 500th goal. He had a hat trick versus the Montreal Canadiens. For
right. I remember that one.
That was super cool, man.
Was it an overtime goal or something?
I feel like it was a game winner.
Yeah, it was something like
that. It was definitely the game winner. It might have been overtime. And I was in our seats. That was the year, year that we had. There. We had 1 year that we did season tickets for the Leafs. And
that was the year we made money, so.
We were like, but when I say we were in the nosebleeds, like there's like in ACC, you could like touch the back wall in the Sprite zone where we were.
Oh, man.
It was legit.
Zip it, Randy.
Yeah, Randy.
Randy was telling me he had some generators going this weekend over there. You know? All right. Cheers, coffee, brethren. No more winning anything, though, man, or losing. Oh, but at least you got to crave.
Oh, yeah, that's... I'm a huge fan of this. Like 2 months.
There's a lot of shows you can get on there, but then after the 2 months,
my wife and I are really into the Game of Thrones thing.
There we go.
We're having some fun with that.
Having some fun with that.
No, it's a
I
great-
wish there was a garbage I could. This
Next,
is a
we're
really
gonna do
old,
we're gonna do like that White Lotus next. I think she wants to watch it too. So I
I'm
have
trying
to
to
wait.
throw this into a. Yeah, but there's no garbages
Hold on
around.
a second.
Here,
I got-
you want me to try to hit that?
No, I got
Lower
this.
the bell.
No, I got this.
Yeah, put it over there in the green screen. I want to show everybody the skills over here. There's going to be an epic fail. I'm going to miss this. So Neil right now, thank you, Neil.
Does that work?
Is that good?
Let me get out the way first, though.
All right. Oh, I won't hit your head. Let me see if I can get this. This is, how far would you say this is about?
15 feet. 15 feet.
Oh, that was close.
Good shot.
Oh my God, that was
a good shot. You guys.
That wasn't that much of a brick as you think, my guy.
That was a nice shot.
That was right on too. I thought it had a
No, but
chance.
for anyone that doesn't know,
That's
this
an old ass
happened
Clementine. That's
our
why.
first year on the desk.
I'm trying to waste food over there.
There was a garbage in that corner, and it was an apple. You did an apple from there.
Joe just dunked it in there. Damn, that was close. Now I had it was a Clementine from I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks. Like it was rock hard, and it was behind on my desk there. So thanks, Randy, for all that. Okay, we're gonna get ready to go. All right, just real quick, man. We flipped it up there. We went long on AMD. We just averaged back in. Look, we tweeted this out. We say a big shout out to our good friend Brian Shannon because it's not rocket science the way stocks work, in my opinion, especially technical analysis. You just want to find something that works for you. And honestly, we tweeted this out more than an hour ago. What time? 1:06. Exactly an hour ago. More than. But anyways, look, off VWAP, off VWAP, off VWAP. And I just want to show you, what goes up and what continues, sometimes continues again. So there it comes. We went and got the coffee right there. You can tell I'm not here. And then all of a sudden it comes right back into VWAP and then boom, goes a dynamite right back to the upside. So could we break a little bit lower on AMD? Yes, we could. We're up We're up since the open, but still down 1.9% right there. What is Sharif trying to do? But anyways, nice downside move there off of VWAP.
Naughty Sharif.
Neil's just like Mutombo all the time over there as we go. But yeah, so AMD long. You're short or long? I didn't even know.
The same two names.
I can't see on the bottom.
Same two names that were in before.
Mara?
Mara.
Okay.
But I missed an Intel, or just said Intel. I missed a Tesla dip as well, kind of getting up. And Tesla 252, I had a break, kind of scalped it, but it's now broken out for
dear life.
For good off of 252. It's not VWAP, it's just that prior resistance level on Tesla. So I think the next available dip, if it shows some bounce and pep in its step around that 252, you know what, Tesla's probably one of the names we're going to talk about in a second. So I should just leave it for that. But you guys can see the level here on TSLA. Let's go to Sharif and see if he is now ready. Nope.
On advance money deposit.
Nope. He just sprinted back and sprinted. Now
Sharif doing laps.
What is going on here? Oh my goodness, in the Tims.
Welcome everyone. We're going to run down the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But join us during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us and vote for your favorite tickers. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs. Certainly off the lows. We're almost at the day's highs right now. Good recovery here for the NQ. Still down 0.92%, but a decent recovery. We were looking in much more red territory. We're about to lose 19,000, guys, by the way, on the NQ June contract. The ES is down 0.2 as well. Likewise with the Russell down 0.87. The only one of the four major averages that's actually green on the day is the Dow up 0.4, likely supported by Apple, which is having a good day. Here's the first ticker as said by you guys, Google. Still negative on the day, but well off the lows, still down 0.33%. Wells Fargo chiming in today with an equal weight rating on Alphabet, but lowering the price target, guys, from 184 to 167.
So it would be interesting if this wasn't the, if this was the tariff bottom. It'll be a little disappointing because I think like a lot of people, including myself, thought you had at least a little bit more to go and that we'd get some really great opportunities. And Alphabet was one of those stocks, like the August low 147 felt like it would be a bit of an opportunity today. But what you have, I know it's red on the session, but it's been higher lows all the way through. What's crazy about this is the prior close is a brick wall for Google. So if we break out the high, it's going to show you the NASDAQ. NASDAQ breaking the high, Alphabet off of the high. NASDAQ, if it fails this high, Alphabet would have an opportunity to break trend and resist the prior close, which means it's resisting red to green, which it's still trying to do. So NASDAQ's breaking the high right now. So I think things are, for me, I'm not in that one short. I'll just give you quickly like the reason why. Like Mara, under VWAP, lower highs.
Let's go.
And then Intel is a similar trade to, basically a similar trade to what we're looking at over in Google, where it can't seem to break the top, which is Friday's lows, and I'm only shorting off of that top. But once you break that top, jumping out of Dodge. So I like Alphabet. I'm a little surprised. I thought we'd see that 147, but look out. The second it goes green, that's a monster breakout. But I mean, everything looks the same. So good one for Google. I really thought we'd see the 40s today and have stink bids or the tariff lows, I guess. I don't know. Whatever you want to call it.
All right, we've got a massive winner here. Massive. Yeah, it's not that massive. But right there, we got a nice little win here on AMD. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty... When you look at it, when you zoom in, you can really see there's the VWAP and there's the banger right there to the upside. We still got more than half. Right now that I say that, more than half, we better get some out right there as we come up right up into that area. So I always think about, like, if I wasn't, AMD's near the end. If I wasn't here or anything, where would I be putting my orders? Because when I am here, I clearly scalp out way too much. So, right here's a good spot for sure, and then upside 102, and we're already sitting there. So I feel comfortable at the spots that we're at right now and see if we can, take this home for us here today, AMD into the close. Okay, look, so Google, I mean, Neil just mentioned, all the worries and all the concerns that many traders had. Have you missed the bottom? Where is the bottom? And I mean, for Google, this is actually the one name where I would slow all that down a little bit, because who cares where the bottom is? It's gotten killed so much that honestly, like, I even think even if it's up tomorrow 3 or 4%, you still have got a great price. Like, it's just I don't know, unless you're absolutely looking for the, I'm going to say the absolute again, but if you're looking for the absolute bottom, that's hard to find. You're going to be very hard pressed to find that. So I would just say there's names that we talk about, nibbling in high quality companies that you like at the 200 period. So if you like it at the 200 period, then will this work? Is that the right thing? Did I just use the right thing there? Yeah. So if you like it at the 200 period, then you like it 7% lower than that, where it is right now. So that's the math. That's how I'm looking at it. It's a nice little move downside. I think easily you can get back to the high side here with Google, and it's just a matter of days. The market just needs to turn around, and I think this is one that gets going when the market goes. So yeah, I like Google down here. I think you need to buy it. Should be a part of your portfolio anyways. The only thing is that I have to tell you, like, you guys know I'm talking about my own book because I do have a lot of Google. So I like the stock. It's been beat up. The only thing I've been buying lately have been indexes. So, Google's a big part of that. I think it was 5% of the NASDAQ 100 if you take both of them in consideration, the Goog and the Google. Adair has been doing the infographics on that. So we talked about that the other day. It's a huge component. And what goes up must come down, and it's been going down. So the next stage is up. Do you believe that? Or I don't know. I can't really convince myself. But at the end of the day, we like the stock. But you know what stock I really like? This is now a $1 winner for AMD, and we just put it on. So yeah, man. I mean, there it goes to the upside. See, this is what I mean by waiting. Like, I'm waiting at 95. It's okay. We'll take an 88. There it is. We'll take an 88, and we'll wait for a 95. I was saying this about it before. If you like the stock, and this is why I was saying before, like, if I'm not going to do it, then Neil's going to do his own trades. You have to make your own decisions, make your own trades. So when they come into VWAP and I like to buy the stock, you just have to buy it. And I think that's the one thing that's changed for me, is trying to analyze the trends a little bit better, and then just find the stocks you like, find the setups, and just go. And that's really working here for me today with AMD. And it's now, like, I'm up 4x on AMD than my next best stock, which is CrowdStrike. CRWV.
That's probably having a bad day.
CrowdStrike's brother here, CoreWeave. But anyways, we'll talk about that. Look, there's my stop at.
I actually think it's a horrible name for the company, only because everybody I know keeps bungling it. Like, it IPO'd, it was a big anticipated IPO, and we keep bungling the name up, despite the fact that we're looking at it all day and staring at the stock on Friday. I think I called it something different. You could call it CrowdStrike. I said something else this morning.
You called it like cornrows or something this morning.
I don't know. I definitely called it something that wasn't CrowdStrike, but
core.
It was definitely wasn't CoreWeave, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it was something else.
Anyways,
let's go.
Let's talk.
All right, let's go talk about Amazon, a company I've never
Amazon.
heard of. So.
Right.
It's well off the lows as well. You kind of feel that this is a running theme here with some of these Mag 7 names all well off the lows. Today, Jefferies cut the price target on Amazon from 275 down to 250, but maintained its buy rating, guys. Didn't have an opportunity to see why, but you're liking to see that it's well off the lows, trying to get it back above 190.
And the 190 is that key level. So I shorted VWAP a couple times on this. 3 times. Went 1 for 3 on Amazon, so I'm down on it. What's crazy about it was the short that I liked the best, at least off the open setup, and then it just, it did that let's fall apart on the first candle and then give you one shot that was any good at VWAP on the way. And then it actually gave you a second play into the low, but that's the one that I missed. And so if there's anything to be gleaned, it's that if you like the short, it's okay to be out here, which is fine. Like, it broke VWAP, it could have gone at that point, but should have been back into it when it lost VWAP and gave you the push back into the low of the day. At this point, it's pretty much at that 190. Why 190? This has been the area of support, like 90 to 90, call it like 92-ish, has been that spot on Amazon. So it hasn't even broken back above prior support. That's why I'm a little bit, on this name, I'd be a little bit more cautious, because up here I'm thinking reversion off the 190 like I was this morning. Like, it's very different, or Tesla's next. But I mean, it's very different where Tesla is relative to its resistance and where Amazon is right now. And just one more for you, because we've been talking about VWAP, and I see mRNA there, but not Mara or Bitcoin. I'm short into VWAP on Mara as it's making some lower highs, and because we won't talk about Intel, I shorted Intel again off the high of the day just now. So shorted the high of the day on Intel for the second time in the last hour or so. But Amazon 190 is a reversion spot for me, and I said that this morning, and I don't see any reason that I won't be in this if it loses the trend line, like right in here. If it drops that trend, I'm going short on Amazon. Catchy, isn't it?
I really wish you didn't send me this song.
Well, that's why
I'm gonna slap my boss today. This and that.
That's why I send it to you, because I know you're never getting it out of your head.
Too much, man. Okay, now I have to close it. I'll listen to that after.
My whole train ride home is gonna be
you guys are right. Like, CoreWeave is not that hard to say. We just have no idea what we're doing. So, shout out to everybody that's trading CoreWeave today. I'm gonna probably still CRWD, like CRWV, CRWD. Okay, Amazon. Look, so I had this written down as a to go name today. 192 short. So if we get there, we're going. But unfortunately, the short got going real early on that name, and it was just missed. It's actually a pretty good feeling when you get the name right. It's not the greatest feeling when you miss it. But at the end of the day, at least we were sort of on that short. It did give you reasons, to short it early. We talked about some of the fear that's out there as far as, Neil just covered a lot of stuff there. We did get the great bump at 10 o'clock with the sentiment number there and the PMI. So that was a good read. And I don't know, again, I know it's Chicago purchasing managers, but at the end of the day, Amazon's battling back just like the rest of the market. So, you're not going to keep these good stocks down for long, I feel like, and Amazon just fits that bill. So I like the stock. And we talked about Google being underneath the 200 period. Amazon's either at it or, so just, slipped under it Friday. But at the end of the day, come on. If you like the stock, we can't, this is the thing. We had Michael Noss on before, and come on, AM, damn D. Anyways, at the end of the day, all you could do is look at charts and try to make the best judgment that you have, and then have stop orders. And there's going to be a lot of people here that say, Amazon's, because we were looking at game footage yesterday with one of the coaches, and it's true because, when you look at it from your team's perspective, it's completely different than looking at it from another team. Like, what you did well as a team for hockey or any sport, probably the other team broke down somewhere. So, it's like, for just as good as those Yankees are hitting the ball out of the park, the pitchers are probably giving some, meatballs right down the middle.
That was very true.
And they don't know what to do with Aaron Judge. So anyways, at the end of the day, I was just going to say, one person's Gem of a trade. Also, it's broken down. It's now underneath the 200. It's a flat bottom break lower. So yeah, I could sort of get behind both of these plays right now, which is why I'm not doing anything. I'm going to sit on my hands with Amazon. I'd much rather buy it above this 200. I know that sounds crazy, but I'd rather give it $10 to work, go in our favor, and then take the long off at 200. Because right now, as my good friend Brian Shannon says, most of these stocks are still in the penalty box. Let's get them out of there. And when they are, then we'll go.
All right, guys, Tesla's next. Again, another one well off the lows. Good look here for Tesla. Still down 2 1/3, but don't forget, this one was down almost 7% in the pre-market, so a pretty aggressive recovery. Doesn't matter, though. Stifel still cut the price target on Tesla today. Kind of a running theme here with some of these Mag 7 names from 474 down to 455. Separately, there, Elon Musk was at a Wisconsin rally yesterday, Sean. I don't know if you had a chance to see this, but he was wearing a cheese head.
What?
Yes, I'm going to put
it. All right. Hello, Tesla. I'll take 5 Model Ys. No, I mean, look, that's fantastic. You know, cheese head's supposed to be for the working man. So I don't know if Tesla, what exactly he's talking about here with the Department of Government Efficiencies and all of that. But everyone will be wearing a cheese head very, very soon, especially people that attend Super Bowl, whatever the next one is. I don't know. We probably won't get there, but we'll see. Okay, so what stock are we doing? Tesla. Yeah. It's okay. It's all good there. Oh, look, we know Detroit, Minnesota, Chicago. Actually, pretty strong division.
One of your receivers is from Michigan State, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, exactly, Jaden Reed. And then with the draft coming up on the 24th. Ooh la la.
Pandering.
All right,
Like,
I'm wearing mine tomorrow. I'm telling Marissa.
Not even remotely.
Please remind me
NFL fan,
to
little-
bring in my
Man, come on,
cheese
man.
head.
You're not a
All right.
Green Bay fan. And he's doing his thing.
I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of hate for the guy lately, but yeah, when in Rome. Exactly, Joe, when in Rome. So, all right, yeah, look, Tesla, when in Rome, trade Tesla. Yes, when I was in Rome, I didn't see any Teslas. I mean, I don't think you did either. They're very, yeah, no, they're not small enough.
We saw 5 in Paris. I think I saw one, at least was one. I think we saw one.
In Rome.
In Rome.
Okay.
But in Paris, we saw 5.
Paris, I think there's more electric stations in Paris. It was what I noticed when we were there.
But in Rome, you just, look, man, everyone talks about, their sales aren't good in Europe. Man, their sales ain't never been good in Europe. Nobody's trying to drive big vehicles in Europe anyway, so it doesn't even make a difference. Until they get a smaller vehicle, they're not going to sell jack in Europe, and everybody knows it. So, you know, and I think that's going to be big for them when they sell a smaller vehicle, because in the back of my mind, I don't wonder if that's what I wouldn't purchase. Anyways, like, Tesla's breaking out, so yeah. I think we can forget about that 252 dip of prior resistance, because you are now breaking out heavily on Tesla. Still 2% to go green. The high from 1 o'clock, if we come to my chart, the high from 1 o'clock, 256 quarter. So as long as it holds that, forget about 252 for now. We're playing off the higher low. I think if you get all the way into the 62 half, 63 area, maybe you find some resistance there. But yeah, I don't think we're going to get a second crack at 252. The only long that I had today was Tesla, because I never got into Celsius.
Yeah, I didn't actually have, you mentioned about longs there today. TQs, IBIT, Cornwave. Oh, thanks for I think that was good. I voted Cornwave. What does it say here? Is it?
Of course, we've got to vote Cornwave.
Actually, Cornwave is actually winning in the poll? Come on, man. Wrong answers only. Wrong answers only. There it is.
Obviously for fun.
Yeah, anyways. Cornwave. Okay, so just quickly
no one's buying that IPO, though.
Yeah, more outs there on AMD. But all right, quickly, though, on Tesla, because that's really all that matters. Right now, Tesla, great job. I think it's almost worth going long right now. Breaking the high of the day here. Again, I don't want to get too carried away, just saying like, oh, this is worth a long. But when you're looking at the chart, you held the 200 period pretty much all day. I mean, I want to discount. It's what I wrote down. It wasn't what I wrote down. Oh, it is what I wrote down on Tesla today. I wasn't sure if it was Tesla or not. Just that let it sort itself out. I feel the same way about Palantir and Tesla and even NVIDIA. There's just such huge moves off the open that gave you the bottom. So for me, the mistrade is not there at 243. The mistrade is right here. The next time at 945. Still early in the day, so pretty hard to take trades sometimes that early in the day with that much confidence. But look, the bottom held so clean. So even if you went bottom back up to pre-market highs. That was a great trade. That's 244 into 249. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying like $7 is a great trade. Of course it is. So that would be something that you're looking at there for Tesla. And since then, it's really just absorbed the 200 period moving average, bounced off of it there. It was pretty choppy early once we broke below, but since then, bounced there. I consider that. I mean, have to look where the 200 period was, probably a little bit lower at that point, and then a clean bounce. So if we ever come back, I think we want to go long Tesla. I don't think its worst days are behind it, but that's a little bit of a rebound here today that at least some of you and us that are, it's recharging itself. Yeah, it's not a bad one there, Fabian. But right now, Tesla trying to get going here, and it looks like today's a nice bounce day. Only being down 2% when we came in, and I turned to my left and to my right, and it was both like, okay, Tesla's down 7-8% today. Yeah. So the fact that we've battled this back, I think, is a pretty good,
First to use the charger downstairs. Sean,
not me. I think this guy.
You, Sharif, Randy.
Captain Saibi over there.
It can't be any of the couple people that we know will use it.
Right.
But yeah, I think it'll be Sharif.
I don't know.
I think Sharif is going to be the first to use.
Have...
The charging station in the basement here, because it's a condo building where we have the office right now, so we're on the bottom floor. Anyways, I do think that smaller vehicle is going to be a big deal for them.
Yeah.
And I promise you this: I don't think they're out of the penalty box yet, but at least they're not Moderna.
Who is that next? All right.
Moderna is a problem.
Let's do this.
Problem.
Guys, there was a lot of these biotech stocks selling off aggressively on the resignation of Peter Marks from his role at the FDA Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. He was a top regulator at the FDA, and we saw last week the Department of Human and Health Services, led by RFK, looking at laying off over 10,000 people from the department there. So this one as well, guys, well off the lows. It was over 10% in the negative in the pre-market, now a little bit below 8.
So I don't want to jinx it, but if it closes right now, then you have a bottoming tail candle at the 52-week low. The other thing you've got going on, and I had to pull up like a weekly chart in here. Oh my goodness, you still don't even see oh, that's right. You go further back. There you go. So, I mean, I don't know if anyone that remembers 2020, these guys were a thing. After that, for COVID, for obvious reasons, well, you kind of are pulling back into some of those levels. Like you're going back to March of 2020, which is when things really started kicking off for them. So you'd think if you're gonna catch a bottom, there's probably a trade on Moderna coming up. And step one, break a low and then hold it. Right? Like that's the first thing you want to do. Like have it either straight up hold the bottom or do a reversal candle potentially like this one. It's actually kind of bullish today. Like I don't wonder if you don't look at a breakout at 29. This is still a highly shorted name, 14% short flow. And this is nothing I'm not saying that these guys are turning around fiscally or anything like that. It's just more along the lines of, hey, bottoming tail candle. Sometimes you get another piece of bad news and that reacts somewhat positively to that. And then you get a little bit of a turn in the stock. So higher lows into today, into that 29 break. Volume is really tapering off, so I think it's maybe a tomorrow or swing kind of play. Can't really look for a breakout when it's doing this. And just one note, Intel came 1 cent away from breaking, I don't like even dollar stops, but it's essentially like a few pennies above the 50. You can probably guess where it is. Came 1 cent away from breaking that high, did not reload it. If it breaks the top, I'm just out. It's just a scalp trade off the high. And if it breaks the top, I think you got to let it fly. Tesla, I'd rather be long, though, than reversing in Intel. And Moderna, I'll have a look if it breaks 29 today, but I think the volume's kind of come out of it. I think it's better for maybe a squeeze in the next coming days if it can hold these levels. So held the low. Good for them.
Yeah. A quick guess. What do you think the yield for Pfizer is right now, dividend?
6.5%. It's got to be super high by now.
Yeah, it's super high. Yeah, 6.8. I just want to look at Pfizer right here as well because, this is another name that the last couple times we had been down into this area. Now, look, I mean, it's do your own research, buyer beware, because you got to have something in the pipeline. And I don't know what Pfizer's working on or anything like that, but I mean, I would imagine they're working on something. So this name right down here, I think they had an oral pill fail for GLP-1, but I feel like that was a long time ago. So I don't know. I was just looking at this name and thinking the same kind of thing. Like, we're starting to get below some of those lows. Now, I'm not going all the way back to 2020 or anything like that, but just a recent trade there, and another name, Merck, has been getting hit as well. So some of these names that have decent dividends, that's still Pfizer. Come on, man. There we go. Let's update that. Let the chart settle down. So there we go. So this has been, much more choppy, but much choppier. At the end of the day, it doesn't look like Pfizer where you're sitting at sort of any kind of bottom, right? So again, huge move down, 130, down to 80, back to 100, back to 88. Some of these names just continue to be all over the place, which just reminds me to tell everybody that, hey, everybody, if you are into any ETFs or anything like that that maybe cover. I didn't buy any of this XPI right down here. Remember we were talking about it? This has been a horrible look. Like, I liked XPI up here thinking that it was breaking out. We had last averaged in somewhere in here in the 90s, and now look what's happening. Obviously with a Moderna move today, that's not going to be great. XPI right now. I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. Like, I haven't rebought this, but if you're going to do anything like that, it's getting pretty nasty out there in the biotech space, that is for sure. IBB, which may or may not load, doesn't look like it. We'll get that going in a second. That's another stock that's been a problem. So, all right, let's go over to AMD. IBB must be on New York or something.
The candle on Lily.
Good headline today for AMD, Sean. Looks like they're working with Oracle again to announce their new EPYC processor, which is going to power Oracle's cloud infrastructure, OCI, under the E6 standard. Not like I really know what that means, but trying to defend that $100 area, though. But much like the overall market, it is down 1 1/3.
That doesn't look that good. No, you were just like talking about the bio. I was just looking at Eli Lilly, and I really love the candle today, but I don't necessarily love the entry right now on Lilly. Like, it's been, I think we said last time I was asked about this, it's like 700 has been the place that you buy the stock. So anyways, just because you were talking about the biopharmas there, I mean, you're in AMD. I'm not. Like, I'm in Intel, and I've told you we're a couple of cents away. I'm not reloading it. If it breaks that high, I am going to be out. So I'm contemplating, that's a good candle on the daily as well. I'm contemplating whether I want to reverse this to a long break on Intel. Overhead resistance at 70. I might take a shot at this if it breaks out this top. So it's about 55. I'm not in AMD, but I can tell you pretty much all the chips are trying to break higher right now. Decision whether I want to take this break of the high. I'm definitely not reloading it as is.
All right. Just want to write a message there. Yeah, IBB was an NASDAQ name. So that's why I was calling it up on NYC America. But there it is. There's the dip down for that. Same kind of a name. IBB as XBI. Ugh. Oh, man. What a good time to talk about AMD. $1.10 right now. So here we go, man. We are starting to take off right now on this name. There it goes. Huge move. I'm waiting at 102.09 right now. Look, we tweeted this out back here, and we tagged Brian Shannon, and we're like, yo. Well, we didn't say yo, but we were like, hey, yo. What goes up, it doesn't come down. Anyway, we'll talk about yo-yos after. There it is right there. 101.50. Oh, sorry, 101.05. Our dip buy is right where it is, man. We're long at $100.96. Came right into VWAP, and we just bought more. Like, came in, that was when our first trade started to happen there, and then there, and then there. And you know what really sparked it all? Look, we could sit here and talk about everything. The market has turned around completely. I mean, it's easy to say long, but you could have also been long, and I would have been long the futures as well. The futures have turned out to be my worst trade, and we'll talk about that. But at the end of the day, it's just like, this wasn't near VWAP. We had to find something that was. We definitely know where our strengths lie, and that's going to be in trading, not necessarily hosting the show. But there it is, man. Nice move down, 101 and change. Nice move back up to 102. So we're here. We props up anybody that decided to flip it up. And you know what, Neil? I'm pretty sure you could have. You're out of both of your positions, but I was going to say, I didn't know if you were along a chip name, but any chip name. And I just called this up randomly. It's not random that I chose NVIDIA because we're always going to look at it, but I didn't know it actually took off like this. This name's also straight up $2 when AMD's only up $1, and they're the same price right now. Like both hovering, low hundreds. Nice move to the upside right there for NVIDIA. So they've really caught in steam right here back up to the upside. So
I like Micron.
That's what I was going to say. Broadcom, Micron.
I'm not reversing.
I got to go film something, so I'll just be
Intel,
right back.
But I am going to grab Micron. I'm going to give you the why I shall give you the why right now. I'm going to give you the why in a second. No, it bounced off 85. So I just like the reversal more on Micron. If you remember on earnings for Micron, I'm going to play the long back into this prior high, which reminds me I should have. I like to throw a stop in so that if I'm working in here and then I know I want to add, I already have a stop underneath that prior bar low. But why Micron? This should be obvious, everybody. So it came down, broke 85. You remember my condition for Micron after earnings? Let it break 85. If it survives 85, it's a long. And it's a long back to 105 to 113, as anybody can see in this chart. Like it's been going back and forth and back and forth, and the fact that it's breaking away from here makes some sense. You just weasel in here, like some, here, I'm just gonna get 21s. I was sitting at like 19 and not getting fills. I'm just gonna take some 21s. I'd rather a price, ideally I want the price closer to 86. So I'm trying to add underneath 86 if we can get it. And then on that prior bar on the 15 minute and this one right here on the 3 that kind of ticks under 85.8. Like if it breaks that, I think you're waiting for VWAP to get in. But I said I was bullish on Micron the second it showed it could hold the 85 again. And that's one of the things I love is simple support and resistance. Like let big money show you where they're buying and then try to join that party. The other party right now is the Tesla party, which I would love to join. I also have to fail myself for not. I think I was early to the first move. I really don't like breakouts at that time of the day. So the second it showed any resistance, I kind of jumped out of it. Then 53 continued to be a resistance. But there was a good re-entry here, I think, on strength at about 12.20. And I wasn't sitting here for that. And then I kind of had just gotten up to do something and came back when it bounced off to 52 again. But this has now gone parabolic. I still believe the prior high is the place that you're wrong on Tesla if it loses it. So I'll look at that 257. Alphabet apparently also going. I hear from Alan in the chat. What is Google doing? So I'm just in Micron. I give the reasons why. If I'm picking between longs, I like the one that gets supported by something on a higher time frame. So that's the reason why I jumped over to Micron. But Google just went green on the day. Ooh, yeah, this looks pretty spicy as well. It's just Tesla's so strong. When you're picking and choosing, like Tesla looks like the strongest one to me. I did like the over-under at 52, so it was already in the plan to be long this name. I would much prefer to jump into that. And Mean Gene 1980. Okay, first of all, Mean Gene, you win. I'm powering up that one. You got the name of the day if you're going to drop Mean Gene and throw in the 80s in there. MSTR is green today. Well, I'll give it to you. Almost everything wants to be green today. And as far as Mr. Saylor goes, he can do his thing with, I keep saying MicroStrategy with strategy, but VWAP hold, Bitcoin bouncing, and let me zoom it in. MSTR seems like it's on the warpath right now for the 50 period. And what I like about this, you had that double bottom. A little bit, this is going to mess it up if I go too far back. Okay, so you had that double bottom, but if you look at this, it's essentially just reforming a wedge here on MSTR. So this higher low, when everything else was revisiting the absolute low, you're bouncing higher lows here on MSTR, which I do like. So good look there. Micron starting to head. I'm just going to zoom it out. I don't know what's up with this wick on Micron up to 106. I'll get rid of it. Prior close on Micron was 88. Prior low, so Friday's low, 87.5. So I'm looking 87.5 target on Micron because that's the previous day's low. It'd be nice if this was a real wick and you could say, hey, resistance at 106 on Micron, but I feel like that's just some kind of dark pool wick from weeks ago. So Micron headed to 87. Like to see it get to 87.5. Going to throw an order up there. I'll get rid of this wick eventually. But I wanted to make sure you guys could see, like the target, I want to get to that prior day low.
All right, I just want to show you guys here. So we actually tweeted this out if you follow us on our socials right there. I was going to put a level 2 right here with AMD, and it was only at 101.50 when we started this. Trading AMD off VWAP here. Not bad, eh, Brian Shannon? And then a couple of handshakes right there as we continue to go. And then I was just looking at it like, this is what it's doing right now. We just got out at 102.30 right there. So a nice little take from 101, now $1.30. Let's see if we can try to hold this. We're out of Unfortunately, we only have about 20% left, maybe a little bit higher than that. So far, so good on that play. And yeah, I like the fact that we're both sort of looking here at some of these chip names.
Tesla's a beast.
Yeah, Tesla's a monster. NVIDIA's that monster again. And I just think it's, like we had Raider Trader on. We have. I mean, look, our opinions are very similar, all of us. But it's the weaker names, that can battle back a lot. I'm going to look at Reddit now. I have no idea, but some of these names that have been have been hit real hard, are the ones that are going to come back, the fastest. And it's just about finding high quality names. I think in this environment, you like to find like a decent balance sheet, preferably a company that has lots of cash on hand, so that they don't do an offering. We have numerous examples of Neo, Hood, GameStop. You just mentioned Hood.
Hood I meant for stocks battling back.
Oh, Hood battling back. No, but I think Hood actually did have an offering too, actually, not too long ago. But at the end of the day, maybe not. But at the end of the day, it's Reddit. They had a huge move down. And I just wanted to say, there was someone in the chat that asked about Reddit. Like, that's 98 to 106. Like, you've gained now 98, 106, so you've gained $8 on 98. That's straight up 7%. It's not straight up, but it's a nice move to get all the way back there for Reddit. So up 7% from its day's low right now, and really trying to battle back, right? Another name there that we identified a little earlier on in the show was Meta. And I mean, that move all the way back in, that touched 550. Like, it's at 575 right now. So what a huge move down. And I know it's a $500 name, which does even a trader like me or whatever. And I was talking about the spread and just how violent it is. For me, I would have a problem trying to figure out how many shares to use right here, because when the moves happen, man, they can really get going and they could be quite violent. So we'll say big shout out to anybody trading Meta today, and a big congratulations, because if you had that long, that's also working. That's about to go green. And then Neil and I both, and I don't think either one of us, I'll speak for myself because I'm not sure if you're in it, but Apple, another name, Palantir would be another great one. Neil will probably look at that in a minute. But Apple never really was in trouble all day. I mean, it didn't even, it went down early as they all did, but we never broke pre-market lows. It didn't even really move. And then it just kind of stair-stepped. Like, if there's anything that's ever going to look like stairs, I mean, right here, sure, you get a little bit of a slip up there. Still don't even get to VWAP, not even close to VWAP, really. And then straight up now, back up to the high of the day. So there are little pockets of strength, here in the market, as we do await, unfortunately, the day that, nobody wants to see happen. But I mean, well,
tariff day.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's fine.
Usually, sometimes I'll guess the stock you're going to go to next, but I was like 0 for 2 there. No, I thought maybe you were going to mention Palantir, but
similar name, though.
There's a thought that I had with regards to Palantir, and it's true of Amazon, it's true of Palantir, it's true of a lot of stocks today, but it's true of Mara for me, for sure. Oftentimes, you have an idea for the open, and if you don't get that open move, if it works at the open, sometimes that's the trade. And if you don't have it, you can maybe back off of it. It comes down to how many times I want to take the secondary or tertiary trade. And I think Palantir was an example of that for me, because I tried it twice on PLTR, one underneath VWAP, one at VWAP. And then when it turned, opening range top, breaks out, support at the opening range. And it's very linear and steady since then. This is a very linear move, nothing parabolic about it, very controlled most of the time, stair-stepping it up, as Sean mentioned. Yet it's not even green yet, which is wild. $1 away from being green, so it's got room to go. Now, obviously, Tesla, look, this kind of a move in Tesla since it broke the high, I feel like this is just begging to do a pullback, to wait for the dip. I just think Tesla's going to do some kind of a dip to be able to get into it. I don't want to chase it. You're now $7 away from that 52 level for sure. So let's be a little bit patient with Tesla. Certainly one of the stronger ones. It's still down 1.5%, but we're down so much this morning. It's just pure relief rally time. There is this Brenworks. I see it too. I'll give you the goods. There's this small, it's not a penny stock, but it was a penny stock. ICCT, which has done 1/3 billion shares, so it's legit, just halted. Is it halted? Was that even a halt? Yeah, it did halt.
ICCT?
I guess, that was a real halt. I feel like it's an old name. I recognize it. But did just halt and then open up, breaking out the high of the day. So breaking a double top is this ICCT. I always feel compelled to zoom out and show you guys reverse split special, comes all the way back down, adjacent to the prices that it was at before, and then catches a bid. Let's see how far it sustains. $2 is an obvious spot to look for a reversion. I mean, it's not MLGO. It's not, what was the IPO today?
Help us out, Joe. What was the Newsmax?
Newsmax. There we go.
I mean, if you want maximum news, I mean, there's only one way to go.
Newsmax. It's not one of those two things, but yeah, just watch out for that 2 level. And because it's so cheap, it's going to halt really easily. Like it just went to $1.47, is going to halt again.
What is that? NMAX? What is that?
Right. So like it's not moving that much in terms of actual pennies, but it won't take much for this to halt multiple times. It just halted again at 148. I find these ones tricky, and I don't understand why they don't move the bands bigger intraday when this stock gets above $1. Like, it's just going to be ridiculous. Now it's just going to halt all the time because it's not going to take much to move 10, 15%, or 20% in a short amount of time there. So I'd like to get the next available dip on Tesla. I think it's doing one now. Hopefully somewhere close to 257 gives an entry point for TSLA. Micron's kind of doing its thing. Oh, the other thing it'll set up is Micron, I'm gonna knock on wood, but it might set up that swing trade tomorrow too. It actually has to close here and then hold tomorrow at 85, and then I think it's a swing trade.
Yeah, we got out of some more rate here on AMD. Just seems to be slowing down just a bit. I mean, again, we have this top here at 102 and change. So we'll definitely have a look over there. Yeah, it's NMAX. So this is the one that, I thought we had done pretty good on Cornweave there. But at the end of the day, this name was so much better. I mean, I just went long on the IPO price of CoreWeave, and yeah, that didn't do too much. And this one just absolutely shot off like hot fire there. And I guess the reason is amount of shares listed. But I'm gonna have to find out more details about this one because it just like
it opened even dollar 14.
Like 14 to 75. Like if the SEC doesn't, like honestly, it's fine. And I'm not, like look, if I was in this, I'd be calling this the greatest stock of all time. And there was, I don't know, man, I don't even know what this is. But, Fabian just asking, do they even have a website, these guys? I assume they do.
Oh, of course.
I mean, you can't just, if they don't, then I'm gonna IPO something tomorrow and get ready for that. But no, I mean, look, you gotta go through a process to get IPO'd. It's not, there is a huge filing process and, you have to be, there's someone's underwriting this. You have to be underwritten. There's got to be shares held back, and there's risk. There's risk for the company and for the underwriter on both sides. So there has to be some kind of due diligence that's involved in here.
You'd think so.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it just looks like it was a share flow problem. We should find out how many shares were released. It definitely wasn't enough. And then all of a sudden, everybody just wanted to pile on the short. And I don't know if people got stopped out or what that action was, but definitely an immense amount of, but a decent amount of volume that's hit. And since now, it seems like we want to calm down a little bit. So for me on this NMAX, if you're in this trade and you still think that it could blow up tomorrow, I agree with you. I mean, I don't know where this thing is going to go tomorrow, but I would be getting out today.
I think it's going to blow up. No, sorry.
Down, you mean.
Down.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
What I mean.
I know what you mean, but I meant the other way. I think it could still go even further. It just, if that's the problem, So I was just going to look here, $52. That is sort of where we halted. We opened back up and then we ripped back. That's when we made 75. 75 has happened twice. Obviously, if you get another bump up, which is only 10% from here, I guess crazy to say that, but I would get some out at 70, man, up to 75. And then I would watch out for a break of 51. If you break 51, I don't know what your average price is, but for me.
So it was 7.5 million shares at 10. The issue was at 10. So it was only $75 million raised.
Right.
So it's incredibly small. So only 7.5 million shares. It's done. I mean, it's churned. What is it churned? Oh, sorry. Amazon's right on this trend line. So I kind of flipped away. What's the volume on this? 5.2 million. So it's almost churned through the available amount of shares here. 7.5 million on NMAX. So obviously it's having a great day. What's impressive about it is after it double topped, that's the pullback you get. It never even gets to VWAP. Very strong. So it holds that double top very well. As I said for Amazon, it's right on this trend that it's been holding since the low. So I'm looking for a trend breakdown because it went to 190. That's that level on the daily. So the level on the daily is 190. It just retested the trend. If it breaks underneath that trend, I'm looking short. to VWAP. Micron came right back into 86 for an entry. I should have taken the $0.50. I'm going to scalp out off the top this time because it makes more sense to do so. And Tesla's finally dipping into 57. So it dips right into 57. Like this should be our chance to get in off of, I guess, like 58. If I can't get, oh yeah, that filled right away at 21. 21, the new number. I'm a big fan of 22. But I feel, just joking. It doesn't really matter. But I'm going to put...
It matters sometimes, you're looking for key fills, whatever.
I find in Tesla's not the kind of stock that it matters. I usually prefer, like, you'd be in front of the quarters, not behind the quarters, but I find sometimes you'd actually rather let it just come a little bit further down in. Like, I'm trying to get more at 58 even. I don't think it's going to be a chance, so I just stepped up to see and grab the quarters again because I wanted to add to this. But we're in Tesla, and we're in Micron, but it's actually a short that I'm looking for in Amazon. I think if it breaks this consolidation here, I'm just going to go short. And I can use the stop order for that. I'm just going to use the stop.
I wonder about Tesla here.
On Amazon here, I'll throw that in. Now if we break this consolidation down, I'll just be short Amazon with a stop out at the prior bar high. My only beef is I have to get that fill before I can throw that stop. Unless I use bracket orders, which I should use bracket orders. I know I should.
I was looking at, you
ever use them?
No.
Neither do I.
I know they're not that hard to use, but I never bothered to set them up. I never bothered to learn, so I was just being stubborn to do that. All right, so 258, 257. I was just thinking about this for Tesla. So TSLA here, 258. I'm going to try it. So 258, like basically tens. If we can get some shares there. I just think the 50-period moving average. We were waiting for. All right. AMD is retracing back up, which is nice. So I was just going to say, like, we were waiting for the 200 period, but it looks like right there, Tesla just gave us a little bit of something. Now it's going. It gave us a little. So was the futures. So it just gave us something there off the 50 period. Look how identical they look. Right there's the 50 period, and we were saying, like, I said that before, like the dog that wags the tail. Like if Tesla's going to go, I feel like people are going to start to feel better, and a lot of these names are going, and that's why we picked AMD and NVIDIA and some of these other names that Neil and I are looking at here, especially in the chip space that have been so beat up. You could look at me. I can even look at a Walmart probably right now. But there goes Tesla right now. I think it can still drop down $1. I don't think that's unheard of right now. So if we do get a drop down in, I think we want to watch that against 57.50. If we stop out, it's going to be 57.50. So I'm going to buy some 58.10s, then probably some 57.60. Let's give it the 57 break. But at the end of the day, this is what we're looking at. Just trying to give it a little bit more juice right there and hope that we can catch it on a downtrend, and then it will reverse a little bit. So just like right now, we are going to get another piece out of AMD. It did the exact same move that we wound up missing again. It bounces off 102, basically. Nice upside move back into the 25s. These are the best that we've gotten for it, so we might as well do that. All right, Neil and I have been talking about this a little bit. I heard them talking about it on the Midday show as well. It's Profit X. So you can scan that QR code right there. And I've looked at these odds, man. If you want top tier odds and control, Profit X brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access as well for automation, and cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your own risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place picks, exchange them. Profit X, the smarter, faster way to play. Users can use code Trader TV, so make sure you do that to get up to 2% or get 2% cash back, up to $300 as a maximum for you money back. And I'm going to show you some Profit X. Thanks, Profit X, for sponsoring. As soon as I get a little bit, slower here on what's been going on, and especially watching out for this Tesla, we'll talk about it because the odds have been incredible as we looked at those before.
When you shop the odds, it's impressive.
And that's what I'm saying. And I think that's the whole thing about API access is that if you do have coding ability and a little bit of gambling fever per se, which traders may or may not have, that would be something that I would definitely look at, would be try to arb some of those plays back and forth. And then you could set your own lines. That's the incredible
Everyone has every itch. I'm a believer in that. It's like, you think you're not a risk taker, but I promise you, there's somewhere in your life that you are a risk taker. Mm-hmm. Like there's a beef of, one quick thing.
That, yeah.
Tesla, lower high, just curl off of 259. Where'd my bid go?
Oh, you've already got that long. What happened?
Where'd my bid go? All right, I'm going to put my bid back in. Yeah. So I'm going to get right back in.
Oh, okay.
We just scalped it to that high, but I still think the high is overhead resistance on Tesla, like the prior top, like Friday's afternoon lows, like this little bottom in here. I still think that's resistance, so it's scalp to the highs and play the higher low game. So I'm going to buy the dip there. I haven't gotten the top on Micron just yet. No, but just to finish the thought, the reason I've always believed this is like people say that, I don't find myself, I'm not a disciplined person. Like there's something you're disciplined in. It just might not be what the world constitutes discipline, which is like, do you work out a lot? Do you wake up early? That's dog poo. And I know, and this was because a lot of people used to call my brother like lazy because he was a really gifted athlete, but he didn't care that much about sports. So he got this like weird lazy thing. I'm like, this dude made his own comic book for fun in high school and spends hours like honing his craft. He's an artist. I'm like, no, he's just passionate somewhere else. He's disciplined, dedicated somewhere else. So you're a risk taker somewhere, and you just want to channel that. I think you're always trying to channel that wherever it might be. And I said dog poo instead of something else because I didn't want to curse on YouTube. So that's on me for sounding corny. I am Neil, and I am corny. I was going to say something else. I never know what you can and can't get away with. So Micron at the high. I'm going to scalp out of this one as well as it just turned.
Valid point.
If it loses 85.5, and then we're going to rinse and repeat off of 86 on Micron. Oh, and Amazon never gave me the trend break. See? So Amazon went to the trend line, and guess what happened, everybody? Market's going up. Amazon bounced off the trend line. So it's at this point, it breaks trend at a different price, so I'm going to cancel my stop order. It was only when it was consolidating here that I wanted to short at that break. Now a break of the trend line will be a totally different entry that we'll have to be patient for. So right back up to the top. And CoreWave apparently won the poll.
CoreWeave won, but it was
Well, Alan,
the next one up.
Alan in the chat said CoreWave.
Wrong answers only.
Yeah, CoreWave wins.
Yeah,
Shout out to
CoreWave was number 2.
Shout out to CoreWeave.
Yeah.
What's it called again?
Shout out to anybody that has a weave. It doesn't really matter. Any kind of a weave is fine by me there. But corn. We can have a quick look at that. I mean, we talked about that new wave. See here, I'll just call it up from here because we've traded it before. All right, get away. All right, man. I mean, wow, nice move back up to the upside. Where'd this thing come? This thing came out at 39, right? So, whoop, bless you. Hello. All right, so this thing came out at 39s. Oh gosh. Hold on a second here. To make sure that because AMD is trying to dance around its levels again here. All right, so we shorted that low, which maybe we can look at it from here. So this is what we shorted right there once we broke 37.50. That was the low from whatever day it was, Friday. And yeah, so far there today, it comes right back up. This could be another shorting area for CoreWeave back down to the downside right now for sure, I would think anyways, because you're at that level again. We just topped out at 38. Let's see if we can get back to 38 there. The only problem here is that these chip names are rallying. So, everyone was excited for CoreWeave because of what we thought it meant for, NVIDIAs and all that of the world. They had a bad day on Friday and another bad day this morning. So that helped us create to the downside. But you could see volume starting to come into this name. It does look a little bit, I'm going to say normal again in light of whatever normal looks like these days. But that's something now where there's enough liquidity here where I think you can start to trade this thing a little bit more. These gaps, it hasn't halted. It didn't even halt on day one, which is nice. So yeah, I feel a little bit better about trading this with bigger shares than I would on that next wave for sure, or next news or whatever that was. Newsmax, that's what it was. So yeah, I'm going to watch out for 38 for a little top action here on CoreWeave. I mean, I think that would be a little worth it, and then maybe give it 25 or 30 cents to that little top right there. So again, we dropped out of that off the open. Boom goes the dynamite. Tesla just came back in, so now we're long Tesla. So let's give this one a little bit of room here to see what's working. We did talk about it, trying to get it at the 50-period moving average. I think now we're pretty confident, somewhere around here, 257. If we lose that, then we're gone. Okay, there it is, Neil. Good long there. We'll take some out.
I didn't get filled.
There it goes, man. 70-cent winner right there. Slap it up for a nice little win for us there on Tesla. Let's see if we can get $1 quick time on this one.
Oh, I didn't get picked. I tried to get a better price this time. Great look, because Tesla right back into that entry. 58 still looks pretty good. I'm going to leave the stop in, see if we can't pick it up. But right now, I feel like, okay, Amazon, it's threatening again. You've now bounced off the trend line. This is the one. And it has, I know it's a strong stock, but I'm on a 1-minute chart. Or back to a 3-minute. Must have looked at CoreWeave or something. Sometimes if I'm looking at a stock that doesn't, or like a small cap or something, I'll move to a 1-minute chart because you'll get a better look. But I like a 3-minute chart, especially for these entries. So on the 3, Amazon is still testing that trend line. It looks like it's going to close underneath it. So it looks like the short could come in. Let's give it a couple more minutes in here to give it a chance. And Micron, I mean, that's starting to pull back into that 86 level before that we've already rinsed a couple of times. Might be a third salvo on Micron coming in at that 86 while we try to get the Tesla 58 that you were able to grab. So yeah, it's going to be Amazon next, unless it defies, it's not defying anything, unless it just regains that trend and heads back to the top. At some point, what I like about this, it's either breaking out above 190 or it's giving you the trend back. I think it's highly unlikely that at all of power hour, it's not going to do one or the other. Like, we're either failing this trend line now that we're at the resistance, or we're breaking out the top, in which case you've got a bunch of room to Friday's close, which was around 192.5. So one of these two things is going to give it to us here on Amazon. That's why I want to stay focused on it.
Yeah, no, good look there on Amazon for sure. I mean, again, staying focused on specific names. I think that's, the one thing that we're trying to do a little bit better. At least I know that for myself for sure. Trying to just stay focused, stay in the zone on certain things. I mean, we weren't even really paying attention to Tesla because we did have that order in there. Now we've just gotten out. So here comes what we were thinking. My next bid, I'm just going to make sure I put it here, 257, and maybe the futures collapse here. So let's just, we were initially looking short all day today. We're going to go here, 256.90. Oh, you're not even seeing me set it up, but 256.99. I'm going to flatten out if we do break that. So 256.99. I do have a bid down here at 257.50. I just put it there. So let's see if that can fill. 257.60s is where we're waiting for. So that's pretty much that. So if we come into that low, we'll take it right there on Tesla, and then give it to a break of 257. And that way, the 50 period is definitely breached, and then we probably, we can reload this thing at 255 if it does come down into the 200 period MA. So that would be a level that I'm comfortable with. And, so if you guys are, that's what I'm looking at right now for Tesla. And look, again, good. We just got it right there. We could get a little piece out here if it comes back into the 60s again, just in case. But there it is. So nice little trade out back up to 58. So 50 cents back and forth a little bit here for Tesla. Again, I like the stock, but don't love it at these levels. So let's just try to play, the long back into 260 would be fantastic. So there it goes, man. A nice little take back in on Tesla, now 90 cents. So I see Neil's on this as well, so that's great. We both have like-minded here. So let's see if we can get back up to the upside with TSLA.
Absolutely. Oh, I missed Micron.
85.
Micron. Oh yeah, that was.
All right.
Yeah. I keep muting myself because I don't want you guys to hear the
the sneezing.
full brunt of the sneezing today. But I tried to get the third salvo in Micron there as it bounced very quickly. Both these bounces off the 86 have been, pretty sharp retracements back to the upside. At least when you almost want to get it on the way down as opposed to on the way up. We'll see if we're still. I'm going to leave the bid in there. We'll see if we get picked up at 86.25. I got into Tesla as well, so I don't need to go over that one again. But Amazon closed underneath the trend line and immediately is threatening the prior bar high. So I'm not giving it a ton of room because I don't want to give it to the high of the day in this particular case, but I don't want to give it too much room above that prior high. So I think if we lose the 80s, I'm going to jump out. It's still a counter trend trade, and it's one that I want to give a couple of shots at because it's going to form just a tighter and tighter wedge each time it goes up here. So I want to give it a couple of shots. But Amazon, the second it closed under and indicated the short, I punched in, it just caught a bid like everything else. So the missed opportunity, I think, was getting that Micron long. Said I'm leaving the bid in there, and we'll see where this one goes. Tesla, I feel like the same story. Like if it gets up to 260, sell 260s because you can just take a breakout on Tesla, especially in the power hour, as this one looks incredibly strong. Nvidia is strong. I see Palantir in the chat, KNT talking about it. It's not even doing anything.
Which one?
Here's my assumption that Palantir was breaking out the highs because of what the market's doing, but not really.
Incorrect.
It's done a lot of work today, Palantir. It can take a little bit of time off. What's Alphabet doing?
No time off for you, Palantir.
Alphabet's trying to break through the highs as well. So yeah, pretty much everything is trying to go in this moment. So the only thing I'm going to be concerned with is this little trend reverse, which, like I said, the second it closed underneath, punch short, and immediately it's retesting the top of the trend line here on Amazon. It's been holding this pretty nicely. So the first close under, Doesn't always work, but I'm not giving it to the high of the day. I'm getting this out of this thing. It's about 80, just over 80, 189.80 or so.
All right, I'm going to be that frugal trader because I'm just trying to take like 40, 50 cents right now. So now we're out of half, more than half, we're actually out of 2/3 now of our Tesla trade. Just because, like, look at all these outs, you know, it doesn't want to go. We have one great out at 59s. Other than that, it's been nada. So it's having a hard time getting through. Look, man, I really hope it does. And if and when it does, which I'm hoping, you know, we'll be there for it. So here it goes. We still have a third, so that's nice. So it's not like we're completely, you know, dogging this name. I would love for this to get back up to the upside. And if it does that, then giddy up, man. Let's go for Tesla. I do have an offer, just so you guys know. I have an offer at 59, so it looks like that's going to get filled hopefully very soon. And then we have another one at 50, it's 59.50, and then we have another one at 60. So if we can get 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents, all the way back up to the upside, then we will do that. And so far, so good here, as there it goes again. Let's go, man. It's the slapper. Right there. We've got AMD on board. We've got Tesla on board. And these are two brand new names, right? We just put these on board for you. And again, if you were following during the midday, our socials, then you would have seen me post about this trade. If you liked it, it came in for you right there at 2 o'clock. And right when we went live, we talked about this trade. So there it goes, AMD, right back there, right up to the high of the day. Again, it's advanced micro devices, up to 102 and change. I say it's the high of the day.
Money dispenser. That's
Depositor, advanced money deposit. You know, if you want
I thought we liked dispenser.
Dispenser?
Yeah, like dispenser.
It doesn't really dispense anything back out. That's the problem. Once you deposit it in, it's kind of like your money's jammed in there. But for right now,
they don't pay a dividend.
Advanced money duplicator. Because if you went long today, you know, I don't know, you know, you don't necessarily double your money, but it's been a nice one.
Well, I'm sure there's options you could have bought it.
Yeah. There's always something to do.
There's always something you could have done.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, though, as we continue to look here at AMD, it's working. And so was Tesla. So Tesla, good out up there where we just got it at 59s. So, you know, this is why I'm being that kind of trader. We talked about it. Not something that I'll normally do, but hey, to go back and forth and kind of trade like this, I'm comfortable doing that. I don't necessarily want to be all on these longs. You know, the market is still one of those things. We still have a couple more days until we find out exactly what Tariff Wednesday is going to be all about. And is it going to be liquidation day or liberation day? At the end of it all, it's going to be a day. So we're going to be here. Make sure you do come back for sure. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Make sure you come back to watch us because we're going to be trading them all that day. Financials, whatever's moving around, oil.
Probably some autos as well.
Probably some tech names.
Didn't even look at the autos today. Well, that's not true. We looked at Tesla, but didn't look at GM. We looked at Ford at the open just because it had an imbalance or something, but it doesn't really matter. The answer, Alan, to your question is no. I did not short Mullen today. I paid for the locates. I had the intention of shorting Mullen today, and you know, I can slap the fail on myself. By the way, if we lose this high again, you're running out of steam. Market's at the highs. You're curling. Gimme.
Diamondizer.
I'm just going to punch out because I think we're going to retest that low here on Micron. It's been going sideways, like back and forth, 86, 86 half, 86, 86 half. No, but I did not short Mullen today. I paid the locates. I saw it going in the pre-market. I'm like, you know what this stock does. It reverses and just gives you the short. This is what it does. It goes into resistance. Once it fails a high, play the lower high and take your shot at it. Look at the last few days on Mullen. Like, what would you do if this thing starts breaking out? Breakout, fail, take the lower highs. Breakout, fail, take the lower highs. Didn't even break out on Friday, but then another breakout today, fail, take the lower high. So I paid for the locates, and in this moment, that's when I was trading. Well, we were trading the names that were like Palantir, Amazon, Mara, the names that we were kind of focused on our note this morning, instead of the one that popped up a little bit late and wasn't on my plan of action until it made that big candle. But the next time Mullen pops like this, got to get it. That's simple. Like, how many times do you get a shot at this before eventually it just either dies or stops doing it for you? I think at some point you're going to lose this opportunity to just keep on shorting every single pop in Mullen. So I wasn't happy with it. I think it was an easy trade that we didn't get.
All right, man. Less than a third left of Tesla, which is good because we're going to the downside right now for TSLA. It just broke through again. So we're waiting here at 257.60. So if we do get that, it looks like it's coming right back in. We may miss that 60 level. So let's just put on a small, okay, we took took a small piece at 81s. Hopefully we're able to get something there, and if we don't, that's fine. Like if we don't get 60, fine, but I want to put on a small piece there. We would like to get it because we're down here now, so that would be nice, but we'll buy a little bit there on that dip. We just bought, what price did we buy? 80s. So again, to make that 20 cents, let's put something out here. If we can get, I just put 16s. I don't know why. So there it goes, man. Nice 16s to 18s. Let's see if we can get a 25 out, and then we'll just let it go. Again, this is what we're doing. You know, trying to buy some dips, trying to get out, see if we can have a good average price, and then start to blast higher. We did get a comment about how our price keeps changing. So I don't know how else to explain it other than like first in, first out, and that's there it is. Bang. Let's go right now. So props it up right there for that Tesla dip buy. And again, these are levels that we talked about, right? I mean, going over there, trading it. This is why, like we only put on 1 unit there at the bottom. We were looking for a little bit more, but you never know the prices that you're going to get. Like, I'm glad that we stepped in there and took that at 80. We were waiting at 60s. So a little bit lower, right into those wicks, doesn't get there. But again, you know, understand like what trade you're looking to make, where the risk lies. Like it still could fall back in. That's why we just scalped that out. So, you know, we'll still sit there at 60s. I will not reload this spot again, and then just keep it going. Because again, we've learned our lesson many times. Stocks don't need to actually move. Like they could just go up and down $1 here. And what winds up happening is you get wicked out, then you get mad, then you go short, then you get, you know. So let's just continue with what the plan of action is here. We're going to stop out if it breaks 57. And I'm only going to take like maybe another unit at 60 right now. We're hearing some news about some tariffs in our ears, but we'll get that. Feds Williams now speaking. So yeah.
Why did I not have him on my...
I don't know. Maybe he's just talking whatever, but
today.
So we got out. Quickly, we just got out of more advanced money depot because right into there 102.25 because we started seeing Tesla breaking lower. I was like, maybe the market will go, but it doesn't look like it. So we got some out there at 25s. Not a bad idea there. Come on, Tesla. We told you where our orders were. 257, 58, 258. 45. We'll put another offer there now. See if we can make a little bit more, especially if it does spike. Okay, we'll go to Adair, then back to Neil.
We do have comments from Feds Williams. This was not on any calendar I saw either. Apparently, this is an interview with Yahoo Finance. Here's the cues. Basically, he's saying that it's early days in figuring out the impact of the tariffs. So we're still, I guess, waiting for some more clarity and certainty. He says the details on tariffs will matter and that he wants to watch data to see the impact of tariffs on prices. Again, we're expected to get more clarity on these tariffs on Wednesday, aka Liberation Day, when Donald Trump will be formally announcing these tariffs, apparently, and implementing these tariffs. Apparently, this announcement is going to be happening at an event here in the Rose Gardens. So keep an eye here on the market. And comments from Feds Williams. Back to you.
Yeah, Barkin's also speaking right now live on another program. So we get a little bit of Fed speak. That's going to spike it higher. I mean, you guys can already see, like, Tesla's doing the same thing. But Amazon, we got one in for the trend break. It then broke out that prior bar high. So we took our shot at the reversion. It never even broke down. So, like, there was no place to take profit on it. Like, I'm not scalping out of that. It never really went anywhere. But I'm also not holding it into the high of the day. So we'll have to fail on Amazon. That's a level this morning. The 190 was my level, so a reversion off that we're going to take 10 times out of 10. What I can't get, however, is the reload into Micron. There you go. Like Micron pull off the high, so a little bit of a lower high, but it's going right back to the top. It's not giving us a refill off that 86 level on Micron yet, but I still like this breakout. This is on a great level on the daily chart, so I think I want to play that long one more time. So we were able to get Tesla the third time here, but we haven't got that third salvo in Micron just yet. I want to give it more of a chance. Those are two names I'm focused on. The NASDAQ is 0.25% from going green today. Instead of that CoreWeave poll, we should have had like a NASDAQ green poll like we used to do. Although I feel like a lot of people would have just bet the yes for the NASDAQ. Because the ES is already almost 0.5% to the upside right now.
Wow.
All right, so I'm taking this out in front of 260 like last time. So third time is definitely a charm here on TSLA.
Yeah, man, good trade there. So, you know, again, you know, I have a couple more bullets to fire off there. So we just got another out. We told you about every 50 cents. So I got some out at 50s there. Then we got some more out there at 259s. So wow, as we go, like that was actually, we just got a great fill there. We got 259.20s on that move higher there. So yeah, 259.19s. Sorry. Oh, that was our order at the 25, the quarter mark. So you see right into there. So all right, let's just keep on going, man. That was a great one there for Tesla. Wow, cannot believe some of these trades that we've been finding for you here. Just that Tesla dip buy into those levels. Again, trade the names that you believe are strong and then get the heck out. So right now, we only have a third left now of even the reload. So we cannot, even if this completely falls down, not going red on this one, that is for sure. So far so good here on Tesla. So good one there. All right, AMD also trying to go back upside. So that's starting to really get going, and so that's a good trade there, to grab that. And again, it's just about whatever you guys are comfortable trading, right? I mean, this is what I'm doing right here today. And obviously, as you can see, it's been quite an eventful one for AMD. And we've really left the Qs. So the Qs right here, again, look where we got stopped at, right? As soon as that sort of momentum decided to change itself around a little bit there, we did the same thing and basically backed away from it. And good for that trade, it looks like anyways, as we're not too worried anymore about the futures as they continue to rip higher. And we just flip our game up. I mean, we wrote down all shorts on here, and now we're AMD long, Tesla long. Both of those names are ripping up to the top of the leaderboard here today. So again, pretty good trading there for these names. I know you were on Micron, well, not anymore though, but AMD continues. Look, I mean, there's that high. Google, Oracle, Barkin is still talking, so we are expecting, a little bit of movement here for sure on some other channels. So there it is. There's the move down for Advanced Micro. Again, good take there, and I mean a great out for Tesla. I mean, if you guys were there, man, let's go. I mean, we have diamond hands both ways. Trying to hold for winners, trying to hold on to our losers for as long as we can until we get stopped out. But there it goes, man. Tesla, great out there, 259.20. Glad we're able to have that, but we're still going to work this trade, right? So if we can get something else for this, and that's what we're going to do. So right now we're looking for more Tesla, more AMD, other names. If there's anything else you guys want to look at, scared money don't make money. That's 100%.
The look I don't like for Tesla, I just jumped out on this topping tail. The market just made a new high. Like I looked over, Micron made a high break. That's the name that we like. Amazon broke that high of the day. Tesla's battling with a lower high in here off of I think 260 is a bit of a resistance. So I don't mind going long again, but I'm just looking at the things that are breaking out right now. Like there's a high day break on Micron. Someone asked, what did I mean by salvo? Sometimes I'll just use lingo. It's like take another shot, right? So I just meant like another entry off of 86. I should just say entry next time. I won't say that. So I was looking for another entry off of 86 on Micron, but if it's going to hold this breakout, I might just consider taking a breakout of the high as long as we're not too close to the end of the day there. I'm still looking for 86 or 86 quarter somewhere in here, but that topping tail was enough to get me out on Tesla, take the profit, look for the reload. Just looking to play off the support levels, but I prefer something making higher highs and higher lows, or at least higher highs with the same support like Micron is. Let's go back to Adara.
Noting here, I'm seeing some movement as we head to the day. Near day's highs is Corcept Therapeutics. This is CORT up about 50% today. This one currently trading near $110. So definitely not a small cap, but $11.5 billion market cap, 17% short float. This morning, the company announced that they met their primary endpoint for the Rosella treatment for patients with platinum-resistant ovarian cancer. So well-received ovarian cancer treatment for decently shorted CORT. It's also worth noting that we still have comments coming through from Feds Williams and Feds Barkin. Feds Barkin saying that apparently there are some consumers saying they're tired of paying high prices and that he's not convinced that higher prices won't be passed on or that there won't be inflation. Feds Williams also warning of higher inflation that the Fed was originally forecasting. So some inflation and tariff woes coming from both Feds Williams and Feds Barkin. Their comments, it's worth noting, are almost identical from what I'm seeing. They're both concerned about the lack of certainty on these tariffs. They said we'll get more clarity once we know more about the tariffs. And they said that inflation is still very much on the table. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah, we're definitely not out of the woods with inflation.
Not out of the woods, yeah. I mean, we had a couple good reads last week, but then the market didn't really care about them apparently. So, yeah, more to go. What's up, Jim Donnelly? Lucid. You want to look at some Lucid? Okay, let's look at some Lucid. All right. So, I mean, again, I don't really 240. I feel like every time I look at this thing, it's at 240. So I don't know.
Because it is.
It's because it is. Yeah. So again, a nice. I mean, like I said, if you're looking at anything today, I feel that it's been good, right? But then when you sort of zoom back out, and that's when sort of reality hits. So Lucid, I don't really see anything here on a 5-minute chart. So let me zoom back out, I guess, and see a daily chart here, and just to see what's going on there. So, look, I'll say the same thing all the time. Like, as long as you have these areas of, GTFO, and that would be fine. So if you're going to go long at 240 and you think you have an inside take on the car business, or maybe Lucid's going to maybe do something, then fine. Did you just do that? I didn't hear that in my ear. I'm going to do it again. So there it is. So if it wants to do something, then I think that this is going to be a great opportunity for that, because we do know that the Saudis are going to come in and probably support it again when they need more liquidity. So, I don't know. I don't see that many Lucid Airs. I know it's a premium quality car, so maybe it's not the right business for that right now. But at the end of the day, if you like the stock, you like the stock, and I think it's probably worth buying at these levels. So if you're a Lucid guy and you think you have sort of an inside track on that, then go ahead and make that move. But even for me, Rivian, they're all still very risky. Like Rivian IPO'd at 108. So it's at 1250 now. Not that where a stock has come from is where it's going. I don't think that, and I'm not saying this is a sell because it's just been hit so far, but there are lower lows potentially coming for Rivian. I just think you want to wait for all of these cars to report, and if you miss a 20 or 15% move up, fine, but you just want to make sure that they're not going to be affected by the tariffs, which I don't think Rivian will. They're being built here in the United States, or there. We're in Canada, of course, so no Rivian's being built up here. But at the end of the day, if you like the space, I would still be looking at Tesla. I think that with robo-taxis and all that, if you can put the politics aside, I still think that they have a great opportunity to sell a crap ton of cars, but so does Rivian. They still lose, I thought as of their last report, it was $30-something thousand per car that they're selling there for the R1S.
Well, that's better.
Yeah, it used to be in the 50s, I thought.
Yeah, it was much.
That's why I don't want to, there's going to be people out there, Neil, that are Rivian shareholders that know that number probably off by heart, but for me, it's somewhere.
I think Rivian's a very tradable.
We just took another dollar.
Tradable name. So I think that's what you're doing in Lucid. You're just trying to trade it or swing trade it. And if you can find some good levels, congratulations to you. I mean, I'll probably get into Rivian for another trade at some point on a swing, but not right now. I want to see if we can't grab. Like Micron's not going to get back into 80. It's not looking like it wants to get back into 86. That's still on Tesla. If we could come over. But there's one more chance as we wick the high, Fabian, as we wick the high of the day. That's still the Tesla chart. All right, we'll get there in a second. Fabian, my chart for a second. There we go. If we just wick the high, so I'm looking for this last chance maybe to pull it back. If we pull back and it's 340 something, if it's too close to the imbalances, I might not take this a third time, but I still want to give this a chance to go in. And then the other name, I was just trying to grab Tesla. It's not giving you the 58 fills anymore, so I want that fill. We get one more chance to play inside of the range. So still Micron, still Tesla for me. And there was that ICCT that I know a bunch of people were looking at. A second ago, I thought it was done, and now it's halted to the upside again. So it did a reversal, halted down. Now it's halted back to the upside. Remember what I said. This is going to halt a lot because of the pricing on it. It's just so easy for it to hit the halt band being only $1. So I'm staying away from it because they're a pain in the butt. And the last time I traded something that was a halt fest late in the day, I got trapped overnight. So I'm not trying to have that fate because for us as day traders, it can be, if something like this gaps down overnight, it's not fun. I remember losing a bunch on, it was Spirit Airlines or something. Had the uptrend, decided to hold on to a piece of it. It halted and didn't reopen until the next day. It didn't even open in the aftermarket. This one probably will, but it opens up immediately going into another halt, it looks like, at $1.99. So ICCT continuing to ramp to the upside, while Micron not doing anything except continue toward the highs and not get me into the bid. Niraj asking about MLGO. Ooh, that was strong all day, and now it's pulling back into VWAP. So micro algo, market gets strong and it gets weak. I don't know if I like that very much. Look, maybe there's a trade-off of VWAP here, but I don't like something. Look at the topping tail. I wouldn't try to catch that falling knife. I know it's been a good one the last couple of days. Remember we said a warning about that 25 level. Well, it failed to 25 and is threatening to close underneath that price. I think you make your money on these and try not to fight it too hard when they make a bit of a top and pull back. Not my cup of tea.
Well, we did it. I mean, we're almost now $2 in the money on Tesla. So let's see what winds up happening. All right, so our last out was 259. You know, we do have enough to fire. I'm at 259.75 right now. I'm going to put it right here at 50 and there we go. So I cancel my 75, get it out at 50 right there. Just because I would hate for this thing to turn around, but there it is, man. Now $3 in the money on trades that I've given to you so far here this afternoon. And we're just going to sit there. We are getting lighter and lighter, obviously, on this trade. About 20% left of Tesla now. And it's a good thing that we did reload that price because we were waiting for a little bit lower. So that's turning out quite nice right there. Okay, that's Tesla, Broadcom, NVIDIA, Shopify. Just trying to see. Let's go a quick little look here at what's going on with some of these names individually, of course. So what's up now? We talked about, what's up now? Texas Instruments. We talked about them being up earlier, and they are. Now they're leading. We were talking about like some of the names that were, pushing and pulling this market, and it was like, what? Texas Instruments was up. And yeah, it was Apple, Texas Instruments, and energy names earlier. When I did this at 10:45, there was 4 positive names. It was XOM, Apple, Occidental, and Texas Instruments, Apple, Occidental, XOM. So that's what was long. Now, when we look at it right now, you could see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're not going to count them, but it's about 50-50 with the weak names still being Mara, Donkey Kong right there to the downside. So let's find out what's going on with DraftKings because that is well below levels that I was interested in, that's for sure. DraftKings, wow, okay, so they just kept on going lower. I don't know, maybe they did it. The thing about DraftKings, they're still waiting for acceptance in a few different states, so we'll keep our ear to the ground on that one. It seems a little weird, that movement, considering the battle back in the NASDAQ. So, hey, man, if you like the stock, this is a great opportunity, I think, anyways, to pick up some DraftKings. Right back into these levels, you get this garbage out of here, and then you see about that move back into 54. But again, in buying names with strong balance sheets, I don't think DraftKings is going to be the one that's instantly on your mind. Palantir still down is a little bit disappointing. We can type in PLTR right here and just to have a look there. They're falling back into those levels again. And oh boy, what a call that was on Tesla, getting some out there. We just flipped it, man. We were at 259.50. And again, we can't predict this kind of price action, but there goes Tesla right now, right back down. I'm going to cancel. I'm going to go a little lower just to see if we do want to hold 257. My stop's going to be 257 now. That was always the stop, but now that we only have a small piece left, it makes more and more sense to do that. So we're going to wait to see if we can get something a little bit lower, maybe 257, and we might not even get there, 257.35 or so. We'll see if we can get a play down into there for Tesla. That'll be my next dip buy opportunity, a little bit lower than where we are now for Tesla. So yeah, the Final Four might help DraftKings, but the thing is that, who was that in the chat? What's up, Sam? That's the thing. It's, that's an old story, so what you're trying to buy stock on.
Well, it isn't a new story. Women's sports eventually going, like, I'm talking about a longer term play. Is there not an entire large untapped market potentially
women
with any growth? And I'm not, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not necessarily bullish on any of the betting for that myself. But I don't wonder if that gets a little bit more interesting and things kind of change a little bit. But
yeah.
So 57's coming in pretty heavily. So I'm looking at Tesla for the same dip buy and Micron for the same dip buy off of 86. Actually, I was about to make a call on ProfitX, but we'll get there in a second because the dip's starting to come in on Tesla. So it's bouncing off that same level. This was the 4th time we try to grab this long. That was a heavy candle that just wicked over under at 56 with the bottom at 80s. So I want to give the stop underneath that prior bar low or this current bar low. Well, now it's prior bar now that it's made a fresh low. That was a heavy candle on Tesla, and it's not necessarily as heavy on Micron. Like, I'm looking over, and Micron's not even back to that 86 level that we were buying. So it's lower highs and lower lows on Tesla. You're still making higher highs and higher lows for the time being on Micron, which isn't even giving us the dip that we wanted. But like Tesla, another dip. I'm taking out in front of 259 like last time because I feel like that's a resistance spot here on Tesla. If it gets one more relief rally, I think we're good to go.
All right. Yeah, we'll trade Tesla a little differently. We're long right here at 30, so we're going to start to get some pieces out. I'm also waiting for 257.87. It did hit lower. We did get stopped out of some. We did buy it back though. Now we're in the money $1 here on Tesla, or almost $1 on Tesla. 257.27. Sorry, not even close. As we go, my target was to break through 258, but we did just get a piece out up at the top. So let's wait to see if we do break those lows there for TSLA. Tesla trying to come back in just a little bit. So yeah, no worries there for that. So we'll wait for it though. If it does break those lows of 80, then we are going to be out right now, long right here, 257.27, and we just got some out there at 80. So there it goes, breaking the low. So now we're gone there on Tesla. Obviously a nice move back in there for TSLA. And if anybody had the short, that was a big one. Congratulations for that, as it's obviously working there off the top. So good trading overall on Tesla, but didn't give us the goods there that last round. So be careful if you still are looking at it. It has broken. We had said that if it broke there, we would get out, which we did. And now maybe wait for the 200 period. The futures are slightly dipping here. Not overly worried about it. We have less than 10% left of advanced micro devices, to the point where we're not even really looking too much at that. If this comes back into VWAP, then we'll trade it again. So sure, some of these stocks are falling down a little bit here, but not really worth too much. We haven't put too much risk back in. So I don't know, heading into the power hour, it's already 3. We had the power hour image. Yeah. It's gone. I don't know what that was.
Can't do the Sharif for the power hour. Just have Sharif flex and then to make a graphic right there. Someone just said in the chat, the Piper, why would they have the short? There's a trade for everybody. Like if you're scalping it bottom to top, you could have been scalping 260 short to 258 the same way you're scalping 258 into the 260 top. It's the same range, and you could argue that in the prior support turning into resistance there. So like obviously we broke. I'm out of Tesla. Gave a quarter of what we made this afternoon back on it. Let's go to Adara.
I just want to mention here what's going on with this market. A bit of a push to the downside. Fitzwilliams and Fitzbarkett still speaking. Now, initially, their comments were actually more or less aligned or pretty similar anyway. They were both talking about uncertainty with regards to tariffs, to the point where you would actually wonder who was saying what because the comments were so closely aligned. That is no longer the case. So just to recap here, Fitzwilliams speaking on Yahoo, we have Fed's barking here on CNBC. Fitzwilliams saying that the Fed needs to keep longer run inflation expectations anchored, but Fed's barking actually being very cagey when it comes to talking about the number of rate cuts. He said that it's not the time or the place for him to discuss how many cuts he sees this year, but that he's really in no hurry when it comes to rate cuts, and that he's, quote, nervous about inflation. So Fed's barking a lot more cautious here. Fitzwilliams trying to be optimistic, but both are worried about the impacts of tariffs on this economy, guys. Back to you.
Robinhood.
Worried, huh? All right, so yeah, this is a very, very dangerous time to trade the futures, so it sounds like it's a good time to get in there and trade them. So we're long the futures right now. I was just going to try to play off this area again. We are underneath it on the 5-minute a little bit, which is giving a little bit of a pause for concern here. So we're going to stop out if this breaks 20s. We're just going to try to give this move. Again, you know, there's the gap fill. So let's just see. Like, we just came back in. Let's see if we want to hold here. Again, you know, trading is life, and we're about to figure it out right now and where we can go. Thank you, Joe, for that. But yeah, we'll wait. So we're going to try it out here. We're long at the 50s. We are waiting for more. To get more. So my next bid here on the TQs is 35s. And then if we lose 20, then we're gone. So the TQs right there. If you can't, most of my trading is very simple. I know that there's been, you know, a lot of different positions put on, but it just has to come back into support and resistance. So if we get that 35 fill, I like the trade, and then breaking back down through 20, which is right there, then we're going to get out. That's actually 10s. It was just right into here. So if we break 20s, then we want to flash out of that trade. So yeah, we're in it right now, looking to get a little bit more here. 56.35 as the futures just go back and forth. Remember, not too many names coming through today for earnings for sure. We can quickly look at what names there are. RCAT. That's it. So nothing really going on too much there. Let's see if these futures can go up. We just touched 65 there. If we can get back to 65, we'll take 10 cents for 5%. And then we'll work off of that. So far, so good here. Need a little bit of a push downside, though, right, to get more. But I'll take this move higher. And there it goes. We actually got, was it Did I get 64s or 63s? So we actually were sitting there at 63, not 65, but there's 65 right now. So boom, we're long at 54. So take out a dime there as we wait to see now what's going to happen with the futures. Hey man, maybe it decides to go. Put something out again for another 5% at 67. Then we'll wait for 75. Then we'll see if we can really take off here. It's the hour of power, halfway through now. Let's see if the market can get green. We talked about that. I mean, did it get green?
So the S&P did get green.
Oh, yes.
It's the NASDAQ that's not green. So obviously, tech names getting beaten up a little bit more.
Yeah.
So the ES is going to be green. RCAT, by the way, it moved 27% last time. And the implied move 16%. It'll move. It'll be worth watching. But there's a lot of stocks that made really interesting candles on the daily. Micron just came back into that 86 quarter, tried to get it on the bounce. I'm just leaving the orders in, see if we can't get picked up in the 30s here as it's trying to go back to the high. Like the difference is, as I said, it was still making, look, opening range and pre-market highs, that resistance in the morning turned into support and is still held. So I'm going to give it one more chance, like Biggie said, on MU for the upside trade, where everyone's still looking at that small capper, that ICCT. It's still doing that same party. Failed off $2. I don't wonder if this isn't headed down at that point after failing too, but it still can't stay open. That's why I'm staying away from it. I know it's strong, but stays open for 5 minutes and then it halts over and over and over again. Oh, there goes Micron. All right, we didn't get Micron that third time in there, unfortunately. So far, so good in the afternoon, the two longs, but I did not get this third shot here in Micron. Sometimes you just got to be on the bid on the way down as opposed to trying to catch it on the way up. I wanted that confirmation, but we didn't just get it there on MU. That kind of sucks, but there's still about 15 minutes till the imbalances come through. So I think we have time, still have time for another shot at it. I don't know why there's actual, that's a penny stock. These are all small cappers. There's a few numbers in here on the imbalance locator. But I feel as if, that's a penny stock, 5 million shares, BAC being 2.7, I think Sean already mentioned. HPE, we've seen several times, and then Nothing Burger on the imbalances, 3 million. The one that's interesting would be Pfizer and Walmart are the two. Pfizer because the space is in play today, and Walmart because you don't usually see 1.5 million. So I'll probably look at Pfizer for an opportunity. That's the one that sticks out because Pfizer, Moderna, and the rest of its ilk were in play today with that FDA guy stepping down or being forced out or whatever the heck the story was.
Now check out this futures trade.
That's not why.
Absolute banger right there on this futures, man. That's 50 handles straight there. We just nailed the bottom. We said this, man, traders got to trade, and I mean, that's exactly, we found that opportunity, man. I'm not just sitting here because I'm pretty faced. That ain't my job. We're here to trade. Look at this move, man. Straight there to the upside. So let's get some more out. 97s. We just got out at O's there as well. So we'll keep putting that on. It's been a good one, man, here today. We'll just keep doing this. AMD is still there. I feel like, I don't know. I know we got stopped. Both of us got stopped out at Tesla there. But, Neil, we just should have watched out for that 200-period moving average. It does bounce off of it. The thing about getting stopped out is it does then give me the ability to look somewhere else, to be honest with you. And I think that that's something that I've really, been able to do is not get stuck into too many, before I'd average in, and not even before, but just how I knew I was getting into trouble. And it's being stubborn with the name. So right there, I could look back right now and be like, hey, man, that Tesla, damn it, we should have got back in and then really focused on it. Instead, first of all, we only have 40% left of this trade. I'm going to take out another piece right here at 87. But instead, though, it forces me to look somewhere else. So that's where we wind up going, and it looks like it's going to pay off there. AMD was very similar. We weren't even, I have written on here, iBit short, Amazon short, NVIDIA short, Tesla short, and then honestly, the number one name, 100X today is AMD. The number two name today for me, I guess, will be CRWV, which is still a short. And then number three is going to be Tesla, which is the long. So coming in here, thinking basically only shorts, and it looks like the long is what winds up printing for us, for me anyways, at the end of the day. AMD nicely cooking there to the upside. So,
I think Tesla was the right out. Tesla's making lower lows and lower highs still. That's sort of
only
the thing.
because it bounced back, but yeah, you can't,
it's-
can't beat yourself up.
You can't really. You just try to catch every bounce that you could. Like when it showed you where it was breaking away from, and it's still holding the prior highs. I just don't like the trend to the downside, which it's still doing. And shout out in the chat, yes, I know Micron is ex-dividend. Micron's dividend is very, very small. I don't think it's that material. It's like 11.5 cents, so like less than 50 cents on an $86 stock. So, it's a, I don't want to say infinitesimally small. It's a pretty insignificant piece of their story. So it's not like Pfizer, which, what did you say the yield was? 6.5%?
Yeah, 6.8.
6.8. It's almost 7% on Pfizer. I don't think it'll be a big deal one way or another. That doesn't affect what I'm thinking for tomorrow on Pfizer, which on the daily chart, look at the bottom, it's held the 85. There's almost no way it's closing underneath 85 today, and I'd like to think it's going to hold 85 again tomorrow at the open. We'll see. That's a day trade potentially, but we might get one more shot, as I said, 10 minutes to go till imbalances come through. Might get one more shot to pick up this bid here on MU. That's where I wanted to look because as higher lows or at least the same lows in the higher highs. So I'd like to be able to reload this, but like Sean, like I came in looking all short today, and Micron and Tesla in the afternoon, they've just worked. The trend reversed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and it's something I promise you. When we go over charts with Adara, and we're going to have Michael Noss on here, and I'm sure, you can't really say anything else about today, so I'm sure he'll say it too. You had a lot of ridiculously good-looking reversal patterns on daily charts, on 15-minute charts, on 3-minute charts for the intraday. And that's the story of today. It was a reversal day, and how many times have we seen that on the biggest panic mornings on a Monday where we keep catching bids? Although I'd remind everybody, that's only true until it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the more you see that pattern, that one day, and I remember this from 2008, because everything always starts with, it looks bad, but we always catch a bid on those panic mornings. And then what happens is that one morning where it's a panic morning and it follows through, and that's when you know you're in, the market's a little bit different. So we haven't had that moment yet. I'm just saying, but in 08, you felt it as a trader because you definitely had that moment. A couple of times in 08, we were like, oh, the plunge protection team's not coming in today? And that's when you knew, well, I guess we're only going short.
Yeah, we have that ability to try to read the market and get a feel for what's going on. Like I just tweeted this out. We were short early on the TQs, right? All these purples are short. Then we flipped over to the long right there and then, bang that out a little bit here. So we're still in 25%. Let's see if we take out day's high. That's where my next offer is at 14s. Oh no, actually we're at 4s. I want to cancel that. Oh, that's right here right now. Okay, let's go to 9s. See if we can get that right now. So, all right. So that's what we're doing right here on the. There it is. All right, 50 cents, 50 handles or so in the money on this one. A&W, you can check out CRWV. Oh, no, missed opportunity there. So remember we said short 38s? Yeah, well, it got right to 38. All we had to do was be sitting there, and that was another banger right there. So let's go, man. Another idea working right there on CRWV CoreWeave. Don't have it on, but we did talk about that 38. I remember it clear as day, about half hour, maybe a little bit longer than a half hour ago, right into there as we talked about getting stopped out, and that's right where it was. And I was like, we don't want to go short here, but we would try it there. We did not try it there. And we did pay for shorts. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to be short there. So CoreWeave, downside, that kind of sucks. For CoreWeave shareholders, that is for sure. But again, early days on this one, man. We saw Reddit. We saw all these names definitely come back in. All right, man, now the futures are at the high of the day. So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? So it's a nice move up here, and I think we just watch it into the close. We'll see if there are any big imbalances coming through again. I mean, we can look at the NASDAQ at 350, but for right now, this is what's going on the NYSE. As you could see, Neil's already talked about some of these. There's Walmart. Remember I was mentioning earlier too, I was like, well, Walmart's probably catching a bit, and I didn't even look at it, and oh yeah, Walmart is. Walmart started right from the jump catching that bid. So there goes Walmart. There goes Costco. I think, yeah, most people were waiting. I mean, I was waiting anyways for lower. I should have been in that name at the 50 period. I think you still have a chance to do that. Costco as well, man. Same kind of ways. Costco hasn't really dumped. Like, sure, Costco dumped. That's not what I'm saying. But it's above the 50 period. Sorry, above the 200 period, above 949 right now, and trying to get back up to the upside. So Costco never really gave you that complete whoosh bottom there. And I'm just wondering if we look at Walmart, there on the daily. There it was right there. We had just came in 2 days ago back into the lows. And then there's the move back higher there again. So yeah, man, Walmart working out. I feel like we missed the bottom on some of those. You guys talking about Lulu, I always like the 3-day rule. So the last day for Lulu, this would be the third day. You had earnings, unless earnings were on Thursday. I think it was Thursday night. Yeah, so Thursday night into Friday. So this is only day 2 for Lulu. So you got to let these guys settle down a little bit. And as you can see, they are not even close to settling down, making new lows right now for Lululemon, down to 280, looking to get a little bit lower. 260 looks like a good spot there, well under the 200 period moving average. So yeah, Lululemon still a little bit of trouble there.
And bringing
earnings.
Nike with it.
Nike, I thought, was breaking out in the last couple of days.
Nike was trying to go, and Lululemon has dragged it back down. I don't look. I'm not going to say that for sure that's the truth, but Nike was holding a double bottom, and then Lululemon happened, and all of a sudden it's making fresh lows. So I think Nike, the jury's still out on Nike. I think you got to be patient. We always talk about it like let it hold the bottom and then break out a local high, and then it just never did that. So it just didn't happen. It's still trending down. I think there's going to be a trade at Nike. We're not going to get. We're at 343 now, so I got to stop to fail on not getting this Micron a third time. But it's Gonzo. I'm not chasing the high of the day on this move. The longs have definitely worked, but I missed my last shot. I'm glad you got into the future. I went back to the well, but the well didn't run dry, but it ran without me. There was something else I was going to mention. It'll come to me in a quick. Oh yeah, there's Kava.
Is Kava reporting? No.
There's a bunch of index actions that happened. One of them, Kava, already happened, and Angie is going into the S&P 600, and this ODP is coming out of it.
Well, yeah, you know me.
I know I knew that was going to happen. So there is an expected sell imbalance on this ODP. It doesn't do a lot of volume, which makes it intriguing because that's 500,000 shares in volume today. So even the slightest imbalance on ODP could affect it. I don't even see it on the early look. Oh, that's right, because it's a NASDAQ stock, so you're not going to see it on the early look. But I'm going to have this up. I'm going to have Pfizer up because that's still a 2.8 million early look to the buy side. But I'm no longer looking for that last dip buy in Micron. Like I said, once it gets too close to 350, you either have it or you don't have it, and I do not have Micron. It's still in play. The condition for what I wanted to put the swing trade on Micron doesn't technically hold until I see what happens tomorrow, but at this point, I'm like 95% sure that I'll be getting it tomorrow. You just absolutely never know. It's April 1st. Lots of things can go right or wrong. Oh, I haven't even thought of a prank on my daughter yet.
But she'll be expecting it for sure, so you got to think of something.
Well, that's the most fun part of it, is the fact that like she's 8 and she 100% is expecting me to try to prank her. So if I do prank her, it's going to be epic. So I haven't put any thought into it. I just remembered that now. Getting my wife is really easy, but getting an 8-year-old kid when they're looking for it is a little bit more tricky. If you guys have any ideas, let me know.
Yeah, let
I thought about that. You know what? I'm not going to get my.
All right, man. With only 4 minutes left until the imbalances, let's just go like this. Celebrate the day that we've had here. All right, well, we still have 15% left, but at the end of the day, a good out, mate. 5%, we had 25%, 5% there, 5% there. So far, so good. TQ's really going. And we did get some more out of AMD. I mean, that's at the top of the day as well. We might as well now, because you guys are about to see, if you haven't seen it before, you're going to see it soon. And that is that when the market does these moves, you never know what these imbalances are going to come out as. So if they come out as bids, obviously giddy up to the upside. If they come out as offers, then you're going to get smoked back down in, because it's been such a nice rebound day for the NASDAQ. I've been buying these dips, didn't buy anything today. Generally I'll buy them at lunch. That would have been nice down there. So nice straight upside there. And whoever voted for NASDAQ green, you're not in the money yet, but you're getting pretty close. 19,450, yeah.
It's going to happen.
Wow. We can get let's do a sector check real quick here to see which sectors are exactly blasting up. I think it's going to be consumer staples, maybe.
That's a good one.
All right, so here it is right here. Change right now. Consumer staples, sorry, yeah. So there, actually pretty much nailed that one there. So consumer staples, then the financials. We can check out my boy JPM. Haven't even looked at that today. We looked at energy earlier as well, up 1.3%. The utilities is what I was going to say, if not after consumer staples, because again, chasing some value down there. I feel like that's probably going to be appropriate. Real estate, I don't really check that sector too often.
Doesn't count.
Healthcare, nicely done. Let's just see what's going on to the other side right now. So we only have This is definitely not all of the sectors, but information technology, flat on the day now, because obviously we just talked about NASDAQ, so as that goes. And then consumer discretionary, the biggest name in that one's going to be Tesla, and that's still red. But Tesla, actually, did we even check back on our friend here?
1.8.
1.8,
It got back
okay.
to the high and went right to 260. Sorry.
See?
Yeah, 260.
That's what I was saying about that out, right? It's just that you can always look back and be like, nah, what have I done? But, we were able to go back over and then put some damage back on the board with the TQs instead of really just focusing on Tesla. But yeah, nice little wick top. That's the play we were waiting for. Unfortunately, now you don't have that. Wow, NMAX continues. Wow.
No, it's not. Unbelievable.
Halted. Days high.
Unbelievable.
If you guys aren't, this might not even open back up, but if you don't have a market on open order and you're long on this thing, we'll still be friends, but I cannot
What was that stock,
support that decision.
What was the one that went to 2,500 again?
HKD?
HKD. Like this stock is basically like it was day one or day two HKD right now.
I'm willing to look like a fool and tell everybody to get out at this level. Because if it rips up to $500 tomorrow, then that's exactly what will happen. But when you're at the high of the day on a stock that nobody knows anything about, other than the fact that they only released 7.5 million shares, and I think the deal was 75 million or something ridiculous. It was only $10 was the price. So 7.5 million shares, $75 million worth of a float out there right now as NMAX, News. When this hit, remember that it was like Adara or someone in our ear, I think it was probably Fabian, goes, IPO. I'm like, IPO. I don't, forget about that, man. We've got cornhole. We already hit that already. And then all of a sudden it was like NMAX, bang. So congratulations, anybody that basically did not heed the advice there and kept trading it, because as long as you stayed long, and again, it'd be hard to borrow, so I feel like you've won today. If you've won on this stock, remember RGC?
In the middle of the day, I'm like, double top. I think this is right. You should get out. And that was
Good
at
call.
75. No, it wasn't.
No, but I'm just saying, when you see these tops, when you look back, fine.
Well, I mean, you look back, yeah, you're right.
But at the end of the day, it's just like, I was going to say, look at RGC. Remember we got a super chat about that? Well, that was up here. RGC. And I know it had a few days. This is a daily chart, but now it's all the way back down. I just like to see people make money. It's hard enough in this space to do that. Let's go over to Adara.
Keeping on LYV, bit of turbulence in this name. Apparently Donald Trump signing an executive order to fight ticket scalping, so LYV dropping to the downside. Sending back to the guys ahead of the imbalances in just 10 seconds.
So there we go. Imbalances just dropping right now. So Amazon, NVIDIA 5.6 million to buy on NVIDIA. Apple 5.5. Remember, it's the end of the month, everybody. Pfizer only 3.5, but that's a big imbalance. WBD 7 million to the buy side. So NVIDIA 5.5, Apple 5.1, Amazon 3 million to buy, Microsoft 2.8 million to buy. Everything is a big buy. Why are we not screaming way more off of all those massive buy imbalances? And of course, I had NMAX up. But that's the move on Apple. That's one of the bigger ones. Obviously, NVIDIA, 5 million to the buy side. NVIDIA didn't even break the high of the day on that.
Yeah.
That's a little bit weird. ODV, I was looking for that ODB because I was expecting index action. I don't even see it on there. So the delete looks like it's not going to make the list because there's so many names over 1 million shares here, everybody. But they're all to the buy side. There's not a single sell imbalance until you get down to this, BECN, and I happen to know for a fact that is a cash buyout that is not going to go anywhere. So the market is screaming because of those massive buys. This does set up a 355 reversal trade. Although Apple's already paired to 3.6, NVIDIA's already paired to 3 million, so they just paired half of these off already. Wow.
Oh, man. Joe laughing because he knows how much these moves mean to me. There goes the TQs, man. Look at that. Like, oh, my God. I can't believe. Like, sometimes we have the complete opposite where the market completely tanks, but it just went right back to the high of the day where we got out, man. We just sat there and was like, thank you, man, for that play on the TQs. And the exact same thing happened with AMD. So we have just, shout out to my guy, Obi, back over there. Breadcrumbs left now on these trades. I mean, and that's exactly what we're supposed to be. Nimrod, man, you him, that's for sure. Shout out to Nimrod and the 10 gifted memberships. And again, you guys can become in our chat for absolutely for free. All you need to do is hit the subscribe. So hit the like, the subscribe, and then you're free. This is a $5. I mean, that's $50, Nimrod. I mean, I just want to say thank you so much for that, because I know that that's not chump change there. 10 memberships for everybody. So Nimrod, man, everybody in the chat, throw up I'm going to throw it up the ones there for Nimrod, because thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It keeps the community here. So thank you, Nimrod, for those super chats. And there goes Bears versus Bulls as well. He's in there all the time. Thank you for continuously supporting us, man. Everybody's loving those. There it goes. Look at the chat right there. I guess that was a pretty good idea. Thank you so much to everybody. Thanks, Nimrod, for that. And hey, look, it's always... I'm in a good mood no matter what, honestly, but it's a better mood now that we've able to show you some of these trades here into the close. It's always nice that, okay, take it easy, my guy getting all excited about Domino's Pizza there in my ear. Yes, but at the end of the day, it's nice when the market's not down 2% and it's flat. So all of us that are forever long, that's nice. But there's still many days ahead. It's good that we're flat today. I would definitely say that. So I think now we're going to have one day there where the Adara curse of the red outfit finally is broken. So
I think it counts as broken.
Counts as broken, yeah, for sure. 100%. I mean, we were down 2% at open there.
Yeah, the market is up from the. Is it?
Well, the ES is up.
The trading day was up today. I don't care what. You don't care where it is from the close, because you're not holding, unless you're holding it from the close on Friday, you only care about what happens in the day. So that 355 reversion trade, apparently it happened at 352 because, like that, I mean, Apple obviously got $5 million to buy and started pairing off. Well, it's already done it. So what are you going to do? Like, you can't take that trade anymore because it already pulled back the entirety of the move that it had on the imbalance to the upside. NVIDIA, sort of a similar, not as big of a move as Apple, but it's already done the reversion. So that flip trade that we like, or that pair-off trade at 355, that's out the window for me. That's wild. I feel like the better that it looks, the better that trade looks, the more likelihood that they're going to flip it a little bit early. And so maybe you have to, and I've been thinking about this, but this was way too early today. Like, this was at 52. It wasn't even 353 yet. Like, I don't mind in the last minute, but come on, 2 minutes before is a bit of a change. But when it's bigger, I guess you got to be able to do it. I do believe, what was that, Fabian? I didn't catch that.
Is Fabian saying something?
Oh, yeah, I can do it.
Oh, I don't have the thing in my ear.
Yeah, no, let's give a big shout out to Trade the Pool. Why?
My bad.
Because we all know the saying, big opportunity comes with big risk. But what if that wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Scan the QR code you see. Check the link in the description. As we were saying a second ago, a lot of those imbalances did pair off after 55. They were already paired, as you could see by the move on Apple and NVIDIA, and now not even there anymore. You still have, HP, who cares? WBD still going to be there, kind of a cheap stock. Paramount, for some reason, is going to be there. Still to the buy side, but no Apple, no Tesla. Apple came all the way back to 221 there on that revision. You don't see that 5 million window dressing end of the month very often. But like I said, that trade it's happening earlier and earlier. NVIDIA right back to the highs, although I didn't see it come back on the bid. It is 356. Daniel asking if Baba is a sell and bounce. I didn't see Alibaba at all, which means it was less than 1 million shares. And if it's not 1 million shares, it typically doesn't matter. It's on 10 million shares on the day. It didn't move at 350. I didn't see it, so it wasn't over 1 million. A host of names were bigger for sure. The big one, I think, for tomorrow for myself will be Micron. Just wanted to hold that 85 again tomorrow. Love where this is on the daily. Love the rebound day that we've had. Any slight continuation, to me, can look really good for this. Range-bound stock that's giving you the bounce off the low, and it didn't get too far away from it that you're concerned today. Like, really, it's only a couple of bucks away from 85 with huge levels up ahead. So I'm locked and loaded for that. 100% it's going to be on my radar in the morning. Knock on wood that we don't gap down and lose the bid. You never know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what gap. I mean, we'll see. It's all going to be about what China and Japan and all that are up to overnight China. But yeah, AMD, man, right back there to the highs of the day. So there it goes. Can we get $2 on it? I don't know, but we're going to wait. I'm waiting at 102.90 right now to get out. So here we go, man. And it's just about, we're long at 101 right now, all the way back up into the highs of the day. So we basically have the low of the day. Obviously, that's the low of the day, but the low of, you know, since 10, right there. Good levels. We have them 3 or 4 times right down there for the lows. So that's going to be a good one. And then we'll just wait to see what's going on with the NASDAQ. That's also 100 handles in the money right now as well. But again, we got to be flat at the end of the day. So no matter, well, a little bit anyways, close enough to the end of the day as we get going there. So we'll start to slowly ease out of these positions. Maybe we are getting a little bit too, you know, specific with, I mean, we don't need to worry too much here about what we're doing with NVIDIA, or sorry, with NVIDIA. I'm always in NVIDIA. With AMD, I don't need, you know, the dollar club is just a thing. If we're going to close out here at this level, let's take some more out. So there it is. We take another piece out, and now we're fine. So there goes AMD. Huge move. To end the day, up $3 in the money. Great. AMD and the Qs all into one there. So, all right, you're going to go back over to the desk. So have a good show there with Adara. I believe Michael Noss will be coming through again right there. And just a heads up to anybody that's working around here. There are lunch leftovers ready. So if you guys need anything.
What was the lunch today?
I saw Joe crushing the lunch. With my chicken. Greek chicken, apparently.
Yeah.
Was it okay, Joe?
No.
How was the chicken
Didn't
today?
look that good.
Okay, so there are leftovers there, my guy. So if you want. Yeah. I just heard it from, yeah, it's okay. I was just talking, just giving some more content here as we go. We do have great staff here, so she just sent a message there. You can start bagging, this is what it says, you can start bagging leftovers at 3:30.
Just let me know.
So, there you go. 3:59, then we missed it. We better get in there. All right, thanks again to everybody for joining us today. What a wild day, especially near the end of the day, as here comes AMD. You know what, it's good enough for me. There we go, man. We're going to just get flat so we don't have to worry about it.
Every time.
Like I said this before, trading for me is life, to be honest with you, and I love coming in every single day. Obviously, we have bigger fish to fry with families and all that kind of stuff, but man, I really love sitting here, and I want to just thank everybody, every single one of you, for also coming back every single day. We couldn't do this show without Bears vs. Bulls, without the viewers, without Adara, who's about to ring this bell. Joe, thank you so much for everything. We also have Sharif as well. Thank you so much to the big man himself, who will not be with us the rest of the week. Obi, again, another guy that we can't thank enough, will be here with us as well. All right, here it is. This is the final closing bell of the day with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Thanks, Adara. I still think, man, I don't know. I mean, I have to talk to the producer over here. I still think we need that mallet. I mean, I understand that part. The mallet for effect, baby. And then just bang that on there a couple times. But I don't mind it. Cowbell. So it makes kind of makes sense there. Thank you so much to everybody for joining. Look, it's not going to be an earnings-packed recap show, but you've got Neil, you've got Adara. They're going to be running over the sectors. We've got Michael Noss coming back on to talk a little bit about what he saw throughout the day, setups possibly for the week. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, and everybody. Again, no matter what your plans are tonight, make sure you do them, to the best of your ability. Be safe. Be well, and we will check everybody out tomorrow. I will, tomorrow at 8:30. But for now, it's off to the main desk. It's Neil, it's Adara, it's your recap show. Ciao, until then.
Miracle Monday looks like ahead of course, what we're expecting with tariffs later on in the week. And April Fool's tomorrow. We'll see what the market does have in store for that day. But I know what's going to happen is we're going to look at a bunch of names. You're going to see some red on the board. But let's be real for a second. This was an update. From the open to the close, this was an update. There were some early moves to the downside, but almost everything recovered. At the open, you had gold was even going to the downside. Tesla was down over 5%. But what was interesting is you had GLD finding weakness. You had silver finding weakness at the open. But we all rallied back into the upside. So when there was blood in the water, when there was panic, when Adara is wearing red, a lot of people were thinking it was going to be a short day. I was among them, and lo and behold, two best stocks ended up being longs in the afternoon. That's how it is. Sometimes you just get those reversal days, but look at the green that you're going to see. across that board. Now, I want to point out here, and we start with gold, and why not? Because it got right back into those highs. It was looking red. The trend is your friend to the end when it bends. And right now, the trend is very clean. Another fresh high for GLD. Red today, silver at the open was red today. It made a nice recovery. So if you're looking at those metals, they were all dump city and then just ride the train to the upside in the afternoon, looking incredibly strong. I'd be remiss if we didn't at least mention something, Adara. As excited as we were for the IPO last week, wow, Newsmax. So Newsmax is at $85, and the IPO issue was $10. It was only, it wasn't very big, man. We're talking about 7.5 mil at $10. It opened at 14. It's now at $86, up 500%. So congratulations if you had this one, everybody. It is still holding highs. It was halted late in the day. Just made an 89 test. It continues to go. This is very HKD feeling to me, where anything can happen whatsoever. And someone said, Siren Industries goes, come on, Neil, market's still dumped today. Look, and you have to distinguish between, okay, are you like trading and investing? I get it. You're going to look at a lot of things that are percent down, right? NASDAQ technically not even green. But when you look at things from a trading perspective, what's this chart of the Qs say? Low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher highs all the way through. That's the nature of the game. Even the weakest names today and the things that were down the most, you're going to have that kind of a reversal. And when we talk about things like, you could talk about Palantir. Palantir was down, 7% today? Still down 2% off the open. Bounced off the lows, higher lows the entirety of the day, closing near those highs. So there's a difference between trading momentum intraday, which is what we're going to talk about, and I understand you are still not looking that good on some daily charts here, but overall, very good day in terms of catching a bit of a bid when everyone was panicked in the morning today.
Yeah, I think it was definitely a really interesting look here for this market, and there's a couple tickers we didn't talk about. I mean, Newsmax, I think, was covered a lot during the midday, but there's an individual, or a ticker, by the way, or I guess, by the name of CORT. Corcept, I mentioned this. I actually really only noticed this in my volume scanner at the end of the day. Neil, this thing closed up like 15% or something. At its highs here, it was around 117. I'm just trying to pull up the chart there. And, you know, we opened the day, it looks like around, where do we open here? Around 94. But I mean, pre-market here, we opened around $55. So great look here for CORT. Basically some FDA approval with regards to their ovarian cancer treatments. So here's the look here for Corcept Therapeutics. I will be definitely looking for a day two move for this one because I think this should be pretty interesting. But I will admit, the day one moved completely past me by. CORT looking interesting. NFLX also looking pretty interesting here. We gapped down on this one here, opened in 900s, low here around 900s, and then closing just around that 930 area. So lots of names here making nice recoveries or making nice power plays that are not Newsmax.
Yeah, and there was some news also in the biopharma. Well, let's just say it. Moderna, it was rinsed today, but like everything else, it caught a bit of a bid at the open. But remember, the FDA, there was an FDA official pushed out that was considered to be bullish or more on the side of some of these vaccine names, and unfortunately, they're taking it on the chin. mRNA down 9% today, made a new 52-week low. It just keeps on getting worse for them. The good news, okay, it's not really that good news. It's kind of a bottoming tail candle, but it didn't hold the prior low, which was 29 change. So yeah, you get a bottoming tail candle, but it's still underneath the 52-week low on Moderna. That got rinsed. You also had Pfizer, which made some fresh lows on the daily. The difference between the two, and we're kind of alluding to this in the aftermarket show, obviously Pfizer's got a better pipeline, but this did not break the low. So on that negative push that you saw, Moderna broke lows holding underneath it on the 50, on the daily chart. Pfizer holding this low and showing support at 24.6. Now, I'm not here saying people chase dividend because you know what happens to you when you're able to do that, but here is something which is making the same bottom that it has a few times in here on Pfizer. Certainly going to be worth a look. We do have RCAT, which is going to report expected at 410. 12% short flow, 27% it moved last time on earnings, and an expected move of 16%. But it is the lone earnings name that is on watch today. But just to go over some things, because I told you there's going to be a lot of good-looking charts in here for reversals. Yeah, the financials today. Big bounce, up a full point on XLF. Incredibly impressive. It did look like maybe it was going to retest some prior lows. And look at what's impressive about today is for all the panic in the morning, look at the trend to the upside on this thing. Just hugging its 50-period moving average all day long. A little bit of a dip at the end of the day, but you're closing on those highs. A lot of times, you want to tell me how serious the buying was for a day or recovery day like this. Show me what happens at the close, a bunch of buy imbalances, and a lot of things holding that high without pulling back. So at least for now, Adara, things looking a little bit bullish. But across the board, you had the metals looking good, you had energy looking good, you had financials looking good. This was a relief rally that basically ticked every single box, unless your name was Moderna.
I'm just looking back here what we did last Monday when we actually closed higher in the Qs. We gained about 2%, and we also closed near highs. So I did a little bit of analysis. You know, I do run the Trader TV research account. I find research in numbers cool. And so what I noticed was, I guess the last time we had this little push to the upside, we did have on Friday, we had a rally. So that would be Friday. What day was that? That was good. That would have been the 21st. We pushed higher. Only closed up about 0.3%. Monday, we closed higher about 2%. Tuesday, we closed higher about 0.57%, and then we gave it up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So today, I think we're starting again that 3-day cycle. I will see what happens tomorrow. I don't want to have any preconceived notions, but I think that we really thought last Monday was going to be the start of something new to accidentally call out High School Musical, and it clearly wasn't. So I don't want to really be giving this any more credence than I think it deserves. This looks literally identical to what we saw last Friday and Monday, and that also meant nothing in the grand scheme of things.
You just made a High School Musical reference?
Accidentally.
I'm impressed. You're not High School Musical old.
Yeah, no, I was like 6 when it came out, so it's not that crazy. Also, my sister and I, a YouTuber that we like, just put out a video rewatching the movies like really recently. So she and I were watching that pretty recently. So I think High School Musical is like fresh in my brain. But you certainly have to get your head in the game when you're studying these markets.
I do 100% a great observation on the patterns of the market, because that's all trading is. It's all about pattern recognition and taking advantage of it. I got to let you guys know, if you're not following this, Newsmax actually broke 100 briefly a second ago, a couple of minutes ago actually, got to 101 change, pulling back to 91. So you've had it. It broke 100 from $10. The IPO issue breaks 100 and then comes back in. You got to feel like there's going to be a crazy pullback. Monty, do we know the float on NMAX? 7.5 million was the amount of shares that got released. If it's a smaller number than that, I'm not sure, but it's 7.5 million is the outstanding shares. It's the only number I'm aware of for this crazy name. You know what? I know I'm going to do this, and he can probably hear me, because you would have seen we're locked and loaded and ready to go with Mr. Nas. But I can't wait to get his thoughts on this one, because it is not often that you see an IPO do something like this. It defies a lot of logic. It feels like somebody just soaked up the float on this, and then it was pretty much good to go. But we are ready for a little trade talk. We saw him this morning. We're going to get his thoughts one more time here, as I can't hit the button because my Stream Deck isn't working here, Fabian. Let's get into some trader talk. There he is. No trader talk button. Unfortunately, my Stream Deck didn't want to work here. You know what happened, Michael? The market reversal just short-circuited a bunch of things here. So the excitement was real today as the market caught a bit of a bid.
Oh, it was amazing, right? When I came in this morning with a bunch of things to buy, I was nervous buying them on the open, but I wish it could always happen like that. Unfortunately, it can't.
No, it can't. Now, here's the thing, and I'm going to go back to the August low as opposed to this one today. Like, I remember my attitude on the August low was like, let me just pick the one stock I like the most, and I'm just going to go long off the open because it felt like the most panic. Mm-hmm. For some reason, I didn't feel the same way this morning. A lot of things presented the same. I don't know that it felt the same this morning as that, yet we had a very similar bounce. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's maybe because we had the tariffs coming in a couple of days, but I know for myself, I had a trouble getting into that mode and not going long until late. How did you overcome that?
systematic trading and back tests, right? That's something I've been settling into more and more the older I get. I run all of the numbers on the weekend. It gives me a list of things to trade. And when it hits that price, sometimes I just have to hold my nose and buy. But when you have that amount of data, 30 years of back tested data, it makes it a little bit easier. Now, I also waited a bit. I waited for probably the first few minutes off the open until we did that kind of undercut and then the market started to rally. That gave me a little bit of confidence, but I certainly didn't know this would happen, just like you talked about. I was just playing probabilities. Now, the reason I think that this feels a little bit different than the one here in August is because the gap down wasn't that extreme. We were right at support level, and rarely do they make it this easy where you get double bottoms like this, which actually makes me a little bit nervous that this may not hold. I think this may have been a bit of short covering because we had the anchored view app from all-time highs, which we were talking about here last week. We rejected from that. Now I think it might just be a bit of short covering because I think going into Wednesday, both the longs and both the shorts are nervous for whatever this Liberation Day thing is going to be on Wednesday.
Yeah, and to your point about it being kind of obvious in the double bottom, sometimes that's what it is. But I'm looking over at some bottom wicks, and maybe not stocks that you're looking at, but just an observation. Like one of the names that rallied today was Amazon. And you've got ooh, that's a good looking, in an absolute vacuum, that's a good looking bottoming tail candle.
Yep.
That didn't regain the prior lows. You're still yeah, okay, but you're still down here. Where? That's not that convincing. It's a great looking candle, but it's not that convincing of a move. I already talked about Moderna as well, and I've seen a few of these where if you just isolate the day, it looks like a good comeback. But then you look at the daily chart, it's like we didn't do anything to make that look bullish. It still looks awfully bearish. So my question to you is, you're a swing trader. For some of these longs, how aggressively are you taking profits on bounces today? Or are you still just, hey, you know what, as long as it holds my stop, I'm good?
And that's mostly how I did it, right? I wanted to, so AVGO, which I have up here, is a really good example, right? This is one that I brought to you guys this morning. Again, the system said if it got to this price right here, which was 161 to buy it, I got that alert. Just happened to be right near the low of the day. My initial stop was obviously much lower, under 150. But the way I look at it now is on a closing basis, if this low can hold, then I can stay in the trade. So as opposed to just selling aggressively as it pops, I can now, again, on a closing basis, lower my stop loss up. So that means, say I was risking $1,000 or something on the trade before. Well, now I'm risking like $200-300 on the same trade after one day. You can get your confidence by selling some, or you can get your confidence by doing something like this. So now I will say all of these mean reversion trades, which I definitely stressed this morning as well, is that all of these mean reverting trades are fast, right? If you are trading with the trend, sometimes that takes a long time to develop. You have to sit back. You have to let that work for a period of time. When I am going counter trend and I'm doing mean reversion, I want to be in and out in a number of days, if not maybe a week. Trend following, with my gold trade or uranium or something like that, I want to be in that for weeks or months. So anytime I'm fighting the trend, I'm always thinking short term. But in this case, just in case I caught a really good bottom, I'm trying to give them a little bit of breathing room, because a bounce on something like AVGO here, 10-15% could happen in a day or so.
Yeah, that's so true. And you know what? What I love about that notion is, to me, it's fractal. Because when you say, if I'm fighting the trend, I only want to hold it for a shorter period of time, but if I'm with it, I want to hold it for days and weeks. I feel the same way about day trades. When I put a mean reversion off a high of the day trend break or low of the day downtrend break, I'm looking to get 90% out at VWAP. Because I'm thinking, maybe if we've been trending down the entire way, VWAP's resistance. If we've been trending up, VWAP is going to be support. And that's what I love about this. And I'm glad you brought up Broadcom there, but just for a trade, I know you mentioned uranium in here. Oddly enough, uranium is one of a lot of things are down that actually bounced off the lows. So percentage-wise, I know you're going to see it's going to be red. My thought for this is it's another one of those, and I was talking about these examples of the bottoming tail candles. that they look good in the vacuum, but don't look that good when you pull out the daily chart or maybe go to even a higher time frame. So I know this has worked off this level multiple times. Clearly it's worked. I know you've been paid off at this level, but it being the Widowmaker, like, what do you do? Like, this doesn't look that great for me. That feels like a trap. It's a stock that it's a space, a commodity that traps people all the time. And I really don't like that candle, even though technically it's holding support today.
Yeah, I think uranium is one of those, again, mean reversion type plays, right? Where if you think this level, this kind of $22 area will hold, you hold your nose, you pick it up here, you put a stop under that, and then you hope to get a bounce to, 26 or 30. The problem with uranium is I think this is just an extension of the whole AI play. So if you look at uranium, it's going to look kind of like NVIDIA, right? It's going to, just because these are uranium, or uranium is meant to power AI and all of these things in kind of the same way. So anytime you're buying off a level like that, I think you just hold your nose. If you like it, you pick it up, you put out your stop loss. Uranium may be an interesting one because I don't know too much about where America gets its uranium from, whether it's all made in America or whether this is going to be part of the whole tariff dispute. But when it comes to commodities, I'm really trying to focus on the ones that are mined or pulled out of the ground in some way inside of America, because I think they're actually hedges against the whole tariff thing, because if it's made there, you can't really tariff it.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And I know they do have a lot of domestic production. You would think that would be like a big national security thing as well. So I would imagine you get that push. I have to ask you about this. And I know like Newsmax is probably not right up your cup of tea. But I don't, like, every time I see something like this, like a unicorn type of event, like this IPO goes $10, goes to $100 in the aftermarket, pulling back in 83, it's up 500%. And I don't wonder, you're a statistics-based person. HKD had a move like this. We're talking about just obscene, lower shares available, low floats, where you get this crazy squeeze early on. Sometimes it happens to a SPAC, sometimes it happens to a recent IPO. Is this the kind of thing where do you even have enough data to just throw some of these out there and start to look at what the average length of time they hold up for is? Because almost everyone's got to be thinking, of course it's not going to hold up. When is it safe to start looking for the short? Or what would the approach even be in something like this? What's frustrating is, technically speaking, on a 3-minute chart, like, some of it looked really good after it settled down. Like, it did a double top, it pulled back, it made a higher low, it did a nice little set of higher lows into a little consolidation breakout late. It looks great until you realize your slippage is like multiple dollars on the stock if you actually trade it. Do you have any data on things like this? And is there anything you think a technical trader can even do with them? Because a lot of people are looking at this, honestly, Michael.
I would say completely stay away. And the reason for that is that we know, again, 80-90% of IPOs will undercut their IPO price. So there's an 80-90% chance this thing will be under 14 within the next 6 months. That doesn't really help you. And the reason that doesn't help you is because, so you're looking at it here and you're saying, oh, well, there's a 80-90% chance it's under 14 in 6 months. Well, I should just short it here. But you talked about how just insanely low float this is. If this goes to 1,000 before it goes to $14, you end up getting really, really hurt. So generally speaking, when it comes to trying to do any technical analysis on this, you just have to wait a couple days. So what I think is going to happen on a name like this, and what happened you remember on HKD, is that it just got shorted and shorted and shorted, and those shorts got run over and over and over again, and it ended up completely blowing out, many big traders and a couple large funds and things like that. So I think you just are best to look at something like this and completely stay away and go back to what it is that you normally do, and then check on it in a week. If it starts to break down and you're shorting the other side of that, then yes, I think there's a pretty good probability that this thing sees under that price in the next 6 months. I just know I won't make any money off that because, again, I don't know if it's going to be $800 tomorrow before it goes to 14.
Yeah, and to your point about waiting, I have to show everybody HKD just because, in particular, like this one's at like $2,500. It was all insane. I got to show you a weekly chart so you can see that. But if you looked at after it started settling down, it eventually settled into the old pattern of it would just pop and then give you like the next day or two, like it doesn't make fresh highs, lower high the next day, and then trend down. Pop, lower high the next day, trend down. Pop. Once it breaks out the prior high, lower high the next day, and then trend down. So the back end of these things, and I'm not, like I don't know when the back end is going to be, but I'm glad you sort of reiterated that, because that's one thing we always talk about. Just have a setup that works for you, and if sitting it out, Newsmax, until it shows you a little bit more reasonable trading, I think that's probably the smart way to go here, Michael. Before we get you out of here, I know I forced you into talking a bit about uranium. I forced Newsmax on you for sure. And I think a fantastic look on Broadcom today because, I mean, let's be real, that bounce, I don't know if you mentioned that bounce was what, pennies on $161. That was pennies away, that 161, which is essentially perfect. Is there anything else that's on your radar that we haven't had a chance to talk about? Maybe something that you're looking forward to after the tariffs or something we didn't get to cover this afternoon?
The biggest thing that stood out to me, I think, was the overperformance here in RSP. So, right, I talk about this a lot. I feel like a bit of a broken record, but the RSP shows a better understanding of the average large cap stock. So, S&P 500 is cap weight, which means if Nvidia goes down a lot and 100 other smaller stocks move up, then the S&P 500 could still be down. But the RSP weights every stock in the market or in the S&P 500 equally. So when it outperforms like this, being up nearly 1% today, and just look at it in relation to the March low compared to the SPY, in relation to the March low, right? The SPY undercut the low and bounced. RSP, we still haven't gotten close to that. That's showing me that this is a tech-driven sell-off. And if you want to be the hero to come in and buy the dip in tech, absolutely go ahead and do that. For me, I'm more interested in looking in other places. I noticed you talked about financials when I was in the green room there. That's looking amazingly compared to that March low. There's a bunch of other sectors out there, and I know I've been saying this for pretty much the entire year, but it may not be the year for tech. It may be the year for other sectors in the market, and I want to go and I want to look at those. So although I talked about AVGO, which is tech, some of these other names that are getting interesting to me are names LEU, for example, which is an energy play. Energy is looking interesting to me. Financials are looking interesting to me. So just broaden your horizon just a little bit. Get outside of the large cap tech bubble and just start to hunt around at things that are doing a little bit better.
Yeah, and to your point about XLF, all of a sudden, the good thing about that on XLF is suddenly the support that's down at 47, well, now it's a 200 period as well. So, like, I always tell myself, like, where am I wrong? Where do I need to get out of something? If you're taking a trade or a swing trade, day trade, doesn't matter what it is. But when that becomes even more obvious, sometimes it's easy to like to trade a little bit more the next time it comes through. That's why I like that XLF. And shout out to you. I appreciate you talking about some names that maybe we haven't covered, LEW as well in there. Michael, it's always an absolute pleasure to have you on the show, and especially giving your insights. When we talk about days like today, and everyone's panicking in the morning, those are the days it's important to take a step back, breathe a little bit, keep the bigger picture in mind. I'll tell you right now, I didn't go long anything until the afternoon, so I'm speaking to somebody who, like last time this happened, I felt like I had no trouble going long off the open. Maybe it's because the futures were down more, I don't know. But today I wasn't able to. I'm glad that we had your perspective on this and emphasizing the fact that it's just about having a system and then playing your system. That's what trading is all about. I know you've got a fantastic system. As always, it's a pleasure having you, Michael. Can't wait to talk to you again.
I thank you for having me. Thanks for the kind words. And yeah, I'll see you on Friday, hopefully with a little better voice by then. Well,
you're an absolute trooper. I could hear it, but I'm like, man, I can't believe he's doing it. I know there's some bugs going around here. We're never out of the weather here in Canada. You get that late April, and I feel like there's something going around once again for us. But thank you so much for being a trooper, and thank you for the trade ideas this morning that you brought to us. Michael Ma, Stats Edge, our favorite market technician. Take care, brother.
Thank you.
There it is, Adara, and great ideas, of course. I mean, that was a great call for AVGO off of that bottom. While we were doing that, there were earnings today. We did have RCAT out, so I'm going to let you run through the numbers there on RCAT, which did move around a little bit here.
I want to note here, RCAT actually did not have any estimates that I could see. So what I'm going to be giving you is just the number. So they lost 57 cents per share for this transition period. Now, if you're wondering what's the transition period, so apparently it's as of December 31st, 2024. So it seems like it is the 8 months leading up to that. So basically almost the last 3 quarters of the year. It sounds like it's about May 2024 to December 2024. Very odd way of reporting earnings, but regardless, they lost 57 cents per share for the 8-month period. Revenue here, $4.9 million for that same period. They also announced some updates with regards to their partnerships and global expansion strategy. In fact, them listing all of their partnerships actually becomes before the numbers part of the report for whatever reason. So apparently their Black Widow was selected as a sole winner and provider of the U.S. Army short-range reconnaissance. They also announced their Palantir partnership again, another Palantir partnership. So just recapping the year, earnings really honestly seem to be a footnote of this announcement. So really odd look for RCAT, though, as Neil mentioned, is moving. So is PVH, though. PVH, actually another name that reported here today, that's PVH Corporation, pushing nicely to the upside. They reported earnings of $3.27 per share, above estimates of $3.21. Sales here, $2.37 billion versus $2.33 billion expected, and I'll pull that up for you so you guys can see it. Here is their guidance for fiscal 2025. So it is definitely a beat when it comes to EPS. They're expecting earnings between $12.40 per share versus $12.40 to $12.75 versus $11.55 expected. That is quite the beat, but they are expecting fiscal 2025 revenue either flat or slightly above their 2024 revenue. For Q1, they expect their revenue to be flat to down 2%. So they're actually expecting a decrease or flat in Q1. Adjusted earnings per share of $2.10 to $2.25 versus $2.29 expected. So again here, we're seeing stronger than expected EPS guidance for Q1 and fiscal 2025.
Yeah, Van Heusen it was. They're beaten up. I think a lot of times when you get a rally of 11%, you're like, wow, that's so impressive. Well, just keep in mind one thing. We always have to do the diligence to show you the daily chart on this. Yeah, it's not looking so good when you pull it back to the daily, but hey, it's making a bottom right now. It's got a 5.5% short flow. We've seen these types of names continue rallies. Like I said, you're breaking off of these lows, looking pretty good there for PVH. And just one note before we get out of here on RCAT, when you pull it up on the daily chart, I know it doesn't look good right now, but respecting the 200 period moving average, and even with this move down on earnings, holding above the 200 period moving average in $5. So I'd expect this one could be a mover tomorrow. Of course, there's not a lot in terms of earnings, and the overall market is given us a wealth of opportunities for follow-up trades tomorrow because we got to some monster levels. But RCAT, the 200 period, $5, certainly a level to watch. It plays both ways, everybody. Just because it bounced off it so far doesn't mean it has to hold it in tomorrow's trade. But you know what we do at the end of the day around here? We get a little roll call action. And if you're not familiar with roll call, that's where you get a chance to get your name read